The protagonist reflects on his past life where he had once been a rescue worker who tragically died in an accident. After his death, he woke up in a new world, one filled with awakenings and mutated beasts. In this life, he too had become an awakener. He was given a contract gem which consumed both stamina and mental energy to materialize. Once the target willingly consumed the gem, their life, soul, and consciousness would be completely bound to the will of the summoner. At first, he thought this would be an amazing power, but it had one small flaw. As he sat with the gem, a girl named Su Jingao approached him and called him by the name Zhangping, asking what he was doing. He casually replied that it was nothing important and then offered her some candy. She dismissed him with a sharp comment, telling him to get lost, and added that he was so charming that anyone would want to be controlled by him. He lied down and joked that he was only kidding. He thought to himself that the target of the contract must be fully informed and willing to form a pact with him. If someone didn't want to, nothing would happen, even if they consumed the gem. He also recalled that the original owner of this body had been so frustrated by the power of the gem that he nearly died from anger. Thankfully, he was now here, and his life experiences had taught him how to cope with stress. She suddenly pulled his hair, telling him not to give up so easily, as the world was vast, and there had to be someone out there who would let him control them. He replied that it was easy for her to say, but who beside him would ever agree to that? Suddenly, he wondered why he hadn't thought of it before. As he ate the gem, Jingao asked what he was doing. A green aura light surrounded him, and after a moment, she asked, concerned, if he was okay. He nodded in agreement, reassuring her. She relaxed and told him not to scare her like that again. After some time, she stood up and said it was getting late. She was heading back to the dorms since she had to report to the city guard the next morning. She asked him not to wait for her. He wondered if she was truly going through all of that. She replied that she had learned everything they could teach her there, and now was time to gain some actual combat experience to improve herself. He thought to himself that her words made perfect sense. Joining the city guard and protecting their homeland had always been her dream, and now she finally had the chance to pursue it. She turned toward him, encouraging him not to be upset. She said that once he became strong enough, maybe they would even get to work together someday. He smiled and guessed it was all from the farm for him. He thought that they probably wouldn't see each other much after this, and still, it kind of sucked to say goodbye like that. Even though she was technically the body's childhood crush, you really wanted to give her a hug. Suddenly, a green light appeared behind him, taking the shape of a body, and before he knew it, he was hugging her. He was shocked as his body moved on its own, and she became embarrassed, quickly breaking free and saying that she was leaving now. He agreed with her, and as she stepped away, he wished her to take care. She wished him the same before leaving. Afterward, he wondered if his body had hugged her subconsciously, as if it had just obeyed some internal command. He guessed it might have been a coincidence, and now he needed to figure out just how much control he truly had over himself. He tried to focus and perform a flip in midair, executing it smoothly. After landing, he lay down, thinking that he could probably make his body do a lot of things as long as they were within the realm of human possibility, not things like flying or transforming into another species. But the craziest part was that he could even replicate moves he had never physically practiced before, just by visualizing them. Theoretically, if he imagined himself possessing the physical strength and mastery of any martial art, he could potentially acquire those fighting skills. All he needed to do was boost his physical abilities, and he would become stronger. But there was one more thing he needed to test. The next day, he was in the cafeteria, feeling like his legs were killing him. Before going to sleep the night before, he had ordered himself to go for a morning run, and his body had followed those orders even while he was unconscious. He was pleased to find that it worked. His body could follow his commands even when his brain was unconscious. He looked around and noticed that no one was paying attention to him. The only thing he heard was a group of students calling out the name Lu Xiu with excitement, eager to see her. She greeted them all. Zhang thought to himself that Lu must be the campus queen, and it was impressive that she was up so early. Suddenly, he heard a sound, followed by a dark aura that appeared nearby, and he wondered what it was. He spotted a creature but wasn't sure if the other students could see it. It definitely wasn't Lu. She called out to him, mentioning that he looked a bit pale. She looked like a monster to him and asked if he was feeling okay. He tried to calm himself down and then told her he was fine, just that he had a nightmare last night and hadn't slept well. He began to leave, mentioning that class was about to start. She pointed out the scent of fear and wondered if it was only her who noticed it. He left, still wondering why there was a mutated beast at their school. Wasn't anyone else seeing it, or was he hallucinating? He decided to go tell a teacher, but as he entered the room, he saw another mutated beast killing someone. Zhang rushed out of there, heading for the terrace where he sat down, muttering to himself that something was wrong and nothing felt right. He wondered if this place was a living hell. Just then, the gem fell out of his pocket. He realized he had started seeing these strange things after consuming the contract gem. Whatever was happening, he decided he was going to snap out of it. He ate the gem again and immediately felt something different. A screen appeared, informing him that it was analyzing his progress. Once the analysis was complete, a playback began. He stood up, wondering if he had just awakened some kind of analytical ability. Then his status was scanned, and his status panel was shown. As he absorbed the information, he wondered about the level system and what the level 1 effect activated meant. He learned about the absolute command, absolute obedience, and basic analysis abilities and wondered where they had come from. Did eating the second gem cause this? He then sat down in class, thinking about how to break it all down. First, he realized that he had become his own summoner and summon. The only one in control of him was himself. No outside force could mess with his body or mind. With this new understanding, illusions no longer worked on him, which was why he could see through the mutated beasts' disguises. They were all celestial foxes and high-level ones at that. Since he was only at level 1, he was no match for them. The cognitive distortion ability was a broken one, allowing a celestial fox to devour someone right in front of them while making everyone around think they were just watching a couple of students chatting. This was the reason no one could see them. If it was a mind control ability, and Jing's powers must also be mental. She was part of the psychic class, and maybe she could help him. After school, as he walked through the streets, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. They were outside the school, too. He saw a couple walking by, and the woman was also a beast. He wondered how many of them there were. He finally reached the city guard headquarters and approached the reception desk. The lady behind the counter asked how she could assist him. He mentioned that he was there to meet someone named Jing, who should have enlisted on the same day. The receptionist agreed, and Zhang soon learned that she too was a celestial fox. Even high-level awakened individuals couldn't see through their illusions. As he was waiting, Jing appeared and asked what he was doing there. Zhang stood up and explained that he just wanted to make sure she was settling in well, as he was worried about her. She introduced him to her teammates and asked them to greet him. He responded that it was great to meet them. Jing then shared that she was determined to get stronger and hunt down the beast that killed her parents. She also mentioned that they were currently short on members and wondered if he'd be interested in joining, offering to put a good word for him with the city guard. Zhang declined, saying he wasn't cut out for that kind of work. His power felt useless, and he would be better off on a farm somewhere. As he turned to leave, Jing expressed her disappointment, calling it a shame. Zhang told her he was glad to see she was doing fine and promised not to bother her anymore. He thought to himself that he hoped to see her again. He walked through the city, wondering if they were really killing people. Wasn't the city guard supposed to be the strongest force in Pearl City? How could they have fallen? He remembered that Jing had only just joined that day. He paused, realizing that the celestial foxes hadn't only infiltrated the school, they had infiltrated the entire city. It seemed like everyone in Pearl City was under their control like livestock in some twisted game. He had been doing some digging using his analysis ability. First, most of the celestial foxes were high-level, and even the city guard, with its many high-level awakened, couldn't defeat these monsters. Second, the one who killed Lu Xiu was on an entirely different level. He felt that if he tried to analyze it, the creature would know exactly where he was. It was apex level, maybe even king level. Any celestial fox capable of fighting above its weight class was likely being controlled by that creature. Third, unlike most mutated beasts, the celestial foxes were intelligent and masters of disguise. They could blend in seamlessly, but it was all an act. Fourth, the primary targets were usually powerful individuals or high-profile figures. The rest of the people were just livestock, kept around for later use. He knew that trying to save them would be suicide, but he couldn't just stand by and watch innocent people die. He wondered if he could become strong enough to make a difference. A week later, the scene shifted. Zhang woke up early, the clock reading 3:54 a.m. He guessed that it was the result of pushing his body to its limits, as sleep was no longer a necessity for him. He thought about how hard he had been training over the past few days, leveling up once. Aside from his physical training, he had been working on creating more gems and consuming them, hoping that he would awaken something new. Since awakening the analysis ability, all the gems Zhang had created had been colorless, and consuming them had no effect. However, he finally found a colorful gem. As he ate it, he remarked that it wasn't exactly appetizing, but he hoped it would work. Suddenly, his body began to shine, and he felt something strange. He checked his profile and discovered a new ability. Now he could truly investigate at night. As he read the description, he wondered if the contract gem had leveled up and if it was tied to his own level. If that were the case, every time he gained a new power, he would level up. And if that were real, he would become unstoppable. There was no time to waste, so he focused on his training. With the Nightwalker skill activated, he thought it was time to test his new ability. He kept jogging, noticing that his vision was improving even better than it was during the day. Then he found a ring on the ground. At first he failed to analyze it, but after a few tries, he succeeded. The playback initiated, and he saw an imposter disguised as Xiu, along with another man who Zhang assumed was the ring's owner. The playback revealed the man rushing towards Xiu and being killed easily with a single slash. Zhang was stunned. This was impossible. He knew Xiu was an orphan and would never have enemies like that. The only explanation, apart from his own involvement, was that there were others in Pearl City secretly fighting against the monsters. Zhang then saw a beast nearby who seemed to be wondering who was there. The beast muttered that the ring was gone and someone must have been there. It looked around, puzzled, thinking there were no traces of their presence. Whoever it was, they had to be at least a mid-level awakener. The beast then decided it needed to inform its highness immediately. Zhang watched from his hidden spot, realizing that it was all part of their game. The ring had been left there on purpose. Returning it now would be suspicious, so he decided to keep it for himself. At 5:36 a.m., he was back in his room, thinking that it was still dark, and the Nightwalker ability combined with the ring had made him totally invisible. He reflected that strength wasn't just about raw power. It was about the gear they could get their hands on. Suddenly, blue rays appeared, and someone was calling his name, hiding in the shadows. He got up, wondering who it was. Then he heard footsteps. The person had arrived. At 5:40 a.m., John lay in bed, trying to stay calm. 3 beasts had appeared in his room, and one of them used its power to attack him. The second beast placed its hand over Zhang's head, but he remained still. The monster noticed there was no flicker of emotion from him. If this useless trash had been the one who had fled, he would have jumped up and fought for his life. But Zhang wasn't reacting, and the beast also couldn't sense the ring. One of the creatures called out to the leader, urging him to kill Zhang. The leader jawed every morning, but not today. Something felt off. The first beast then declared that Zhang was not the one they sought. He was merely food with no value, and they shouldn't waste their energy on him. The others agreed. Afterward, they left, and Zhang slowly rose, covered in sweat. He sighed, relieved, and thought to himself that it had been close. He had nearly forgotten his morning job, but it was fortunate that he had forced himself to sleep in and avoid raising suspicion. He recalled hearing Jing's voice earlier and wondered if it had just been his imagination. He couldn't understand why he was feeling so sentimental. He needed to grow stronger, to adventure. For now, he resolved to live normally and not attracting any attention from the celestial foxes. As he made his way to the cafeteria with his food, he overheard a conversation between 2 girls. One asked the other if she had heard the news. Earlier that day, the city guard had discovered a body sliced in half near the academy. The body belonged to the notorious Black Death Star, the top assassin in Pearl City, the one who had injured the old city lord. It turned out that the city lord's injuries had never fully healed, and it was said that he died at a young age. Zhang couldn't help but think about the person who had been sliced in half. Could it have been the one in white? If she could take out such an assassin so easily, it meant Xiu's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He wondered why they had displayed the blood at that time. It must have been a warning to anyone opposing the celestial foxes, signaling that they would undoubtedly increase their vigilance. Zhang realized that he needed to find some equipment to protect himself. He decided to check out the blacksmith shop after class. Finally, after the lesson ended, Zhang headed to the market. He saw a celestial fox standing at the door of a shop and thought, it seems like all the blacksmiths in the city are controlled by the celestial foxes. He tried to analyze the situation, but he initially failed. Eventually, after much concentration, he succeeded in his analysis, marking his 100th successful attempt. As a result, his analysis skill leveled up to intermediate. He wondered if, with his improved skill, he could now see the growth potential and profile of his opponents. The celestial fox invited him inside to have a look around, but John declined and left. He thought to himself that he needed to find a shop that wasn't under the control of the celestial foxes. As he walked, he overheard someone talking about top-quality goods, offering to show a customer the product signs. The man was suggesting that if the old man bought it, he would give him the lowest price, even if it caused him some pain. The old man, amused, asked if the man was trying to get him to buy it for his daughter to eat. As he smoked his pipe, the old man blew a puff of smoke right into the shopkeeper's face. The man, furious, snapped at the old man, asking if he was deaf or something worse. Just then, Zhang entered, heading straight for the sword, and the man wondered who he was. Zhang used his analysis skill on the sword and gathered some information about it. The man, now enraged, demanded to know how Zhang dared to steal his belongings. As the man attempted to pull the sword, Zhang warned that it might break, and just as he predicted, it did. The man, livid, shouted at Zhang for ruining everything. He called on his followers, asking if they had any idea who he was. He introduced himself as a direct disciple of Master Mei from the Xingyi Martial Arts Academy. Without further warning, he charged at Zhang, declaring he'd teach him a lesson with a 5-fold lightning assault. However, Zhang calmly slapped the man, sending him crashing to the ground. The man, trying to regain his composure, asked if Zhang was all right. Zhang responded coolly, noting that the man wasn't in good shape. He used his analysis skill on the man and learned his name, Liu Badyo. Liu, now humiliated, demanded Zhang leave, warning him to do so while he still could. Zhang wondered what was wrong with Liu. As Zhang turned to leave, Liu attempted a sneak attack, but Zhang quickly struck him again, sending him tumbling to the ground. Zhang mused, so Liu was planning a sneak attack. Was really playing dirty here? Just then, a girl appeared, irritated. She remarked that she'd stepped away for only 5 minutes, yet the place had turned into chaos. She glared at Liu, asking if he planned to leave on his own or if she needed to show him the door. Frightened, Liu scurried away, muttering apologies. Zhang, now thinking he should check out a different store, started to leave, but the girl stopped him, saying they needed to talk. He wondered what she was about to say. She explained that she was a damsel working hard every day just to survive, while also taking care of her uncle who had become distraught after his daughter went missing. Upon looking at Zhang, she noticed his well-built body and decent personality. She asked him to stay and become the blacksmith, while also helping to care for the elderly Liu Tifeng and manage the store. She promised that food, accommodation, and a salary would be provided. He thought that if he managed to learn the forging skills, he could save a lot of money on equipment in the future. Furthermore, it seemed like everything was under his control rather than that of the celestial fox. He confidently declared that he was the man who would become the king of blacksmiths. She snapped at him, saying that as expected from someone she had my eye on. The remark stung, and Zhang realized that he needed to survive under her guidance first. A few days passed with him working there, during which she encouraged him to apply more strength. He hesitated, asking if that was really fine for them to do this. She reassured him, saying to not worry, no one will come in here. She then complimented his efforts, telling him he was doing well and that the skill he was learning was a special one, known as the kneading forging technique. In this technique, you would need to fuse different materials together, much like kneading dough. She asked to wait for a while, and she will go to the warehouse to fetch the mold. As she left, she told him that the fuel was in the bucket by the side and reminded him not to let the fire die out. He agreed, but as he looked around, he wondered if that was all the fuel and feared the fire might die soon. Deciding to just go with it, he tossed the fuel into the stove to continue heating it. However, as soon as he did, a huge blast erupted, and he thought for a moment that he might be dead. He felt a burning pain in his chest as black smoke filled the air. Suddenly, he found himself back in the forging area, wondering why the fire had gone out. He felt a lingering heat on his chest and, analyzing himself, saw his description. To his surprise, he realized his growth potential had increased again. Considering the previous situation, he deduced that awakening a new ability would increase his growth potential, while leveling up and acquiring abilities would consume it. As long as he kept awakening new abilities, his growth potential seemed limitless. But then he remembered that everyone had a limit to their growth potential. Could it be that he was the only one capable of awakening multiple abilities? He wondered if the fire he had absorbed was related to the Fire Devourer. Thinking back, he had reached level 3 that morning and consumed a level 3 gem. Did the effect only activate in the evening, or was it triggered by some special condition? Chang arrived and asked what had happened, wondering how the house had ended up in such a state. She approached him, asking him to wait, then inquired if he had thrown the Scarlet Servant's scale into the stove, causing the explosion. She admitted it was her fault for not telling him about it earlier. He mentioned the damage to the house, to which she replied that it was fine as long as he was okay. But she was curious. How did he manage to extinguish the fire? A fire burning through the Scarlet Servant's scale would be incredibly difficult to put out. He responded that it was a long story. She wondered if the fusion of materials had gone really well, noting that such a result would require an extremely high temperature to achieve. As she looked at what he had made, she remarked that he seemed quite talented and the school was really blind to his potential, and with his current skills, he could easily enter one of the 3 major organizations. He asked that everyone calls the city guard and the investigation team the 3 major organizations. What's the third one? She shrugged and after a moment of thought said Pearl City was actually part of that 3rd organization. However, no one knows what the organization was called or what it does. She then asked if he hadn't been trying to buy equipment earlier, and if he didn't mind, suggested that he take the dagger. He accepted, commenting that it seemed like a good dagger and wasn't too expensive. Using his analysis skill, he examined it further. Kang explained that based on the market rate of the materials, a dagger would cost around $100,000. Zhang was shocked to hear this. It was the equivalent of 3 years' worth of his salary. You wonder how someone like him, earning only $3,000 a month, could ever afford something like that. Chuang told him to just take it as a reward for his improvement. She was about to leave, mentioning that she still had a mission to complete. Before going, she asked if he was really fine with not returning to school. He reassured her, saying to don't worry, he already completed the graduation procedures in advance. She wished him well and reminded him to take care of the old man as he seemed a bit unstable at the moment. She told him not to open the business yet. Zhang thought to himself that although the blacksmith's shop wasn't targeted by the celestial foxes because it wasn't open for business, the commotion that had just occurred might attract their attention. Since it was nighttime, he decided to use his Nightwalker skill to check the surroundings. As he moved through the area, he saw a girl playing on a swing in the park, along with a celestial fox. Zhang was surprised to see one so low level. It seemed to be at the same level as him, and since he was boosted by his equipment, he believed he could win the battle. All the city guard within the city had already fallen, but the investigation team outside the city might still be unaffected. He thought that if he handed over the corpse of the celestial fox to the authorities, it might attract the attention of higher management. Suddenly, he felt his hand freeze and a voice came from behind, asking if he was planning to attack a kid and just don't move or that racer will kill him. He thought that the lady was far stronger than him and his Nightwalker ability and the assassination ring were useless against her. She seemed to see right through them. The dead lady told him to meet her at the orphanage training ground if he didn't want to die. Zhang remembered the orphanage training ground. She then disappeared, leaving him free. He was confused, wondering if she wasn't part of the celestial foxes or else he would have been dead by now. Zhang made his way to the orphanage, thinking back to his childhood there, practicing his grappling fighting moves in the little park across the city. That's why he had named the park the orphanage training ground. He wondered if that lady knew him. How else could she have known his secrets? Not only that, but she had been watching him all along. She had stopped him earlier, just as he was about to act. It seemed she had led him there for a reason. As he walked, he spotted a mutated beast in the woods and activated his analysis skill. As he read its description, he realized it was 2 levels higher than him, so he knew he had to be cautious. He figured he could evade it by retreating slowly, but then he stopped himself. He couldn't run. If he didn't deal with this now, the kids from the orphanage wouldn't be able to play in the park the next day. He grabbed the small weapon he had crafted himself and rushed to attack the beast. He thought back to all those web novels he had read in his past life, where the main character would always become a combat expert the moment they gained power. While he may not have any real fighting experience, he could still command his summoned beast to fight. However, the beast jumped and rolled to attack him, catching him off guard. He used the power of the dagger to defend himself, but the armor was too thick, and he realized that his beauty's tear couldn't pierce it. He needed to outsmart it. The beast backed up, preparing for another strike. Zhang thought of it like controlling a character in a video game, except this time it was his own life on the line. He kept dodging the beast's attacks, noticing that its eyes were the only part not covered in armor, its weak spot. But when the beast curled into a ball for defense, things became more difficult. He needed to find a way to break its posture. He decided to use his basic Fire Devourer skill. A plan formed in his mind. He remembered the first command, Pearl Fist, the Rat Buster style. He quickly took his battle stance and couldn't help but think how surprising it was that those boring history lessons about the Pearl Fist were finally coming in handy. The technique was all about overwhelming the enemy with sheer brute force, which was perfect for crushing a small opponent like this one. With that thought, Zhang rushed at the beast, launching a front strike. "It's time to turn up the heat," he muttered, adding, "no hard feelings." He unleashed a fire slash, thinking that now was his chance while the beast was defenseless. He attacked its weak spot directly. The strike hit its target, and after defeating the beast, Zhang felt his stats grow. He couldn't help but think that real combat really did level him up faster than any training could. Then he realized something strange. The Venom Tail Rat's appearance felt deliberate, almost as if it had been planted there. There shouldn't have been any mutated beasts inside the city walls, except for those celestial foxes. Suddenly, a dark light flashed across him, and he wondered what was going on. Just as he was about to fall into a different place, a voice called out for 5 minutes. Zhang recognized the voice. It was the same one he had heard earlier. The lady appeared, sword drawn and pointing at him. She asked him to prove that he was human. Zhang was taken aback, wondering how to prove his humanity. He was already human, so how was he supposed to do that? He thought she had sensed the presence of the mutated beast in the city, but she couldn't pinpoint its exact location. That's why she was testing him. She must have become suspicious when he was about to attack that little celestial fox. He then asked if she could at least give him a hint. He wondered if the venomous red-tailed creature had been a difficult test for him. She mentioned that there were only 4 minutes left. He kept trying to analyze her, but failed countless times. Then she informed him that he now had only 2 minutes remaining. After failing 999 times, his analysis level finally upgraded to advanced, and he was able to assess her easily, discovering that she was incredibly strong at level 28. He thought to himself, no wonder she was so hard to analyze, and to make matters worse, my Nightwalker ability and the assassination ring are useless against her. As he glanced at her title, Purge Squad Bijali, he wondered if they were a third organization aside from the city guard and the investigation team. She then told him he had only 1 minute left. He asked her to wait and noted that she referred to the small park as the training ground. It must have come from the orphanage, just like him. But then he realized he didn't know anyone named Liu Cixin, so she must have changed her name. And then it clicked. She was Liu Torin. He was reminded of the fast-paced moment when she had been performing punches, claiming they were the heaven-sundering, earth-shattering, stizzy invincible fist. He decided to demonstrate the same technique to show her. Afterward, he asked if she really was Sizzy. She ignored his question, instead bringing up the second point. According to the Academy records, his ability contract gem had been deemed useless due to its impossible activation requirements. She asked him to explain what he had done. He explained that about 2 weeks ago he had swallowed a contract gem, which allowed him to become his own beast, gaining full control over himself. This made him immune to the illusions of mutated beasts and allowed him to see through their disguises. Based on his investigation, there were many celestial foxes in the city, and he believed an entire clan of them had infiltrated Pearl City. Their inherent ability was cognitive distortion. She grabbed him, asking if he was serious. He told her to check for herself. The owner of Wanching Breakfast, the owner of Jew and Furniture on Lai Street, the 3 black-clad figures on Longzhu Street, and the little celestial fox she had stopped him from attacking were all low-level celestial foxes. She could verify this information on her own. She told him to stay put, as she would be back soon. Then she contacted someone named Jinbo, asking if he believed the information was credible. Jinbo was with a team, and he explained that first they needed to confirm the information. They had encountered a celestial fox, a mutant beast type, in the city before. The cognitive distortion ability had appeared previously, which lined up with Zhang's description. He had already sent a team to apprehend the 2 shopkeepers, and they should be back soon. Just then, a blast sounded from a distance, followed by a few of Jinbo's team members arriving. Jinbo asked what had happened. One of the men explained that the breakfast shop owner had gone crazy and attacked them just as they were bringing her out of the city. The girl had jumped to attack Jinbo, but he punched her hard enough to make her fall. He told her not to get ahead of herself. Dark rays began to emanate from her, and then she revealed her true form as a fox. The men finally realized what they were dealing with. Jinbo ordered, alert the other team, and terminate the target immediately. The scene shifted to Pearl Academy, where a lady was reclining in a chair on the terrace and a girl stood next to her. The lady sensed something and suddenly flew away, announcing that Yu Ju had been killed by someone outside the city, and now another one had been taken out on Lai Street. The attackers had killed them instantly, erased all traces of their presence, and were even trying to evade her tracking. Her beast form appeared, and she wondered who these people could be. Zhang asked Sizzy if she had checked. She agreed, explaining that they couldn't be certain about his sudden ability to see through the celestial fox illusions. She wondered if they wanted him to see them, making him their eyes and ears. For now, she would protect him in secret, and if he discovered anything, he should contact her at night. He wondered about the protection and surveillance. She replied that as long as they could deal with the celestial foxes, everything would be fine. She then handed him something, explaining that the jade pendant came from a prayer and was known as cold jade. Its counterpart was warm jade. She instructed him to use the pendant if he encountered danger. By covering the cold jade with flames, the warm jade in her possession would heat up, alerting her to his situation, and she would rush to him as quickly as possible. She also advised him to strengthen himself, emphasizing that when it came to safety, they should never rely entirely on anyone else. He told her that he was thinking about learning martial arts and was considering joining a school, but the tuition fees were no small matter. She replied that she would request a stipend from the organization, but in the meantime, he should see if he could find a suitable martial arts school on his own. He'd thanked her for her help. The next day, he was walking down the street, reflecting that there had been far fewer celestial foxes around lately. The Purge Squad must be doing their job. Even though the girl hadn't told him her identity, he guessed it was because she didn't trust him that much. If it hadn't been for his sudden upgrade in analysis, allowing him to identify the faction of others, he would never have guessed she was a member of the Purge Squad. He wondered, though, how they had even known that Pearl City had been infiltrated by these creatures in the first place. As long as he could help eliminate the celestial foxes, it didn't matter, and the 10,000 pearl coins she had given him up front made her seem incredibly generous. He overheard a girl distributing pamphlets asking people to join martial arts classes and learn the Beast King Fist. Zhang approached her and asked to see one. After looking at the pamphlet, he commented that it seemed too flashy and wondered if it was even the right choice for him. The girl assured him that it was guaranteed to be worth every penny. She claimed that their Beast King Fist techniques were famous throughout the city. Stepping closer, she added that if he didn't believe her, she could give him a demonstration. She handed him all the pamphlets, explaining that the first 3 forms of the Beast King Fist were the Ape King style, the Giant Crocodile style, and the Phoenix Talon style. As she demonstrated the Beast King Fist, Zhang was observing and thinking that the techniques, whether the footwork or the movements, were far more advanced than the Pearl Fist. It was indeed a solid martial art. The girl explained that the Ape King style had many variations, with no fixed form. Zhang thought to himself that she was clearly not performing at her full potential, only scratching the surface of what the Beast King Fist could truly do. Then she slipped, and Zhang quickly asked if she was all right. 2 men approached, asking who had authorized the Beast King Fist practitioners to hand out flyers there. The girl apologized, saying she hadn't known it was prohibited. Their leader, Liu Badgyo, arrived and dismissed the Beast King Fist as a garbage technique. He suggested they try the Xingyi Martial School instead. Zhang, however, mentioned the Fivefold Lightning Meals guy. Badgyo's anger flared as he corrected Zhang, saying it was the Fivefold Lightning Assault and that Zhang would soon be on his knees. Bagyo continued, stating that Zhang still had to pay for what he did at the blacksmiths, and it seemed like the right time to settle that debt. He ordered the two men to capture Zhang. The girl stepped forward, blocking their path and saying she wouldn't let them bully Zhang. Enraged, the two men charged, and Zhang used his analysis ability to assess them. Bagyo warned the girl to move aside, telling her she might get hurt. Zhang, intrigued, wondered about their relationship between intelligence and strength and asked if they were sure this was their real ability. As Zhang assessed the girl, he realized that her potential was incredibly high. She was a late bloomer and a powerhouse in the making. However, with her current strength, she was simply asking for trouble. He handed the flyers back to her, gently pushing her aside, and told her that this was his problem, so he would handle it himself. She warned him that his opponents were 3 in number, so he would likely suffer losses. He reassured her not to worry, telling her to just show him how to perform the Ape King style, as these guys had shown up just in time for him to get some practice. One man leaped to attack, calling Zhang arrogant, but Zhang dodged effortlessly. The second man lunged as well, and Zhang responded by using the second form of the Beast King fist to strike in. Badgo rushed forward with his 5-fold lightning technique, but Zhang swiftly kicked him in the private area, causing Badgo to collapse in pain. Zhang couldn't help but feel a little bad about it, but he remarked that they were now 2 men short. He then asked Badgo how it felt to have their precious 5-fold lightning kneels reduced to just 3 knees. Turning to the girl, Zhang suggested they leave and head to the Beast King Martial School to sign him up. She asked if he was serious, and he confirmed. She was amazed, remarking that it was incredible how he had learned the special king style just by watching her once. She added that if there were any moves she didn't understand in the future, she would ask him to teach her. He agreed, and she praised him for his help, saying that with his guidance, she could become stronger in no time. Zhang thought to himself that she had a 7-star potential and would, at the very least, become a high-level awakener, maybe even an Apex level one. He realized that someday he might be the one asking her for help. At the Beast King Martial School, the students were wondering if anyone had seen the instructor at the marketplace, and they were scared that their instructor had returned. Someone said they thought the instructor wouldn't be back for a few more days and wondered what they were going to do now. Someone hadn't even mastered half the moves in the Ape King style. Another student laughed at them for the situation. As one student was sleeping, another asked him to wake up. Zhang with Ji was there. He wondered why everyone was scared of the instructor. She replied that Instructor Baidi was legendary for his thoroughness, and anyone who hadn't completed their tasks would be severely punished. Zhang asked if she had been punished before. She mentioned that it only happened every other day, and she had been there for a month and still couldn't even do the basic moves. He wondered if that was something to brag about. The instructor opened the gate and came in. She asked Zhang to stand at attention. Baidi, after getting their attention, warned that anyone slouching would have to run 50 laps, and they shouldn't even think about skipping on form. They all agreed with him. As Zhang saw Baidi's profile, he realized that the instructor was so strong, being at level 25 and was practically on par with Sizi. The instructor came up to him, asking if he was the one who took down those Exengi clowns the other day. Zhang asked what if he was. Baidi told Zhang to let's see what he was made of and suddenly attacked him. Zhang kept dodging, saying that the instructor was going too far and asking what the point was of attacking a newbie like him. Baidi wondered why he had heard that Zhang mastered the Ape King style just by watching a single demonstration. As a punch was about to hit Zhang, he realized there was no time to dodge it. Baidi patted his head while smiling and said he didn't believe it either until then, but Zhang really was a talented boy. It was too bad that the person who demonstrated the Ape King style for him was a half-baked practitioner, and some of the footwork was totally off. He told Zhang not to worry, as he would personally drill the proper techniques into him later. Zhang thanked him by bowing. Baidi looked at the other students and told them that it was time to see who had been slacking off in their training. He asked them to line up, and each of them would spar with him. Anyone who didn't meet his standards would have to do 500 push-ups followed by a 10-mile run with a weighted vest. Zhang thought it was as expected of an awakener with body enhancement abilities, and even his training was brutally simple. Ji poked Zhang and asked what was wrong. She told him about Baidi, saying that he didn't really teach her much, so after he showed her the right way to do things, could he teach her in private? Zhang agreed, telling Ji to meet him later at the Iron Soul Blacksmith shop after class, and he would be her sparring partner. Ji got excited, mentioning that she thought he would deny her request. He found out that her learning ability had decreased by 90%. She bowed towards him, saying she was looking forward to his guidance. Zhang thought that her ability was basically designed to torture anyone trying to teach her, and he understood why the instructor didn't have much patience for her. The same shift occurred a few days later at the Iron Soul Blacksmith shop, where Zhang was guiding Ji, and she kept making mistakes. He kept pointing out what she was doing wrong. He thought that breaking down the Ape King style into tiny, manageable moments and having her practice each one individually was somehow effective. She just collapsed there, and he thought that there was something to the Beast King fist. After practicing nonstop over the past few days, he had a feeling that his level might be increasing. Kang came by, telling Zhang that she was back. Zhang told Ji to keep practicing while he went to meet Kang. As he stepped outside, Kang said it was so close, and for some reason, there were hardly any wild or mutated beasts left around. They had no choice but to push deeper into the northern forest. To top it all off, the rain had turned into a whole pack of wolves and a storm wolf, and every single one of them was dangerous. Zhang was surprised and asked if she was fine. She agreed, telling him that she managed to hide using the earth-burrowing shovel, and the wolves couldn't find their prey. Instead, they attacked nearby wildmen. She had waited for her chance and snagged something good from the wolves. She then showed him the wild gem, telling him to hold it because he wouldn't get to see something like that every day. Zhang wondered if it was a wind gem. She told him that he had a good eye, and that the little beauty could make even a scrawny little kid conjure up wind blades and storms. Just then, Zhang heard a voice telling him that it was still broad daylight, so he should stop and not take it off. The voice said to let go of his hand, and it would do its best. The Fan family savior-style first form, sword key sweeping cross, was just follow its lead. Zhang wondered what that sound was. The voice continued, saying the bird above sang a joyous tune, a symphony of love amidst the jade green hills. Then the creature spoke again, telling the cursed human that it seemed like it had eaten 2 of them. Zhang then looked at his status, realizing that it was a new ability, similar to the Fire Devourer ability from before. He guessed that the contract gem worked on a delay. The voice then told him there were 2 humans in that shop, Ji and the boy. It seemed to think he was the one who got them in trouble with Her Highness back at the Academy dorms. Zhang wondered if that was a celestial fox. The creature replied that they looked tasty, and it would have them for the luck of the day. It would call the no, and he could have Jie. Zhang wondered if they were being hunted. Sissy took a bath, and as she came out, she saw Zhang's stone start heating up. She understood that he was in danger. Zhang thought it had been quite some time already, so he wondered why Sissy wasn't there. He could feel that those 2 natural order forces were running out of patience and would come at any moment. Kang called him, asking what was wrong with him. Zhang thought that both of the foxes were intermediate rank natural order, and he wouldn't be able to win against them even if he had Kang's help. He then asked her if she could go visit Uncle when she came back. He suggested that she go upstairs to check on him, and he would go buy some ingredients to make food for them. She placed her hand on his shoulder, telling him to be quick, as it had been a while since she last had a taste of his cooking. She also mentioned taking the wind gem with her. He agreed, and as he was leaving, he thought he would bring Ji back in the meantime, or else Zhang and Uncle would be dragged into the situation. Krang told him not to keep her waiting. He got to the smithy's backyard, where Ji was practicing. As soon as she saw him, she asked if she was doing fine. He grabbed her hand, telling her to keep quiet and just come with him. She wondered what was going on. The foxes appeared and asked where they were going. She was able to see her parents, who were actually the foxes. She wondered what they were doing there. Zhang stopped her from going toward them, but she insisted that they were her parents, and it would be fine. He looked at the stats of the 2 beasts. The man asked Ji who the boy was standing next to her, and why it seemed like he was scared of them both. Ji explained that Zhang was her friend from the martial arts school. Zhang gained the dark space ability, which was great for him. She was scared of them, and then the 2 beasts revealed their true identities. Ji was shocked to see that. Zhang told her to forget about them and hold on to him. He started running away while hugging her, but the beasts were coming at them with great speed. One of the beasts scratched his back, causing them both to fall. She wondered if he was fine. He assured her that he was. She wondered why her parents were doing such a thing. Zhang told her to stay back because they were mutated beasts. The beast spoke, noting that it could see through their disguise and rushed to attack Zhang in an attempt to kill him. Even though it slashed at Zhang, he countered, thinking it was so fast that he couldn't even dodge its attacks. Was this the difference in their levels? The other beast reached Ji, calling her name. Zhang realized the situation was bad, and that he wouldn't be able to counter for much longer. Just then, Sissy came by, telling Zhang to move aside. She used her power to kill the 2 beasts with a single attack. After defeating them, she asked if Zhang and Ji were fine. Ji denied it and asked why Sissy had killed her parents. Zhang told her that those were not her parents but natural order foxes who had taken on the appearance of her parents. She couldn't believe him and insisted that they were her parents, crying as she spoke. Zhang asked Sissy why the natural order foxes had reverted to their true forms. She explained that there might be a king-ranked natural order fox within the city, enhancing their illusion abilities. This would allow even lower-ranked foxes to fool higher-ranked individuals. The ones they had killed were able to revert to their true forms because they had been killed outside the city. Zhang thought about it, realizing that if that were the case, he might be the only one able to expose their disguise. He then turned to the beasts and told Ji that these mutated beasts had killed her parents and then disguised themselves as them. He revealed their true identities. She was shocked and wondered how it was possible. The scene shifts to the queen of the mutated beasts, who is sitting on her throne. She mentions that 9 of them were killed in a single week, and it seems that humans have found a way to counter their illusions. One beast wonders why they didn't just slaughter all of them and take over the city. Another beast wonders if they will eat grass for dinner after that. The queen commands them to keep quiet, stating that wiping out the humans would be insufficient and a waste of food. Their top priority was to draw those lurking in the shadows out and then eliminate them one by one. She asks Zeeming, the esteemed vice mayor, if he has any suggestions. Zeeming suggests that it's time to lure other species into the city to stir the pot a bit, thin the herd, and then it will be easier to pick off the strong ones. The queen wonders how he can be so sure that the stronger ones are still in the city. He replies that there are 3 major organizations aside from the city guard and the investigation team, and one of them was key. The city lord was gravely injured by the king and fled, and he suspects that the person was hiding within that organization. He was certain that the person hasn't left the city and was still waiting for them to show a weakness. A beast tells the queen that it thinks bringing in other species was a good idea. The fat beast says he could use a change of taste. The queen agrees, telling them to remember that the king still slumbers. They might have earned his gratitude, but if they step out of line, even for a moment, she will not hesitate to end him. She warns Zeeming not to forget his place before taking her beast form. Zeeming kneels and agrees with her, stating that he has dedicated his life to serving Pearl City. However, he points out that the previous city lord was incompetent, and the city stagnated under his weak leadership. He hopes that Pearl City will eventually be taken over by the strong. She collapses beside the bodies of her parents, crying and apologizing, saying that if she had known what would happen. Stizzy tells her that even if Ji had known, there was nothing she could have done. Zhang tells Sizzy not to say that. Ji shouts that it's enough and that was all her fault, and she was so weak that she couldn't even master the simplest martial arts technique. Why did this happen to her parents, and why she wasn't the one who died? Zhang hugs Ji and tells her it's not her fault. He mentions that he too has lost someone important. The girl was killed by those celestial foxes and posters with the city guard, and he still thinks about that fight. He wonders if he had stopped her from joining the city guard, would that tragedy have been avoided? But deep down, he knows that even if he went back in time, the outcome wouldn't change. Joining the city guard was her dream, and no one could have stopped her from doing that. They couldn't change what was meant to be, and her parents' deaths were not her fault. But they could fight for a better future by becoming strong enough to protect everyone they care about. He assured her that her parents were looking down from heaven now and would be proud of her. She thanked him for the encouragement. Then he mentioned that, as for those freaks in the city, he promised that he would wipe out every last one of them. Just as he spoke, he lost consciousness. He thought he had ordered his body to hold on, but he didn't expect it to last only a short while. After some time, he wakes up in a room to see Sizzy and Ji there. Ji gets happy to see him and asks how long he had been out. Stizzy tells him not to move around too much and to be careful or his wound might reopen. She grabs his hand and tells him that she has made up her mind. She will become strong, and once she does, she will help him wipe out those celestial foxes. He tells her he believes in her and that she can do it. Sizzy calls to Ji, telling her that her home was no longer safe and that it would be better for her to stay somewhere else for a while. This will make it easier for her to ensure their safety. Zhang hears a voice like the king slumbering still, telling Zeeming to remember her place. Zhang realizes it's the voice of Shiyu. He then called Sizzy, telling her he had gotten a lead on the celestial foxes. She asked what it was. A moment later, she told him that Zeeming, the vice mayor of Pearl City, had appeared in a conversation with the celestial foxes and called himself a humble servant, which likely meant he had betrayed the humans. She also mentioned that the king they referred to was the one who could amplify illusions, and these illusions were so powerful that even apex-level awakeners were affected. This had to be the actual king of the celestial foxes. If the king was out of commission, it might be their chance to strike back. She asked for his help to identify the celestial foxes. Zhang agreed to help. In the meantime, Uncle was with Quang, telling her that he was starving for food. She asked him to wait just a bit longer, as Zhang should be back with the groceries soon. The scene shifts to the Purge Squad base, where 3 girls named Manny, Luwei, and Sevaji were gathered. Manny tells the group that the girl needed her help to activate the secret chamber, and now she needed help to activate the celestial curtain. Sizzy only knew how to boss people around. The 3 of them enter a room, and Ji asks Manny if she wants some coffee since it might take a while. Manny mentions she's good, so Ji says, let's start, and completes the solar charge. Manny completes the black curtain, and Luwei completes the light and shadow distortion, activating the illusionary light celestial curtain. They reminded him that after working together for a while, the Purge Squad had finally decided to clue him in on some of their secrets. They were the most secretive organization in the city, and for good reason. They were sworn to defend Pearl City from any threat and purify it from all corruption. As the city's secret weapon, they often undertook covert operations with a dedicated branch within their ranks known as the Barrier Team, which supported those missions. Stitzy told him that there were 3 main members of the team, the leader being Manny, whose ability was the Black Curtain. That pocket dimension dark room space she entered multiple times before was her doing. Then there was Ji, whose ability was solar charge. She could absorb sunlight and channel it into her teammates, keeping them powered up for extended battles. The last one was Liu Wei, whose ability was light and shadow distortion. She could manipulate light and shadow to render herself or anything else completely invisible. Together, the three of them could create the illusionary light celestial curtain, a barrier that dragged any non-king level being within its radius into a pocket dimension, a world of their own making. They could even reshape the environment to confuse their opponents. It was the barrier team's ultimate weapon. Since the celestial foxes use illusions to kill people discreetly, they planned to beat them at their own game. The scene shifts to the street where people were going about their business. Two beasts were walking among the humans. The first beast stared at the second and asked, "What if they captured a few of these humans and brought them back?" The second beast replied that the city had been on edge and it was better to be safe than sorry. The first beast asked if she was scared. She stopped and asked if the first one felt something was amiss. The first beast told her there was nothing wrong and that the second one was just being paranoid. Now that she mentioned it, they wondered where all the humans had gone. Just then, Jimbo appeared with glowing light, preparing to land a punch, but he regretted missing the attack. He wondered if Jimbo was the one who had been slaughtering her brethren in Pearl City. Why was he attacking so brazenly? Wasn't he afraid they would call for reinforcements? Jimbo invited her to call them, saying he would be waiting. He reminded them that according to Zhang's plan, those two were only around level 25 and he should be able to handle them easily. The two beasts rushed to attack him. They struck with her hand, but Jimbo easily blocked it. Then Yura attacked as well, but he blocked that effortlessly too. He wondered if this was for real, and if that was all Jimbo had to offer. She didn't know how the other fools had been taken out so easily. Jimbo landed a punch on Yi so hard that he told her that now she should know it. Yura asked if he see that. Then she went to attack him, promising that he would pay for what he had done. She came so close, but he easily grabbed her hand, saying that he might not be able to see her real form, but he had figured out its size. He added that while her ability was strong for sneak attacks in a street fight, she was nothing. With that, he twisted the fox's hand. As Yi approached again, Jimbo remarked that he came at just the right time and threw Yura at Yi. As they soared through the air, Jimbo leaped and delivered a brutal kick, sending them crashing to the ground. He struck them with enough force to kill them. Yi wondered why they couldn't even defeat their own species and soon realized they had fallen into a trap. Jimbo punched them again, and they were shocked by the brutality of the attack. The blast was intense, and currently, Zhang and Sizzy were watching from a few buildings away. Zhang commented on how strong Jimbo was. Sizzy explained that Jimbo was the leader of their combat division. Zhang mentioned Jimbo's outfit, which gave off a Super Saiyan vibe. Meanwhile, in the original world, Shadbai contacted Sizzy, telling her that the mutated beasts were amassing outside the city and appeared agitated, as though something was provoking them. If they breached the city now, it would overload the illusory light celestial curtain. Shadbai asked Sizzy to go assess the situation outside the city, and if she was worried about Zhang, she could take him with her as well. It would be good training for him in real combat situations. Shadbai continued, saying that for the celestial foxes Zhang had marked, they were already on the radar, and she would have the combat team deal with them. Sizzy agreed with that. Zhang thought about the storm wolves Kang had encountered and wondered if there was a connection. Sizzy told him that they were needed outside the city, and she would send some people to keep an eye on the blacksmith's shop. Zhang wondered if that was the kind of big shot they were dealing with. She replied that it was their boss, and he would meet him after the mission was over. They both went outside, and Zhang mentioned that it was his first time outside the city in a long time. As he approached some plants, Sizzy stopped him. They watched as the plant released something, which spread throughout the area. Sizzy explained that these were called hydrochloric acid grasses, which were highly corrosive. It was the time when the fruits were ripening. The ripe fruits exploded like fireworks, and the hydrochloric acid grass spread its seeds in the same manner. She also mentioned that there was a certain mutated beast that fed on the grass. She suggested that Zhang consider it his first opponent. Since she was going to investigate the mutated beast riot situation, she asked him not to wander too far. Zhang then noticed a rabbit and analyzed it. At first glance, it seemed harmless, but its level was comparable to that of an armed venom-tailed rat. He figured that it wouldn't pay much attention, so he prepared for the first strike. But the rabbit dodged by running away. Zhang used the pearl fist on the rabbit, but it shot something greenish at him, and he was hit. The rabbit started running away, and Zhang realized that the hydrochloric acid grass had been triggered. Zhang quickly thought to dodge the acid, his body moving on autopilot as he analyzed the situation. He kept evading the attacks, realizing that the rabbit had incredible senses and reflexes. His sneak attack proved useless against it, as the rabbit not only dodged, but also performed ranged attacks. The creature seemed immune to the acid, using its cunning to spray more acid and prevent Zhang from getting close. It led him toward the area where the fruits were ripening. After dodging everything, Zhang wondered why the acid hadn't burned him. He realized he had blocked the rabbit's aqua shot with his bare hand. The rabbit's attack strategy was changing, and Zhang speculated that it was due to the flames surrounding him. The bunny then used its power to attack him directly, but Zhang managed to dodge with his player attack. He noted, as expected, the acid evaporates when exposed to flames, and realized that was why Sizzy had been fine with him facing an opponent beyond his level. The bunny grew enraged, speaking in its own language, expressing confusion over why its acid wasn't melting Zhang. Zhang recognized the familiar feeling and concluded that even low-level beasts could possess a second phase of abilities. Zhang then used his dagger to counter the bunny's attacks. As he was scratched, he realized that the creature's claws were coated in acid as well. Zhang remarked that the bunny understood the range attacks wouldn't work and now aimed to get up close to inflict damage. To avoid being melted, Zhang activated the pre-devourer flame reserves, fully enveloping his body in flames as he prepared for the next phase of the battle. Zhang realized his flame reserves were burning through much faster than anticipated. He had to act quickly, so he surrounded the bunny with flames, preparing to attack. By battling, he mumbled if they think they were the only one who can set traps. As the fight progressed, he cornered the bunny in a spot where it had nowhere left to run. Now he was ready to finish it off. With only 3 out of 100 flame reserves remaining, Zhang used his dagger to stab, but the bunny managed to leap out of the way just in time, causing his flame reserves to hit 0. Zhang thinks it was exactly what he wanted, activating his devourer skill. As the flames absorbed the surrounding energy, his reserves slowly began to refill. With renewed energy, he dodged in midair to avoid another attack. Finally, he used his flames to burn the bunny to death, but the effort drained him completely. He checked his stats, disappointed that they hadn't increased. The bunny was still alive, so he knew he had to finish it off. Zhang took his dagger and stabbed repeatedly until the bunny finally succumbed. After the battle, his stats started to improve, and he noted it's expected for a level 9 beast. Taking one of these down rewards me with 2 points in every stats, though it's too bad my level didn't increase. The notification on his screen confirmed that his Fire Devourer had reached full absorption and leveled up to intermediate. His flame reserves increased to 300, a significant boost. Zhang couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. His Fire Devourer ability had leveled up, making the exhausting excursion more rewarding than he had expected. But before he could celebrate, he heard rustling sounds. Turning toward the noise, he saw a large group of bunnies approaching, their eyes filled with anger. Zhang couldn't help but grin. It seemed he had stirred up a hornet's nest. His flame reserves were only 2, and he felt frustrated at that moment because it wasn't enough to handle all those bunnies. Heaven considered using the pendant, but just as he did, the bunnies began to chase him. He quickly ran away, remembering that discretion was the better part of valor. He called out to Sizzy for help. He kept running, but soon realized the bunnies were coming from ahead as well. It became clear that they were coordinating their attacks and flanking him, which made the situation even worse. As they all attacked together, he realized he had no choice but to use his cloth as a shield to withstand the first wave of the assault. Just then, an ice barrier appeared as a shield to protect him. Seeing it, he realized it was the power of Sizzy. She appeared, telling him to stay back as the bullet rabbits went berserk. Sissy manipulated the water, sending it flowing to wash away all the rabbits. Then she froze the water, trapping the rabbits inside. Zhang marveled at the scene. He had barely managed to take down one of the rabbits, giving it everything he had. Sissy remarked that she had only been gone for a short while, so where had all these rabbits come from? Zhang confessed that he didn't know. She turned away, murmuring that it didn't seem like the end of this. A lot more rabbits appeared, and Sissy remarked that it didn't matter how many came. Each one would enter like the others. However, she noticed that the new rabbits were attacking the first group. Sissy wondered if this was due to the alpha, but it should already be dead. It seemed as though the rabbits were completely fixated on something, unaffected by their surroundings. Drawing her sword, Sissy declared that she wouldn't hold back. She finally killed the last rabbit, and as she did, she thought to herself that her suspicion was correct. The answer had to lie within one of the rabbits. She released the frozen bunnies and found a stone that contained a spirit-controlling pill. Zhang approached and asked about it, commenting that it smelled pleasant. Sissy explained that it was a pill created by some organization to control mutated beasts. The beast-taming Zhu clan had finally revealed their hand. The spirit-controlling pills were known to emit a unique aroma, one that only low and mid-level mutated beasts could smell. The scent lured them in, making them crave the pill. It was vastly different from the gem contract. Beasts that consumed it would lose their minds, becoming totally subservient to the one who controlled the pill. Sissy wondered how the Zhu clan actually controlled these beasts. It remained a mystery. The pill wouldn't be digested, and if left there, more beasts would become puppets. She crushed the pill, stating that there was surely a connection between the pills and the beast rampage, and that she would report it to headquarters. Whether or not the Zhu clan was responsible, Zhang would be training with her outside the city until the investigation was complete. He agreed without hesitation, and she appreciated his spirit. Suddenly, they realized someone had been eavesdropping, hiding behind a tree. Without warning, Sissy attacked toward the tree. Zhang, surprised, asked why she had acted so suddenly. She quickly dismissed it, saying it was nothing, but deep down she couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Perhaps it was just her imagination. The scene shifts to the Queen of the Beasts, who sat upon her throne while several beasts stood around her. One of the beasts spoke, reporting that all the celestial foxes living around Craftsman Street had gathered there. She nodded, acknowledging the information, then paused to reflect. Mutated beasts had become more frequent, and she wondered if this was the work of Zimming. But no matter the cause, she decided not to rely on him any longer. This was her time to act on her own. Rising from her throne, she addressed the gathered beasts. As they all know, humans have discovered a way to break free from our mental control, causing severe casualties among our kind. Over the past week, they have observed that most of our fallen comrades were operating near Craftsman Street. She paused for a moment before continuing that she wants them all to relocate to that area. It's highly likely that they will target us next, and she wants them to create a scene and make the humans believe they have stumbled upon something important. Her plan was clear: that they will make them think that these beasts are fleeing, forcing them to act rashly. She needed to know exactly who they were dealing with. The beasts nodded in agreement, ready to carry out her orders. The scene then shifts to the forest, where a group of rabbits were wandering. Zhang suddenly leaped from his hiding spot, using his weapon to kill one of the rabbits with a Nightwalker strike that had been dormant until now. The other rabbits quickly scattered, and Zhang thought to himself, after a solid week of grinding against bullet rabbits, he had finally reached level 6. Not only that, but he had also mastered their attack patterns and weaknesses. As the rabbits prepared to attack him, Zhang swiftly neutralized their ranged acid attacks without taking any damage, which only served to enrage them further. In retaliation, the rabbits drenched themselves in acid and charged at him for a close-range assault. The acid was flammable, but it burned out too quickly to be lethal. However, if he used the Scarlet Serpent scales as fuel, the flames would never die out. He considered calling it the Fire Devourer, 3 flavors of real fire. But upon further reflection, he found the name a bit too cringy. After killing them all, Zhang thought to himself that he had only collected so many serpent scales during this time, and now he had used them all. It had been a lot of kills in one go, and it was enough to trigger a level up. He analyzed his stats and found that his level had increased by 1, along with a boost in his attack power. He was surprised to see that the contract gem had leveled up as well. He had thought it was tied to his own level, but when he had moved from level 4 to 6 earlier, nothing had happened, and the contract gem had stayed at level 4. It wasn't about his level. Rather, the contract gem leveled up separately. He wondered what kind of power he would unlock this time and hoped that it would be something combat-related. Suddenly, a dark aura emanated from one of the rabbits, and it began to darken before his eyes. Zhang was confused, wondering if it was still alive. He raised his flares once again, taunting the rabbit to come at him as many times as it wanted. He wasn't the same pushover he used to be. The rabbit leaped at him, and Zhang aimed to stab it with his weapon, but it flew away instead. Zhang stood there, perplexed, wondering if he had killed so many bunnies that they were now returning as vengeful spirits. He muttered to himself that whatever the rabbit was now, whether it was a ghost, a demon, or a vengeful spirit, he would kill it. With determination, he launched another slash attack and finally ended the creature's life. As he looked at the lifeless body of the rabbit, he wondered when the rabbits had gained such a technique. He stabbed the corpse a few more times, considering the possibility that it had been controlled by the spirit-controlling pill. Upon further inspection, however, he found something different from the pill. He attempted to analyze it, but failed repeatedly. He thought to himself that it had been a long time since he'd encountered something this elusive. Finally, after much effort, he managed to successfully analyze it and discover that the rabbit had been infused with Nethermist essence. He saw a powerful beast battling numerous opponents with the help of the stone. After a long and grueling battle, all of them perished. Zhang felt as though it was something rare, akin to the wind gem. He wondered how to activate its effect, as direct contact hadn't worked, unlike during the previous awakening, and questioned whether he might need to swallow the gem. It had come from the black goat's body, now that he thought of it. He then referred to the beasts as insignificant, weak insects, wondering if they thought they had the luxury of choice. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through him. As he looked around, he saw Jing being killed. She asked him to promise that, no matter the setbacks he would face, he must survive. Tears welled in her eyes. Fueled by rage, he vowed not to die, not before he killed every last one of those foxes. He checked his profile and discovered that the gem had activated. He found a newly fused combat ability, one that enhanced both offense and defense in a single move. It seemed that the power depended on how much Nethermist he used. He marveled at his growth potential, which had increased by 3 entire stars. The Nethermist body was incredibly powerful. Despite his joy, tears streamed down his face, and he wondered what it meant. Was it regret, joy, or anxiety? Soon he would have the strength to avenge Jing. A few men approached. One asked if Zhang was all right. The second man suggested they leave, as it was none of their business. The third man suggested they hurry into the city while there were no mutated beasts nearby. The first man continued calling out to Zhang. As Zhang rose, dark aura swirling around him, he assured them he was fine. However, even though he spoke calmly, the men were terrified and fled, referring to him as a ghost. Zhang noticed his nether mist had increased. He realized that he could absorb the fear of others and convert it into nether mist. The mist felt different from usual. It didn't even count as regular energy. He could shape it however he desired. Curiously, he formed his hand into a wolf-like shape and wondered how powerful it might be. He experimented with the aura by attempting to deal the lowest possible damage. To his surprise, he easily sliced through a dream using just 1 point, but he found it much harder than he expected. He used more nether mist, cutting the dream into small blocks. It was fascinating. Cutting through things felt as effortless as slicing butter. The ability to block attacks made it quite versatile. He realized that if used properly, this ability could become his trump card against even high-level mutated beasts. Determined, he decided to keep secretly growing stronger with the help of the Purge Squad. Stizzy arrived after calling him and was amazed to see the nethermist beast, the one he had encountered earlier. He felt a sense of déjà vu, which reminded him of Chman. He then explained what had happened, and she was surprised to hear that he had consumed the nethermist essence. She wondered if he was seeking a death wish. She shouted at him for ingesting something he didn't understand, asking if he even realized how close he had come to death. He thought it shouldn't be too bad, as he had analyzed it beforehand. He told her it was fine and that if there had been any problem, he could have always made himself vomit it up. She questioned what would happen if he couldn't throw it up and suggested that it could be a parasite. He asked if she was implying that the thing he had eaten could actually be dangerous. She explained that nethermist beasts were creatures of unknown origin with no specific form, usually residing within other creatures. The black mountain goat and the bullet rabbit he mentioned were probably puppets controlled by these nethermist beasts. When the host died, the creature burrowed into one of its organs to wait for the next host. John was shocked to hear such things and wondered if it had latched onto him. The intense pain he had felt when he swallowed it might have been the nethermist trying to take over his body. He wondered if he was fine, meaning the creature must have failed. Sissy didn't even know and told him that he was unique. Maybe he had some other kind of monster residing within him, something that fought off and eliminated the nethermist beast. Or maybe it was Mary, because he could exert absolute control over himself, making him unaffected even if parasitized. But if he underwent any mutation, she would cut him down. He got scared and apologized. A spider suddenly appeared, surprising them both and making Sissy scared. She shouted several times, and the spider quickly scurried away. She then hugged Zhang, telling the spider to get away from her. He reminded her that she was still terrified of bugs, just like when they were kids. He recalled once when she was reading a book under a tree, and he came over to tell her he had found something. She asked to see it, and when he showed her a bug, she got scared and asked him to take it away. As the bug flew away, Zhang told her that the new friend he had just caught was scared of her. She teased him, calling him a silly boy. She reminded him that he had so many companions at the orphanage who could be his friends, so why would he choose a bug as his friend? He replied that the kids at the orphanage would leave one day, so what would he do then? She hugged him, promising that no matter what happened, she would always be his friend. He asked if she would ever take back her promise, and she agreed that she wouldn't. He stopped reminiscing and patted her on the head. She froze and pulled away, asking why he was holding her so tightly. He freed himself, telling her to just remember that in the wilds, never underestimate the danger of something she don't recognize, and there's no such thing as a free lunch in that world. He might have gotten lucky that time, but he must never let his guard down when he encounters similar things in the future. She told him to never forget it. He thought she had become distant and cold after joining the Purge Squad, but he realized he was wrong. She was still the same Sizzy, always looking out for him, even if she didn't show it. Just then, a stone she carried began to glow, and she seemed puzzled. After a moment, she understood and told him that her investigation mission and his special training were temporarily over, and they needed to head back to Pearl City. When he asked what had happened, she explained that the team leader, Jinbo, had been badly injured by the Celestial Foxes, and she needed to return to provide support. Zhang asked why they didn't call for backup and what about the other investigation teams outside the city or teams in other cities. She replied that they couldn't risk alerting the Foxes to their presence. Besides, things were complicated outside the city, and she would explain more on the way. As they walked, she explained the situation outside the city. No one knew when it all started, but ever since the cataclysm, mutated beasts had run rampant, and the survivors had no choice but to build walls to protect what little remained. With travel so dangerous, mapping the outside world had fallen to the investigation teams and a handful of independent awakeners. According to the investigation team's last intel, the areas around Pearl City with the lowest concentration of mutated beasts were a handful of villages and some savage territories. Farther away was the sea, but due to the presence of apex-level mutant beasts, no one had dared explore further. They didn't even know if there were any other cities beyond it or what lay beyond the sea. They finally reached the city, and Sizzy asked a man about the situation inside. He explained that they had been using the illusory light celestial curtain to monitor the city and hadn't detected any unusual activity from the celestial foxes, at least not until recently. The low and mid-level foxes in Craftsman Street had all appeared, and they went to confront them, but it turned out to be a trap. The enemy leader was there as well. Jinbo was severely injured while covering their retreat, and the captain wanted Sizzy to temporarily take over Jinbo's responsibilities. She would be leaving the team to help keep Pearl City safe. She then understood the gravity of the situation. Zhang asked if she needed any help. She declined, telling him to go back to the blacksmith shop and that she would find him when she had some free time. He agreed and wished for Sizzy and Jinbo to be safe. As they parted, he stretched his body and thought about how exhausting the last few days outside the city had been. While walking, he wondered how Jimin's Beast King feast training was coming along. Suddenly, he noticed that people had stopped and a man called out to Zhang. Zhang was surprised to see him, and even though he tried to analyze the man, he couldn't get his name or any stats. The man told him that Zhang wouldn't be able to see it, and that he was trying to pry into his abilities. Still, the man complimented him, noting that even at high-level analysis, a Awakener could only use their ability less than 10 times a day, yet Zhang seemed to have no such limitations. Zhang thought to himself that he could order his body to forcefully analyze and use it unlimitedly, but how did the man know? He then asked if he could help the man with something. Despite the serene expression of the old man, the aura he exuded sent chills down Zhang's spine. The man suggested they have some fun, and as he demonstrated his power, Zhang understood that trouble was coming. The man asked if Zhang wasn't going to make a move. Zhang replied that he didn't have any reason to fight with him. The man asked if Zhang needed a reason to grow stronger, or was his vow to avenge Jing just talk. Zhang rushed to attack, asking the man to say it again. He wondered if the man was using a spatial rift, but it turned out to be teleportation. The man appeared behind Zhang. Zhang charged forward again to attack, but the man effortlessly stopped him with a single hand, remarking that Zhang still needed to improve his speed. Zhang, surprised, asked if that was for real. In response, he ignited flares with his other hand and attempted a flame-blind attack. However, he quickly realized that the man had become transparent and the flares had no effect. Something felt off. The man calmly told Zhang that while he had his fun, now it was his turn. Standing at a distance, the man used his power to dissipate his afterimage and launched an attack on Zhang using the water element. Zhang couldn't help but wonder how many abilities the old man possessed. He was like a monster. Zhang's reserves were down to only 18 out of 100 Nethermas, so he had no choice but to use it. Charging toward the old man, he formed a shield and planned his moves. First, he intended to land a strike to create an opening, and then he would seize the opportunity for a sneak attack using the Night Walker. He kept executing his plan, thinking that although his strategy was clever, he was too weak to make it work. The man countered with an attack that forced Zhang to fall back. Impressed, the old man commented that it was remarkable Zhang could withstand such power at his level. Zhang, however, felt it was unfair. The old man then suggested they have a conversation. Now able to move more freely, Zhang realized the old man had gone to all this trouble just to test him. His power was on an entirely different level compared to Jinbo and Sizzy. Suddenly, the old man turned invisible, and Zhang realized that only someone with such extraordinary strength could pull off such a feat. He wondered if the old man could be the captain of the Purge squad. As Zhang got up, he greeted the man, asking how he should address him. The old man, amused, noted that Zhang was being coy, mentioning that names were merely labels, and he could call him whatever he liked. Then he asked if Zhang had truly forgotten his name. Zhang thought to himself that it seemed the Purge squad had already learned everything about him, but he couldn't understand why the old man, now revealed to be Situ, would expose himself like this. What was his purpose? Both of them sat down, and Zhang, now addressing him as Situ, asked what had brought him there. Situ replied that Zhang shouldn't overthink it, especially before learning how to block others from reading his mind. Zhang was taken aback by this revelation. Situ continued, explaining that in the 2 centuries since he arrived, Pearl City had never seen anyone with an unlimited level ability until Zhang appeared. How could his curiosity not be piqued? Zhang, still trying to process the information, asked if Situ was implying that he, Zhang, was an unlimited Curvin Awakener. He also wondered what this unlimited concept even meant. He had always thought that the apex level was the highest an Awakener could reach, just like with his own abilities. Situ responded that no matter how powerful an Awakener became, they were still bound by a single ability for their entire life. However, unlimited level Awakeners had the ability to break free from these limitations. They could remove the cap on the number of abilities they could possess and continuously awaken new ones. Situ admitted he had been curious and wanted to know more. Then Situ asked Zhang if his unlimited level ability, the Path of Others, was a copy of the unlimited level ability, the Contact Gem of Zhang. Situ explained that he wouldn't ask Zhang to do something for nothing, regardless of the outcome. As a token of gratitude, he would give Zhang something, and in return, he would answer any question Zhang had. Zhang asked what would happen if he refused. Situ then revealed a gift, telling Zhang that he was welcome to take it, suggesting that perhaps Zhang would want to see it first. The bracelet, which Situ called the Golden Treasury, was an item he had used quite a bit in the past. It contained a skill called storage, and Situ trusted that Zhang would understand its significance. Zhang was impressed by Situ's generosity. He was excited because the storage space was exactly what he needed at that moment. As Zhang reached to touch the bracelet, Situ moved his hand closer, asking Zhang to hold out his own. When Zhang complied, Situ used his power, and then Zhang asked if it was done. Situ confirmed, explaining that he couldn't copy Zhang's ability, nor could he replicate any of Zhang's derivative abilities, which made Zhang's powers truly unique. Situ then handed the box containing the bracelet to Zhang, telling him it was now his. Zhang thanked him, and upon touching the bracelet, began analyzing it. To his shock, he saw a girl tied up with ropes. He wondered if this was part of the process used to create the bracelet. The fire that was dropped on the lady made her writhe in pain, and Zhang couldn't help but think they had used a human life to craft this special piece of equipment. He found such an act to be incredibly cruel. Zhang asked Situ if it was true that all special equipment was made in such cruel ways. Situ replied that this had been the method for 2 centuries. Even though it was now explicitly forbidden, there were still criminals who secretly sacrificed people for these objects. He had originally wanted to destroy the bracelet, but in Zhang's hands, it could perhaps be used to bring justice to those who deserved it, allowing the souls used to craft the bracelet to finally rest in peace. Zhang then asked what Pearl City had been like 200 years ago. Was everyone treated that way, their lives discarded so casually? Segu nodded sadly, recounting the past. 200 years ago, during the reign of the Zhu family, the city was ruled with an iron fist. Everyone was a slave to their whims, with no future or hope. Men toiled day and night for scraps of food, and women with beauty were selected as slaves for the Zhu family, becoming playthings for the young masters. From the moment children were born, they were brainwashed and forced to swear loyalty to a family that saw them as nothing more than tools. The elderly, who could no longer work, were used as food for the mutated, tamed beasts of the Zhu family. If anyone awakened an ability, they were either enslaved or sacrificed, used as ingredients to fuel the creation of more equipment. Due to the Zhu family's many crimes, some capable individuals quietly gathered strength and, in time, overthrew the family's rule. Zhang understood the situation, and as he stood up, Situ asked if he had any more questions. Zhang, impressed by Situ's power, asked why he didn't handle Princess Yu himself and liberate the city once more. Situ replied that it wasn't a matter of will, but one of inability. He explained that Zhang might have the impression that Pearl City was weak, but that was far from the truth. The city had been caught completely off guard by the intrusion of the celestial foxes, but its defenses were far more robust than Zhang realized. The city's investigation teams tracked and drove mutated beasts away from the surrounding wilds, and the Purge Squad was stationed near the city gates, secretly handling these beasts. Moreover, the king's divine artifact, the Sun and Moon Pearl, resided within the city. Within its range, all living beings were suppressed, with their power capped at level 40. Even if a king-level mutated beast attempted to invade, it would be downgraded to the apex level. Without a doubt, Situ was the strongest apex-level being in the city, but as things stood, the situation was more complicated. Zhang then mentioned Bai and asked if Situ was implying that they had a traitor in their midst. Situ confirmed, telling Zhang that with the city lord still missing, the only person who could control the artifact, aside from him, was a remnant of the Zhu family, or one of those who had sunk into the shadows after their reign of terror had ended. The Zhu family head had shut down the Sun and Moon Pearl artifact, and then ordered the opening of the gates for the celestial foxes. Zhang realized that the recent surge in mutated beast activity was all part of their plan. He couldn't understand why they hadn't eradicated those people completely when they had the chance. Siga replied that after overthrowing the Zhu family's rule, they had been trying to clear out the remnants, but it was like trying to remove weeds. The Zhu family had operated in Pearl City for hundreds of years, establishing deep and extensive underground roots. Zhang thought about it and agreed. The Celestial Fox's invasion made no sense. He then began to wonder about the real objectives of the Zhu family. Was the city lord dead or alive? Why were the mutated beasts uprising? What kind of power did the Celestial Fox King wield? Without answers to these questions, Sidu would have to act with extreme caution. If he fell into the enemy's trap and died in battle, Pearl City would truly be doomed. It reminded Zhang of the wars in his past life, where nuclear weapons were only deterrents, never to be used unless absolutely necessary. Even though Princess Yu was provoking and killing, anyone could be impulsive, except for Situ. Situ then spoke, telling Zhang that although he might not be able to copy his abilities, they still needed him. He asked if Zhang would be willing to join the Purge Squad. He extended his hand toward Zhang. Zhang accepted the handshake, agreeing. The scene shifted to the Iron Soul blacksmith shop, where Kang was busy at work. She walked in and asked what was wrong with her, noticing that she had been repairing equipment so late into the night. Kang replied that she was just trying to make the most of her free time. Ji then remarked that it had already been a few days and she wondered if Zhang would come back. Kang teased her, asking if she missed Zhang already and noting how distracted Ji seemed lately. Ji denied it, explaining that it wasn't about missing him, but that she had no one to guide her during her training these past few days. She also couldn't help but wonder how he was doing out there, and if he might run into any danger. Kang, seeing an opportunity to tease her, remarked that Ji was acting like Zhang's little wife, claiming she did miss him every single day. She blushed, feeling shy, and quickly denied it. Chang, laughing, decided to stop teasing her. She then took a knife and dipped it into the water, telling Ji that, actually, the village and the dangerous mutated beast areas outside the city had already been marked. As long as Zhang didn't venture into those areas, he would be fine. She asked if there were villages outside Pearl City. Khan confirmed, explaining that these villages were often isolated, backward, and xenophobic. Many of them even worshipped mutated beasts like gods. If anyone happened to travel through the wilds and encountered one of these villages, they should just keep moving and trust her instincts. Otherwise, they might be captured, enslaved, or even sacrificed. She was surprised and wondered why, as humans and students, they weren't able to communicate with these people. Khan explained that they could hardly be considered human in the traditional sense. In the wild, the most dangerous things weren't the mutated beasts, but the savages. Some of them wore masks and stalked silently, and they would never see them coming. Just then, a shadowy figure approached Ji from behind, causing her to freeze in fear. She asked if it was like that. Kang nodded in agreement, and just as Ji was still in shock, Zhang appeared, wearing a mask to further frighten her. Kang, however, wasn't scared. He swiftly kicked Zhang in a private area, causing Zhang to double over in pain. After a moment, Zhang tried to act as if nothing had happened, complaining that Kang was being mean. Ji, still uncertain, asked who he was. Zhang hesitated before removing the scar mask from his face, his body trembling. Both Kang and Ji relaxed when they saw his face, and Kang playfully rubbed his head, commenting that Zhang had come back without saying a word and tried to scare them with his spooky act. Zhang explained that he had overheard their conversation about the savage villagers and thought he'd lighten the mood a bit. He never expected Ji to turn around and kick him. Ji then asked about his training. Jai replied that he planned to spend some time inside the city walls working on his skills. Ji shrugged off her overcoat and mentioned that she had just found a clue about Shanshan that day and was planning to head out of the city alone. She also asked Zhang to take care of Uncle Liu. Zhang wondered why she was in such a hurry. She was about to leave when she sent a let's just say someone has been waiting for his return, and she don't want to get in the way. Ji then mentioned that it was getting late, so she would head back to her room to rest. Just as she reached the door, she turned back and called to him, telling him that she was glad he came back safely. Zhang, reflecting on her words, realized that ever since he arrived in this world, it was the first time he truly felt at home. As he stood there lost in thought, Uncle appeared and commented that Ji had already left a while ago, so why was Zhang still standing there grinning? Zhang was surprised to see Uncle there. Uncle then asked him to listen carefully. The first thing in the morning, he needed to find Zhang and tell her that Uncle was seriously ill and she should leave the city. Zhang asked what happened to Uncle. Uncle smacked Zhang on the head and told him not to give him that look, adding that he wasn't senile and certainly wasn't sick. It was all an act. He explained that Shanshan had been missing for a long time and had most likely encountered some misfortune. Uncle knew his daughter's strength well, but he was still concerned. Kang wanted to investigate Shanshan's whereabouts, but Uncle feared that she would also fall into danger. That's why he had to act like he was sick, keeping her from taking any risks. Zhang was about to respond, but Uncle continued, saying that Kang was deeply loyal. Once she set her heart on something or someone, she became even more determined. She wouldn't easily take risks if that was the case. Zhang appreciated what Uncle was doing, understanding the depth of his concern. Uncle was sitting there smoking, telling Zhang that he had a real talent for forging. However, he added that Kang wasn't much of a teacher. Honestly, she had never been passionate about forging, and there were too many gaps in her knowledge. Uncle decided that for the next few days, he would teach Zhang the meaning forging technique. Though the technique might not be a great secret, it was still a unique skill of the Liu family, so Zhang needed to pay close attention to it. Zhang nodded in agreement, assuring Uncle that he wouldn't let him down. Just then, Zhang heard Jing's voice calling to him, telling him to keep going because she was waiting for him. Zhang believed that just as his uncle had wished, Kang remained in the city. True to his promise, his uncle began secretly teaching Zhang the forging technique, which Zhang had been practicing with the Nethermist. Over time, he had gained much better control over it and could shape it into far more precise forms. Zhang had mastered the first 3 styles, including the Ape King and Yahi Knight. One night, while meditating, Zhang swore he heard the familiar voice of Jing. He had to be certain, he had to purge the squad. He turned to Situ and asked if he was sure that no celestial foxes were disguised as humans around the Blacksmith district. Zhang could have sworn he heard something. Situ replied that they had already swept the entire area, and there was no way a celestial fox could be there. Zhang thought to himself that if it wasn't the Whisperer of the Winds, then Jing wasn't dead and was still out there somehow. For revenge and answers, he vowed to rip the mask off the celestial fox that had disguised itself as Jing. The scene shifts 3 days later to a night where a man sneaks into the Su family's house. He quietly enters the room of the lady, murmuring that his little drug had worked perfectly on her. He pulls the blanket off her, commenting that people said the Su family's daughter was incredibly beautiful, with curves in all the right places and skin like white jade. He touches her hand, telling her that tonight he would taste the truth and see if the rumors about her were true. All of a sudden, the aviator appeared, and the man wondered who was there. The voice called out to him, referring to him as the short-stacked teddy bear, standing at 5 feet nothing with a face that only his mother could love. The man demanded that whoever it was just show himself. The voice responded, telling the man that he was disliked by women and his appearance grew more twisted by the day, and that he had hurt countless women over the past decade. The voice then asked if it was wrong. The man, now terrified, asked who the voice belonged to. The voice revealed that it had come with an order to take the man's life. Panic set in as the man began to run, thinking that the entire Su family must have been drugged by him. But he wondered what voice that was and whether it belonged to a human or a ghost. As he fled, a sharp point struck his leg, causing him to fall. As he lay there, fear consuming him, the nether mist grew stronger, revealing that the creature was Zhang. Zhang, acting as a ghost, approached the man, asking if he still wanted to keep struggling. Trembling with fear, the man begged for Zhang to stay back. But he couldn't escape. The man fell to the ground, overcome by fear and even urinating himself. Zhang, with a smirk, nudged the man with his foot and remarked that he thought the so-called serial killer Sur was supposed to be tough. Yet the man had gone down so easily. Zhang felt a sense of satisfaction, as though he had completed his first mission. Zhang remarked that it was time to bring the man back to headquarters and let them deal with him. He used his analysis skill to identify him as Zhang Xiaofan. As Zhang read through his stats, he wondered why Xiao was using such a useful skill for evil deeds. It was a waste of his potential. Suddenly, Zhang was hit with a flashback of an incident involving Xiao. In the memory, a lady was begging Xiao to spare her life, but he coldly kicked her, telling her that despite ingesting his drug, she was still so disobedient. He claimed she had her dead husband to thank for her survival. If her husband hadn't died so early, Xiao would never have set his sights on them. Xiao then mocked a city guard who had sworn to defend Pearl City to the death. Now the guard was truly dead, a situation he found deeply ironic. Xiao expressed gratitude to the guard for leaving both of them alive, so he could do as he pleased. Xiao then turned his attention to the lady's daughter, cruelly telling her not to worry because she would soon join her mother once he was done with her. He referred to the girls as his toys, showing no remorse. While Zhang was immersed in this disturbing flashback, Xiao, still seated, suddenly rose and attempted to attack Zhang with a cloud of drug powder. However, Zhang was protected by a shield barrier and the smoke dissipated. Xiao, bewildered, wondered where Zhang had come from and how he dared to interrupt his fun. It was then that the rain began to fall. Xiao continued, saying that the drug powder had been enough to knock out their last mutated beast. Once the beast fell asleep, Xiao would torment it thoroughly. Zhang, unfazed, coldly referred to Xiao as dead meat. Xiao was scared and wondered why it wasn't working. He questioned if it was because of the rain. Zhang used his power to cut off Xiao's hand at the wrist, making him feel an immense amount of pain. Zhang told him that the first blade was for the mother who gave her life to protect her daughter, and the next blade was for the girl who preferred to die rather than submit to him. He continued attacking with the blade, saying that it was in memory of the heroism of the city guard. The next strike was for the righteous detective, and the one after that was to carve the memory of the nameless awakener, the one who fought for justice, deep into Xiao's soul. After taking numerous hits, Xiao was lying down, telling Zhang that he was totally insane. Zhang replied that with the current technology, Xiao could be saved if he received medical attention in time, so Zhang was giving him another chance. He added that as long as Xiao could walk out of that door, he would spare his life. Zhang thought to himself that he was going to make Xiao experience the same despair and terror that he had inflicted on all those innocent people, 100-fold. He told Xiao to remember that this would be his last chance. Xiao, crawling in pain, thought that once he recovered, he would make Zhang pay. He would peel the skin from Zhang's bones slowly. He couldn't afford to die there. There were still so many women he had Mia taken advantage of. He was almost at the gate. If only he could manage to open it, he could escape. He stretched out his hand toward the door handle, but he couldn't reach it. Frustrated, he kept banging on the door. Zhang observed, remarking that Xiao wouldn't even be able to open it. Xiao had his chance, and he had blown it. Now he had failed. With a flick of his power, Zhang killed Xiao, increasing his stats in the process. Zhang thought that wiping out the celestial foxes would be enough to bring peace back to the city, enough to save everyone. But did someone like Xiao even deserve to be saved? Don't be ridiculous, Zhang muttered. People like him deserve to die. There's no need to play the bleeding heart. Just then, he heard a voice mentioning that it was a special day at Hanhai Academy, and that he should find the opportunity to take her. Zhang wondered what it meant. Was it another Xiao? He contacted his captain, informing him that the rapist had been dealt with, but he had picked up something else with his wind whisper. A disturbance at Hanhai Academy. It sounded like they were planning to abduct someone. The scene shifted to the headquarters where Seju was contemplating Hanhai Academy. She attempted to use her powers to send someone there, but was unable to penetrate the barrier. There was some kind of force field in place, and even she couldn't see through it. Whoever had set up that barrier was no joke. Seju instructed Zhang to head over there and report the situation in real time. She would contact Sishin and make sure to handle the situation from her end. Seju warned Zhang not to engage until backup arrived. Zhang agreed and prepared to leave. At Hanhai Academy, the barrier continued to protect the building. Inside, team members walked quietly, their heads concealed by overcoats, each carrying a lantern. One man remarked that they had been searching for 15 minutes with no results. He wondered where Cheng Suling had hidden the girls. The second man told his boss that there was a problem. They had detected a breach in the barrier. The third man, visibly shaken, wondered aloud if they had been discovered. The boss scolded them, saying to don't be so stupid. And they have got double protection. Dragons subduing stones and lanterns. There's no way anyone could detect them. He paused, then added with a hint of concern, but if the intruder triggers Cheng Suiling's alarms, they will be in trouble. Even if they mask our presence, they will never get anyone out with him around. He turned to the other two men, urgency in his voice and hurry up. They were running out of time. No matter what, they must find her. Zhang arrived and noticed a dragon statue on a nearby pole. Curious about its significance, he used his analysis skill on it. After several attempts, he identified it as the dragon's subduing stone, an epic tier item. His mind then drifted to a flashback, a vivid scene of many people being sacrificed, their blood mixing together to forge the stone. Zhang wondered if the dragon's subduing stone had also been created through such a gruesome human sacrifice. But such practices had long been forbidden for public use. The people inside didn't appear to be members of the three major organizations, so could they be remnants of the Zhu family? The beast-taming Zhu family was at the root of the chaos. Zhang wondered about their motives for allowing the celestial foxes into the city and for amassing such vast hordes of beasts. The current operation at Hanhai Academy might offer valuable clues to their true goals. He felt someone approaching and quickly hid. As three men arrived carrying a girl, the boss of the group believed the person who had entered had already left. He remarked that it should be safe now and instructed his team to turn off the lanterns to conserve the little energy they had left as they would need it. He would go collect the dragon's subduing stone, ensuring that no traces were left behind. Zhang analyzed the group, reporting to his leader that the enemy was from the Zhu family. One of them was level 20 with analysis abilities, the second was level 17 with telekinesis, and the third was level 15, a hypnosis awakened. Zhang then analyzed the lantern, realizing that it was the reason he couldn't detect the three men. It had masked their presence. However, it seemed to be running low on energy, and Zhang began to wonder if the girl was their target. As one man carried the girl, Zhang analyzed her and discovered that she was Chen Junting. Her potential was off the charts, resembling an upgraded version of the contract gem. Zhang wondered who the Zhu family planned to control with her. Regardless of their intentions, she was innocent, and he couldn't allow the Zhu family to take her. As Zhang rushed toward the scene, the three men began to flee. He wondered where they were headed and asked Manny if she could track them. Manny replied that she could sense they were moving toward the outskirts of the city, but at this pace, Sizzy wouldn't be able to catch them in time. Zhang declared that he would slow them down. Siju urged him to wait, warning him not to be reckless and to prioritize his own safety first. Zhang responded firmly, saying that the Zhu family was behind all of this, and he couldn't allow them to escape. He might not be able to defeat them, but his Nethermist could buy enough time for Sizzy. As the three men moved through the rain, Zhang summoned a Nethermist beast. The boss of the group was surprised to see such a creature in the city. Zhang thought to himself that it was thanks to the meeting forging technique that the Nethermist camouflage was holding up. However, he knew he couldn't risk being detected by the level 20 analyzer. The boss observed the wolf-like creature and wondered about its strength. He attempted to analyze the beast, but as he did, the wolf attacked, positioning itself behind the boss to strike. The boss dodged the attack and ordered the boy to hypnotize it. The boy focused his power and the hypnosis took effect. Zhang felt his mental energy was practically infinite, rendering mental attacks useless against him. He decided it was time to use that advantage. The man ordered Zhang to stay still, but Zhang planned to make him believe he was under control, getting close enough to strike. The man repeated the command to stay motionless, but Zhang continued to approach, preparing for a sneak attack. The boy and the man were both surprised that Zhang moved. The wolf lunged and sank its teeth into the man's neck. He cried out to his boss for help, but before anything could be done, the other boy, who had been carrying the girl, moved to defend, ordering the wolf to get away. Zhang realized that he had leveled up, and now if he could just hold off the two others, he might have a chance. But the man used crushing gravity to pin the wolf to the ground, and Zhang struggled against it, unable to move. The boss analyzed Zhang, quickly deducing that he was an awakener at low level 9, affiliated with both the Iron Soul Blacksmith shop and the Purge squad. His abilities, however, were unknown. The boss scoffed, dismissing him as just a low-level rookie, no more than a measly level 9 human, and asked if Zhang thought he could pit himself against them. Since Zhang was alone, the boss believed he stood no chance. Zhang felt himself being forced down by the crushing gravity, realizing it was the same trick Situ had used on him last time. The boss coldly told Zhang that he wouldn't be getting out of there alive. Zhang thought that even though the analyzer lacked offensive abilities, his special weapon was troublesome. It seemed that the Zhu family's strength relied entirely on their equipment. Fortunately, despite his body being restrained, the activation of the nethermist and telekinetic abilities wasn't affected. But why wasn't the man using his power to deflect Zhang's attacks? Instead, he was only dodging them. Then the boss attacked, taunting Zhang, asking him to guess whether the ability of Zhang Vastu was taking a toll on his energy and how much longer he could last. Zhang, now in his true form, realized the man wasn't attempting to deflect, he simply couldn't. The man wondered whom Zhang was waiting for. As Zhang attacked again, he decided it was time to test his new move and unleashed the nethermist. His attackers continued to come at him, pondering whether he was trying to draw his last breath in defiance. They were confused by Zhang's unpredictable moves. Zhang smirked, explaining that they couldn't block his attacks because they needed to aim with their hands before using telekinesis. Then he rushed toward the second man, thinking that if he restricted their hands, their abilities would be useless. The man struggled to keep up, realizing Zhang was faster than he anticipated. Unable to move, the man felt the sharp sting of Zhang's attack. In a desperate move, the man used self-inflicted telekinesis to grab Zhang's hand. Zhang quickly realized the man was using his own power against him. The man managed to save himself and told Zhang that it was a nice try. Fortunately, he had forced his right hand free from the restraint. The boss taunted Zhang, asking if that was all he had, and suggesting that Zhang was now out of energy. The man mocked Zhang, asking if he really thought he could get away with trying to take his hands, and then threatened to make him lose his own hand instead. The boss wondered if Zhang truly believed his attack would work, calling it a pathetic effort. Zhang responded by using the flame bind on the man, but the man pushed him back, forcing Zhang to stumble. Nevertheless, Zhang managed to stand on his own. The man smirked, revealing that he had a few tricks up his sleeve. Zhang thought to himself that he hadn't expected their clothes to be fireproof. The two men advanced, declaring that now was the end. Zhang, unfazed, said it was about time. The boss, confused, asked if Zhang meant that it was the time for his death. Zhang replied that it was the time he had been stalling them, and just as the words left his mouth, water surged toward the man, attacking with lethal intent. The boss, surprised, wondered how Zhang could still speak with such confidence even when on the brink of death. He attacked Zhang, landing a hit on his shoulder. Just as he did, Sizzy appeared, rushing forward with her sword to strike. The man was taken aback. It was clear she was the reinforcement he hadn't expected. He was stunned to see that she had taken down the man in a single blow. He even attempted to block her attack, but her slash was so fast that he was forced to fall back. He wondered who she was. She ignored him, continuing her relentless assault. He thought to himself that Zhang had held them all for too long, and now he had to use his trump card. With that, he activated a ring, leaving Sizzy confused. The man conjured lightning, and she demanded that he stop, but he used the chaos to his advantage, creating confusion and making his escape. Sizzy thought it was fortunate that Zhang was still alive, but it was unfortunate that they couldn't capture any of the remnants of the Zhu family alive. Zhang lay there, completely drained. Manny contacted Sizzy, urging her to hurry and bring Zhang back. Sizzy wondered what had happened. Manny informed her that the illusory curtain had been breached. She was shocked to hear such news. The scene shifts to the leader of the mutated beasts and Zeeming, who were standing on the roof of a building. She was holding an umbrella to shield her head. Zeeming asked her the reason for summoning him, wondering if something was the matter. She inquired about the preparations for gathering the mutated beasts outside the city. He replied that everything was ready. Suddenly, they both noticed a flash of lightning, which left them confused. She wondered aloud what that sound was. Zeeming thought of the thunderous call and realized that Zhu's legion had run into trouble. And all those people, he mused, that Fox had to notice it. Then he mentioned that it was thunder. She asked if he saw anything unusual. He denied it, and she pressed, asking if he was nervous. He confessed that he had been scared of thunder since childhood. She referred to him as a useless coward. She considered that the sound must have come from within the city walls, but she couldn't see anything now. It reminded her of a time when a man was at death's door, certain he would die. Yet just as she turned the corner, he somehow disappeared without a trace. To think they managed to escape so brazenly, right under her nose. Looking back, it must have been some sort of high-level illusion. While human illusions couldn't affect their kind, they could still cloud the vision of their surroundings, misleading them. Perhaps the entire city was nothing more than a facade. She remarked that it was quite a cunning plan. She flew away using her domain expansion. Sissy watched the display of power and wondered where the girl from Hanhai Academy had gone. Sissy wasn't sure what had happened, but the illusory curtain was definitely fading. John called out to her, pointing toward the lantern and urging her to use it quickly. But Lady, using her power and multiple eyes to scan the city, soon found someone. She saw a man running with the girl and realized she had almost forgotten about the Saintess in all the chaos. She wondered why the man was leaving the city at such a time. Zieming thought that if she had found him, he needed to act fast. He told her to wait, but she rushed ahead, and he knew he couldn't hold her off. The bad guys were outside the city wall, and he received a report that the Purge Squad had a secret agent embedded within the city. The agent's name was Zhang, who had stumbled upon their operation that night, resulting in the deaths of several humans. The Purge Squad had sent reinforcements, and the agent had no choice but to use the myriad thundering call. A man in the room wondered if Zhang was still alive. The person reporting agreed, but added that he had looked into Zhang and found that, aside from the Purge Squad, Zhang was also connected to a place called the Iron Soul Blacksmith Shop. The man agreed and instructed others to now focus on getting the Saintess out of the city. A voice then asked, what was she doing? The man wondered what that was about. He heard the screams and asked Zijin to report. Zeman arrived and told him to stop shouting, revealing that the plan had failed and Zijin had been killed. The man, frustrated, threw a stone, muttering that all those years had been wasted for nothing. Zeman countered, insisting that the Saintess was still alive and was the worst nightmare of the Celestial Foxes. He explained that Princess Yu knew she couldn't kill the Saintess, so she would surely take her back to the Sea Lord's mansion. The man asked what Zeman was suggesting. Without the Saintess, how could they control the Foxes? Zeman revealed there was a secret passage from the City Lord's mansion that led directly outside the city, and he was the only one who knew about it. They could send the mutated beasts through that passage into the mansion, causing chaos for the Foxes. Zeman would then take advantage of the distraction to get the Saintess out. Another man interjected, pointing out that it was easier said than done. Princess Yu was guarding the mansion, and with the few mutated beasts they had gathered, they would likely fail. Zeman replied that this was why they needed to use Zhang. Princess Yu was monitoring the entire city, and any disturbance would prompt her to act personally. They only needed to send their elite forces to the blacksmith shop to attack Zhang, which would draw both the Purge Squad and Princess Yu into a confrontation. While they fought, they would unleash the mutated beasts on the City Lord's mansion, catching them completely off guard. The man warned that carrying out the plan would mean completely severing ties with the Celestial Foxes. Zeman responded that they had no choice but to succeed, as failure was not an option. He instructed them not to reveal his identity during the operation. Another man praised Zeman, calling it excellent and as expected from a true descendant of the Zhu family. He assured Zeman that they would continue to assist him in his role as the Vice City Lord, and that the fate of the Saintess now rested in Zeman's hands. Zhang woke up in a room, and Cizi asked if he was feeling all right or out of place. As he stood up, he wondered where he was. She explained that this was the Purge Squad headquarters, and things had become urgent earlier, so she had to bring him there first. Zhang noticed Jimbo lying nearby. Sissy mentioned that she had heard Xiu was responsible for the situation, and she was personally moving on it. Since they had already detected their presence, there was no need to worry. Sissy continued, saying that Zhang had already recovered well, especially considering he had taken on 3 opponents who were over 10 levels higher than him and had even managed to defeat one. She wondered how he had managed that. She stepped closer, explaining that such a feat would normally result in an instant kill if the level difference was greater than 5. Sissy introduced Hexu Ji, who had the ability to charge using solar energy. Ji had been the one to treat Zhang's injuries. Zhang realized that Ji was new to the group, so he decided to keep a low profile. Zhang smiled and remarked that he was lucky to be alive. He recalled the saying that what doesn't killing them makes him stronger, and admitted that he owed his survival to them. Without their help, who knows how many times he might have died by now. He had heard that Sissy was strict, but she didn't seem that way. She shrugged it off and said it was nothing, adding that she wasn't maintaining the illusory curtain anymore anyway. With that, she decided it was enough chit-chat. Since Zhang was awake, it was time to move on. Zhang immediately regretted his previous words. Ji spoke up, saying that they needed more comprehensive intel about what had happened the night before. Manny and Lu Wei were in a room with Lu Wei asleep at the time. Manny wondered if the paperwork would ever end. She lowered her head, muttering that she had requested a leave of absence. Lu Wei groggily seconded it, and Manny asked if she had been awake the whole time. She then asked Lu Wei to help with the work. Lu Wei pretended to still be asleep, and Manny shook her, urging her to wake up, but Lu Wei didn't respond. The two of them were playfully messing around when Sidhu walked in, apologizing for the understaffed headquarters and asking them to bear with it for the time being. Just then, Ji and Zhang arrived. When Manny saw Ji, she jumped up, thrilled to see her. Ji mentioned that she thought she could lighten the workload a bit. Manny replied that Ji was always looking out for her. Seichu, however, suggested they get to the point. They had been working under the assumption that the Zhu family and the Celestial Foxes had formed an alliance to eliminate their common enemies, but now said to believe they were not working together. The Zhu family had set up a barrier with a shielding effect, one that interfered with their surveillance. It was clear they were aware of the existence of the illusory light celestial curtain, yet they hadn't informed the Celestial Foxes about it, which meant they were trying to use the illusory curtain for something. Seichu added that submission wasn't the Zhu family's style. However, they were currently not strong enough to take on the Celestial Foxes directly. It led them to the girl they had taken from Hanhai Academy the previous night, and perhaps she was the key to defeating the Celestial Foxes. She continued, explaining that the headmaster of Hanhai Academy, Cheng Xueli, had only one son, Chen Haowen. Records stated that he passed away 14 years ago without marrying or having any heirs. That same year, Xueli suddenly announced that he had a granddaughter named Junting. According to the investigation, Junting had no blood ties to Pearl City, and it was most likely that she came from one of the outside villages. It seemed that Xueli had been very protective of his granddaughter, keeping her away from everyone for the past 14 years. Her citizenship file was as clean as a blank sheet. There wasn't even a record of whether she was an awakener or what her ability might be. Zhang spoke up, mentioning that he knew her, as he could use his analysis on her earlier. He revealed that her ability was called Sanctus Blood. Seta pondered the mention of an outside village and the term Sanctus. He wondered if she was from the Holy Ancestor village, but dismissed the thought. It seemed too much of a coincidence. Zhang, still intrigued, continued to wonder about her ability. The scene then shifted to the city lord's mansion, where Junting was with the leader of the Foxes. She was enjoying a pancake and commented that the place felt so cozy, asking if the lady always lived there. As she looked a bit saddened, Junting asked if something was bothering her. The lady quickly denied it, saying it was nothing. Junting mentioned that she knew just what would cheer the lady up. Her grandpa always said they should eat something sweet when they were feeling down, so she suggested having some tea. The lady, angered, shouted at Junting to just die and made a move to attack her. However, Junting was unaware of any ill intentions. Junting offered the lady a cookie, asking if she wanted to try one. The lady hesitated, but eventually took a bite, finding it delicious. Junting urged her to take another bite, placing it near the lady's mouth. As the lady ate, she wondered why she couldn't bring herself to die. As Junting continued to feed her, the lady admitted it's better. She felt a pang of guilt for having attacked Junting and couldn't understand why she felt bad for a mere human. Junting then sipped some tea and grimaced. She immediately declared it awful, commenting that the water used for the tea was terrible and that the person who made it must have been an idiot. When the lady wondered aloud if she was the one being called an idiot, Junting responded that she was upset about it. She assured the lady she would make a new pot of tea and instructed her to wait. As Junting prepared the tea, the lady began to feel uneasy. She wondered why she was feeling this strange sense of guilt. After all, she was the princess of the Celestial Foxes, and there was no way she could have any kind of flaw. It must be something about that human. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about Junting and began to question who she really was. In the Purge Squad training room, Sissy rushed toward Zhang, explaining that his nether mist and her water element were quite similar. He could control it with his mind and change its form. However, there was one key difference. Her water element was renewable, meaning she could use it over and over again, while his nether mist was a one-time use. This was because Zhang hadn't yet figured out how to convert tangible nether mist back into its intangible form. Sissy continued, saying that if his nether mist could shift between solid, liquid, and gas like water, it would be incredibly useful. Zhang thought about it for a moment, realizing there were some perks to nether mist not being tangible. He didn't have to carry around a bunch of gourds to store it. She moved closer to him and urged him to focus, then instructed him to fall back. However, Zhang decided to use his nether mist, thinking he could use it as a cushion to absorb the blows. Sissy was sent flying into the air, and she remarked that it was fortunate Zhang could convert fear into nether mist, somewhat compensating for its lack of durability. Sissy then used a blizzard attack on him, but Zhang managed to dodge them all, commenting that the attacks were at a relatively low level. Just as he thought he had evaded everything, he noticed the water had captured his legs, then his hands. He realized that the ice had melted into water, and his attention was completely focused on the spikes descending from above. Sissy descended and explained that if his opponent didn't fear him, his nether mist wouldn't last long. Zhang replied that while that might be the case as long as his attack was powerful enough, one strike would be all he needed to defeat his opponent. He then used his nether mist to form a dagger above her. In response, Sissy summoned a water prison, challenging him to show her how strong his attack truly was. As she was inside the barrier, Zhang's attack struck it and easily broke through, leaving her shocked. Zhang calmly remarked that it seemed like he had won. Sissy admitted that it was impressive how his nether mist had surpassed her defenses despite the level difference. She speculated that his nether mist might have descended from some king-level mutated beast, which could have inherited special traits that allowed the nether mist to inflict damage beyond its apparent level. However, she pointed out that Zhang still lacked real combat experience. If this had been a life-or-death fight, he would have been done for. Zhang wondered just how done for he would have been. Sissy then made the water that was holding him captive boil, and he felt an intense heat, wondering when she had gained the ability to boil water. She explained that understanding the nature of his abilities was crucial. He should spend more time studying it. For example, water could return to ice, become hot water, or transform into steam, and each of these forms held the potential to turn the tide of battle. Zhang used his power to create a bug, asking if it was like that. Sissy recoiled in fear at the bug and immediately used a water cannon to push it away, demanding that he get it away from her. Zhang's nether mist quickly refilled, and he absorbed the water into himself. Sissy shook him, urging him to spit it out, as her water element was pure and highly toxic. Zhang feigned unconsciousness and replied that even if the poison didn't get him, choking would certainly do the trick. Sissy apologized, but Zhang mentioned that something felt off. His body felt loose, as if he couldn't control it. Suddenly, his lower body released water, and his pants slipped off. A hand made of water emerged from his shirt, and he wondered if he had awakened a new ability. He checked his stats and saw that the level 6 gems effect had unlocked 2 abilities. He understood the pure water body ability, but he was puzzled by Omnivore. Sissy called out to him, asking if he was okay and whether he was melting. Zhang reassured her, telling her not to worry. He should be able to change back, but it would take some time to adjust. He thought to himself that if the nether mist body and the pure water body shared any similarities, the transformation might work like his nether mist's ability. He focused on his body, trying to feel it out. Suddenly, his body became liquid-like, and then took on a strange form. He realized that it worked. As he returned to his normal form, Sissy turned to find that he wasn't wearing any clothes. She asked him to put on some clothes and, confused, wondered what had just happened to him. Zhang's pants slipped off as he realized that, due to his short stature, he had accidentally consumed the water Sissy created. This triggered the awakening of the pure water body. Sissy wondered about the pure water body and marveled at his rapid growth, particularly with this new ability. She thought to herself that it was a power that water element users could only dream of, and yet Zhang had awakened it without any effort. Was this what it meant to be an unlimited level awakener? She turned back to face him, noticing he still hadn't put on his clothes properly. He asked if she was okay. She nodded in agreement, but then her communication device beeped and she looked concerned. A voice from the other end told her that Iron Soul was under attack and immediate backup was needed. Sissy ordered that all available units in the vicinity be dispatched and said she would follow shortly. Zhang, worried, mentioned that Ji and the others might be in trouble, so he needed to go too. Sissy stopped him, cautioning that it could be a trap. Zhang reassured her, saying not to worry. With his new pure water body ability, if things went badly, he could simply turn into water and slip away. She acknowledged his confidence but reminded him that he couldn't win on his own yet. She urged him to stay close and follow her. Zhang agreed and followed her, determined to help. The scene shifts to the Iron Soul Blacksmith shop, where Sissy and Zhang, accompanied by a few others, arrive to find several defeated assailants lying on the ground. Sissy wonders aloud where all these assassins came from. She then orders the others to form a team, search for any survivors, and set up defenses in case more assassins are nearby. They agree and quickly get to work. Zhang looks around for Uncle Liu, Wang Ji, and Chang. Soon, Kang appears, injured and calling for him. He rushes to her, and she points in a direction, indicating where Liu and Wang Ji are. She tells Zhang that both of them are hurt. Sissy arrives shortly after, stating she will go check on Liu and Wang Ji. She instructs Zhang to keep an eye on Chuan. Zhang tends to Kang's injuries, noticing one of her hands has been severed. When he mentions it, she assures him it's fine. Losing an arm won't kill her. A few people arrive at the stretcher, and Sissy instructs them to take the injured for treatment. Zhang looks at Wang Ji, and Sissy encourages him not to worry, assuring him it's just flesh wounds. Although Wang Ji was unconscious, she reassures him that he will be fine. As Kang was taken for treatment, she tells Zhang that as long as Liu and Wang Ji are safe, she will feel relieved. However, she warns Zhang to be cautious, as the assassins were specifically targeting him. She wonders if he has made powerful enemies. Zhang responds, telling her not to worry about him and to focus on recovering. She was taken away, and Sissy told Zhang that it was no longer safe in the city. The Purge squad would take them to a safe house outside the city for treatment. Zhang felt guilty, knowing that everything had happened because of him. He mentioned that the beast-timing Zhu family, who had only visited Pearl City once, was behind this attack, and they wanted him dead. Stizzy stated that arrangements were being made for someone to investigate. Zhang overheard someone mention that energy fluctuations had been detected in the area and many of her kind had been slaughtered nearby. Could they be involved? Zhang recognized the voice of Xiu, his classmate. The wind whispered clearly, indicating that she was close. Xiu remarked that it was better to waste food in times like these than to let any threat go unchecked. Suddenly, they were attacked. But Zhang, noticing the danger, quickly grabbed Sizzy and leaped to safety. Xiu, impressed, acknowledged that he had sensed her attack. He asked Sizzy if she was all right. She responded, telling him that the operation had been top secret, so how could Xiu have arrived so quickly? Zhang speculated that she had been monitoring the entire city. As she called his name, he greeted her, remarking that it had been a while. He tried to analyze her, but Sizzy interrupted, telling him she would hold Xiu off. Without hesitation, Sizzy launched a blizzard attack at Xiu, and Zhang realized the range wasn't enough for him to analyze Xiu properly. Xiu, unfazed, thought to herself that Sizzy hadn't even hesitated to use a lethal move on her. It seemed her identity had been exposed. She then revealed that they were the ones behind everything and with a wave opened a portal behind Sizzy, launching a strike at her. Sissy raised her shield to protect herself, but she quickly realized that Xiu had broken through her defense with a single blow, shattering the shield. Xiu thought to herself that even though Sissy knew who she was, Sissy still couldn't see through her illusions. Sissy was merely reacting to the shift in the cold air around her attacks. Xiu taunted to let's see if she can dodge her attacks now. Sizzy, sensing the cold air, quickly realized that the attack was coming from all directions. Zhang shouted at her, urging her to move up and to her left. Sizzy thought to herself that she was glad Zhang was there. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to resist at all. Zhang continued guiding her, calling out directions. 3 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and 9 o'clock. Now 4 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and 10 o'clock. Sissy dodged the attacks with precision as Zhang directed her movements. Xiu, perplexed, wondered how Zhang knew the pattern of her attacks. As she prepared to attack him, Zhang focused, determined to dodge with everything he had. Xiu thought to herself that, as she suspected, he was dodging every single attack perfectly. He must be the one who could see through their illusions. I should have killed him from the start, Xiu mused, but let's see how long he can keep up with this. Zhang realized he couldn't continue dodging and guiding Sizzy at the same time. He kept moving, calling out 3 circles to the left, 3 to the right. Then he got close to Sizzy and used his powers to create a barrier made of nether mist to protect them both. Turning to Xiu, Zhang said with a smirk that she seemed a bit angry today, and did she get dumped recently? Xiu smirked, finding it amusing that Zhang had hidden himself so well. They had tested his abilities time and time again, and he always managed to slip through their fingers. But now, there was no time for him to escape. With a mocking tone, she attacked, saying that he might be able to handle 3 tails, but she wondered if he can handle 3,000. Sizzy quickly erected another barrier over Zhang's, sensing the immense power behind Xiu's attack. Zhang watched as his nether mist steadily drained, his energy dropping by 50%. He felt the pressure mounting, and Xiu taunted him to let's see if he can last even a second and consider it his win if he make it that long. The nether mist was almost gone, reduced to 0 in just 0.9 seconds. Zhang thought grimly that he had given it his all, using 100% of his nether mist in one go. Yet, it barely slowed Xiu down. Was this it? Just then, a projection of Situ appeared, urging Zhang to listen closely. Situ said that he can only create this opportunity for him once. Zhang's mind raced, wondering what this projection of Situ meant. The power to situate herself overwhelmed Xiu, and she wonders what was happening. Situ asks Zhang to handle the situation. Zhang agrees, using the nether mist at full range, and then grabs Sizzy's hand to flee from the area. Xiu was captured, and in her anger, she declares that they won't escape her. Though she doesn't free herself if they both manage to get away, she orders every fox to find Zhang and not let him escape. After a while, they reach the safe house of the Purge Squad, located outside the city. There, Kineg was lying on the bed, while Zhang stands beside her. She tells him that he's now part of the Purge Squad and that Pearl City has fallen into the hands of the foxes. Zhang acknowledges this, explaining that they were lying low for now, but it was no longer safe in the city. He apologizes, saying it was all because of him. Kineg reassures him, mentioning that it was just her arm and she was still alive. Furthermore, she owes him for saving Liu and the others. He promises that he will find a way to reclaim the blacksmith shop. Until then, however, he fears she will have to remain hidden outside the city. Sizzy reflects on how Zhang had grown so much while she was absent, especially when he was helping her escape. Kinag tells him that Sizzy was waiting for him, urging Zhang not to let Kinag keep him from what truly matters. Zhang steps out of the room, asking Sizzy if she needs anything. She wonders what he just called her. Zhang feigns innocence, blaming Kinag for the mix-up, calling Sizzy the little girl and saying that Kinag had gone and messed up her name. He had been calling her big sister Sizzy and had been polite, but now it felt strange, especially after everything they had been through. After all, he had lived 2 lives and was much older than her. She told him not to mind as it was just a title anyway, and he could call her whatever he liked. She then asked him to come with her for a while. As they began moving, she told him that his identity had been exposed, so he probably couldn't return to Pearl City for some time. He would need to wait for orders from the captain. The intel he provided during the mission was extremely valuable, and they shouldn't forget about the whole rapist mission. He had handled it like a pro. To show her appreciation, she handed him a liquid and told him to think of it as a little reward from the Purge squad. He wondered if it was the golden blood. She confirmed, saying that it was from Jinmo himself, and explained that he would need to draw and store it periodically. The liquid had immense healing properties and was usually used to treat their wounded or to extend the lifespans of their most esteemed veterans. She asked him to try consuming it on the training ground to see if he could inherit any of its power. She also mentioned one more thing. The golden blood was a bloodline-based ability. This meant there was a chance it could be passed down to his descendants. She just wanted to make him aware of it, warning him not to get entangled with any gold diggers. Zhang thought that it was just a chance, not a guarantee. Besides, who knew if he would even have a wife someday? That was why he was thinking so far ahead. He drank the liquid, focusing on his training with the nethermist body and pure water, hoping not to disappoint himself. Sizzy asked how it felt and whether he had gained any abilities. He replied that he didn't feel any noticeable change. Suddenly, he noticed red liquid on his hand, so he used analysis and wondered if it had worked. As he examined his stats, he realized that Omnivore was an unlimited level ability. The pure blood body allowed him to accurately sense the condition of any target simply by being near them. Sissy asked what was wrong with him, noticing his reaction. Zhang was able to see a scar on her face. She replied that it was nothing and asked him not to worry about her. However, Zhang felt there was more to the scar than met the eye. Sissy asked if there had been any other changes. Zhang mentioned that in his new form, he could sense the life force of every living creature around him and could merge with them to heal their wounds, including scars. Sissy then asked if he could heal Krang's arm as well. Zhang replied that as long as there was enough blood, theoretically, he could even reconstruct an entire body from a single piece of skin. He believed that the pure water body was meant both for defense and for healing others. Sissy urged him to stop waiting and suggested they go help Kilan. He agreed. Then he asked Sissy if they had ever had a proper conversation, not as teammates, but as old friends. She agreed to that. The scene shifted to the wilderness outside the city, where a few animals were drinking from a lake. Birds flew away, making sounds as they took flight. A huge pack of mutated beasts was approaching the area. Manny was with Situ, and as Shaheen looked at the old records, she wondered if he was looking at the records of the Holy Ancestor Village. She asked him the reason. He mentioned that she might not remember, but although the Zhu family committed many heinous acts while in power, they were originally considered heroes for helping everyone survive the Great Winter Calamity. The head of the family, Zhu Qiang, merged with the sun god bird and flew into the sky every day, bringing light and warmth to the people. He persisted in this for 10 years until he finally died from exhaustion. Saichu knew that after Qiang's death, he was buried in Sunset Mountain outside Pearl City, and the survivors outside the city honored him by guarding his grave. Centuries later, these people married and had children, gradually forming a village now known as the Holy Ancestor Village. Many wondered how any of this was related to the current Holy Ancestor Village. Saichu explained that every 100 years, a saintess would appear in the village and her bloodline could protect the village from any mutated beast attacks. Manny was surprised and asked if Sidhu was saying that Junting was the saintess from the Holy Ancestor Village. Sidhu replied that the Zhu family must be planning to use the saintess to control the Celestial Fox clan. Manny wondered why the saintess had appeared at Hanhai Academy and why the Holy Ancestor Village remained quiet while something like that was happening. Sidhu speculated that it might have been intentional. If they claimed that the saintess was being held prisoner within the city, the Holy Ancestor Village could use it as a pretext to launch an attack on Pearl City. Manny asked why they would do such a thing. Saichu explained that 150 years ago, Pearl City had a tyrannical ruler. To prevent the Zhu family's mistakes from happening again, the Purge Squad had listed her as the top wanted criminal. Eventually, they successfully expelled her from the city with the help of the current city lord. Later, she somehow became the leader of the Holy Ancestor Village. Perhaps she never gave up on taking back Pearl City, and she had been waiting for the perfect moment to strike back. The Purge Squad had set up many safe houses outside the city. These safe houses were hidden, some built into rocks and others concealed underground, and even some up in the trees. The scene shifted to safe house number 3, where Sizzy heard some voices and wondered if they belonged to the Zhu family. She decided to investigate. She arrived at the room where Kai and Wang were lying with Zhang sitting nearby. Sissy thought that if this place was discovered, everyone would be in grave danger. She had left Zhang in charge, trusting only him to protect everyone, and wondered if she had made the right decision. Zhang shouted that he had done it and was currently holding a lantern. Sissy wondered what had worked and if the lantern wasn't out of energy. He explained that he had thought it would be wasteful to throw it away, so he decided to see if he could recharge it. He succeeded by using the flame bind, the pure water body, the pure blood body, and the nethermist body techniques. He mentioned that he had finally managed to get it to light up by infusing it with nethermist, which made its effects even stronger. He saw this as a fortunate hint. If they used the lantern to hide the safe house, they could safely venture out for reconnaissance. Stizzy went outside with him to check, and as Zhang looked at the mutated beasts surrounding them, he wondered if there were too many, and when the Zhu family had gained control over so many. Stizzy contacted the headquarters and reported a situation near Safe House No. 3. Approximately 10,000 mutated beasts, mostly forever wolves and bulky rabbits, were heading toward the city. While not very high level, their numbers were concerning. Zhang remarked that it was strange they were moving so quickly. It didn't seem like they were heading anywhere specific. It felt more like they were running away from something. Sensing something was amiss, he pointed it out to Stizzy. She was shocked to see a red light in the distance. After contacting the headquarters, she confirmed that a massive horde of zombies was also heading toward the city, their numbers estimated at around 50,000. Setu was shocked to learn all of this and believed that both the celestial foxes and the remnants of the Zhu family were still inside the city. With the current manpower shortage in the Purge squad, there was no way they could fight off so many enemies at once. He wondered if he would have to intervene directly. But no, there was still one option left. He called Luoi and Ji, asking them to prepare to activate the Celestial Curtain again. Manny wondered if the Celestial Curtain had already been activated. She asked what Situ was planning to do. Setu explained that the previous day he had temporarily suppressed Princess Yu to protect Zhang, and her power shouldn't have fully recovered yet. They couldn't rely on the city guard or the investigation team, but there were still plenty of powerful fighters in Pearl City. They would carve a message on the Celestial Curtain, warning everyone about the zombies. Once all the Awakened gathered in the city, they would blend in with them. This way, they could protect Pearl City while avoiding the Celestial Fox's surveillance. He urged them to get moving. As everyone agreed, Situ instructed them to switch to multiple channels. He also asked Sizzy and Zhang to hold off the mutated beasts and zombies outside the city as much as possible to buy time for the city to gather reinforcements. They agreed to the plan. At Safe House number 5, a man confirmed his agreement with Situ's order. Situ instructed them to quickly head to the vicinity of Safe House number 3 to provide immediate support to Sizzy. The man agreed, and another one sent a let's go now. The three of them, a man and a woman, left immediately. The first man with a grin said that their time to shine has finally arrived. The scene takes place at the mansion of the city lord, where Ziming was walking, thinking that the raid on the blacksmith's shop should have gone off without a hitch. He was confirming that Princess Yu was not in the mansion of the city lord and that they could proceed to the next step. However, the other person apologized, saying that they had run into a problem. A horde of unidentified zombies appeared out of nowhere outside the city, spooking the mutated beasts, and now they were all out of control. They didn't even know who was behind it. Ziming asked them to talk less and do more, telling them to contain the mess immediately. If the plan fell apart, they were all screwed. He thought they were useless, and that there was no other choice but to find the Sanctus first and extract her when the opportunity arose. He saw the city guard squad already approaching from behind and wondered why they were all there. Ziming mentioned that they should just look at who had arrived and ask Captain Qin what they owed the pleasure of his company that day, adding that the city lord wasn't back yet, but he would be happy to relay any urgent matters. The guards ignored him and moved ahead. Ziming wondered if they suspected anything. As they opened the gate to move forward, he noticed a lot of couples dancing there. Chunting told them that they now had more friends joining them to play. Captain Liu had the drink and wondered how he ended up there, while Xiu asked them to. He then learned that he had to capture Zhang. Chunting remarked that Liu was so clueless. Liu wondered if she had summoned his kind to that place, as the feeling was just like being near his clan's king. He spat the drink onto his clothes and Chunting cleaned it up, saying her grandpa always told her never to let anything go to waste. Liu knelt in front of her, calling her Lady Sanctus. She wondered why he was calling her that, as she obviously considered everyone their friend. Then she took him to dance with her. Ziming arrived and observed, thinking that the Sanctus could only influence mutated beasts. He wondered if Lin had been replaced by a celestial fox as well, such an important matter, and that Fox hadn't told him. It seemed she didn't fully trust him yet. From the looks of things, there might not be any living humans left in the city guard. It appeared that everyone there had been turned into celestial foxes, but it seemed they were all controlled by Chunting, and she herself was still unaware of it. If he could persuade her to work with them, the plan could move directly to the next phase. He approached Chunting, asking if she was having fun. She agreed, telling him she was looking for new friends and didn't expect Xiu to throw such a big party for her, though Xiu hadn't come back yet. Ziming replied that maybe Xiu had something else to take care of. He thought of Chunting as the silly girl who had summoned all those so-called friends. He grabbed her hand, telling her that he knew of a place even more fun than this and asking if she wanted to come and play there. She pulled her hand free, refusing him, saying she wasn't done playing yet. Besides, she didn't even know him, and she asked how he knew her name. At that moment, everyone stopped and stared at Zimming. The scene shifts to near safe house number 3, where Sizzy was using her water ability and Zhang was using the Nethermus to stop the zombies. He told her that he had herded them all up and asked her to freeze them. She agreed, freezing them, but they broke free and kept running ahead. She mentioned that it wasn't enough as there were too many. Zhang told her he would hold them off. He then activated the Nethermist, thinking that their mutated beasts had provided him with tons of fear, and now he could use the Nethermist as much as he wanted. He kept using it, intending to unleash its full potential, non-stop and at its maximum. He took the form of a dragon, thinking that he had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. His Nethermist was fluctuating, decreasing and increasing. While fleeing, he mentioned that all he saw was an endless supply of Nethermist energy and experience. As he was killing, he was gaining experience, and he thought that with a few hundred more of them he could boost his stats or even level up. A beast called out to the others, urging them to scatter and avoid the dragon. They all complied, and Zhang remarked that they were so smart. He thought that the mutated beasts were only focused on escaping, with no intention of fighting. Sissy was killing beasts as well, and the beasts were talking about no dragon ahead. Sissy attacked them, declaring that she would take care of the stragglers. The beasts kept attacking, and Zhang appreciated Sissy for that. He thought that if only there were a system to track how many of these things he had taken down. Sissy told him to stay focused as another wave approached. He mentioned that they kept coming, and together with Sissy, they continued battling the beasts. Ice, fire, and rock attacks were directed at Zhang, and he wondered what had just happened. He saw the zombies attacking him and was surprised. This kind of attack didn't seem to work in this world. He then analyzed them and realized that they were from the Honi ancestor village. The zombies swarmed him, trying to bite, and he thought he needed to find a way to relay this information to headquarters ASAP. He threw them all off of him, thinking that the zombies didn't feel fear, and at that rate, he would run out of Nethermist. Stizzy asked Zhang to keep his distance from him. He heard her warning and decided to try a new move. He grabbed a few axes and flew into the sky. He apologized to those he had captured for toasting them with fire and used them as zombie fireballs to attack other zombies. It was perfect. He thought that now his stats were double what other Awakeners had at that level. Meanwhile, Sizzy was battling with her sword technique, Blade Waltz, killing zombies. The zombies with heavy equipment jumped to attack her, but Zhang came in with heaven-crushing, earth-shattering, and her invisible kick at those zombies. Sissy wondered what he had just said. He replied that it was nothing. Then he flew up, stating that it was the first wave of peach, with zombies down around 1,000 in total. The second wave should arrive in about half an hour. He returned to his human form, wondering how those zombies could use abilities. She told him that they were probably awakened when they were alive and guessed it was the doing of the Zhu family again. Zhang denied it, saying he had used analysis on them and found that they were from the Holy Ancestor village. Situ, who had been listening, agreed and mentioned that although the Zhu family was ruthless, they regarded beast taming as a form of worship and wouldn't hesitate to use something as twisted as controlling zombies. Their intelligence suggested that the Holy Ancestor village was likely connected to the incident, and Zhang's analysis confirmed it. Sissy was surprised to hear this and said that, in different words, it was the doing of both parties. She noticed the strange gas and asked Zhang to hold his breath, explaining that the gas was toxic. Zhang thought about holding his breath but wondered where he had smelled it before. He recalled the scent of rotting eggs and hydrogen sulfide. He remembered running into a massive fire caused by hydrogen sulfide back when he was on the rescue mission. If the gas contained hydrogen sulfide, it should be flammable. He warned Sizzy to be careful, as it could explode. She wondered what he was planning to do. He told her there wasn't time to explain, so she should just let him do it, she agreed. He then used flame bind to create a huge blast. She was covered in the barrier, and Zhang's fire reserves were increasing as he did so. He told her that the second wave of zombies was already there. She asked that didn't he say they had half an hour. They saw something ahead, and Zhang wondered what it was. He tried to analyze it, and it turned out to be an old man, who mentioned that they had managed to neutralize his zombie poison. It seemed that those two youngsters had some potential. Zhang felt strange because he had managed to analyze their captain earlier, but like with Xiu, he was failing to analyze this man. Was it because his ability wasn't high enough to analyze high-level targets from a distance? If that were the case, he ordered the system to analyze all the visible zombies in the field at once. He was able to analyze them all. He discovered that he had analyzed 16,888 times, which upgraded his analysis ability, allowing him to finally analyze the old man. The man's name was Zhu Xiangming. Xiangming thought that, as much as he would love to handle this personally, he had more pressing matters to attend to. He then ordered a green beast to go and bring them to him, alive or dead. Zhang told Sizzy that, based on the analysis, he learned the man was level 39. He then asked her what fallen meant. She was surprised to hear about his level and explained that an awaken's abilities change over time depending on how they were used. Eventually, they evolve into a form that best suits them. But if their mental energy wasn't strong enough, they could be consumed by their own power and become slaves to their abilities. These individuals were known as the Fallen Ones, and most of them were incredibly powerful. Zhang saw them approaching, and Sizzy added that they were in trouble. They both continued battling the Fallen Ones. Sizzy even contacted headquarters, telling them that a Fallen Awaken had appeared, riding a giant zombie. She didn't have the strength to stop him, and he was leading a massive horde of zombies towards the northern part of the city. His level was also 39, making him a major threat. Zhang used the analysis to examine the green zombie, and after doing so, he wondered if he could control it with his fist. He used the nethermist to form chains to capture it, but the zombie broke free, freeing itself from the chains. Zhang staggered back, saying that the zombie was on a completely different level compared to the previous ones. They suddenly heard a loud sound coming from Pearl City. Zhang wondered if the enemy forces had already reached the gate. The scene shifted to the northern gate, where the beasts were approaching and some guards were battling them. A man punched a zombie and introduced himself as Feng Leixin, the master of the Beast King martial arts school. He stood there with more people, declaring that no zombie would pass through there. Others rushed forward to attack the zombies, and another man shouted to "Let's do it," and they can't let these monsters take another step closer. Leixin looked in a different direction, and as everyone was battling, a zombie approached to strike him. He blocked it, asking the others to hold their ground, and noticed that the zombie's movements were different from the others. It wasn't behaving like the rest. He continued battling the zombie, and then, with a swift motion, Leixin unleashed the Beast King fist, Ape King style. He wondered who this zombie was, intrigued by its unusual abilities. The zombie tried to attack, but Leixin dodged it and executed the Toddy's Cauldron Lift style, sending the zombie flying into the air. He then punched it, causing it to strike the ground. Leixin used his hyper-regeneration ability. The zombie lay motionless, and Leixin wondered what it felt like from that zombie and why it looked so familiar. Then he noticed the token of his senior, Lin Benshi. Leixin realized that the zombie used the Beast King fist technique and carried Benshi's token, leading him to wonder if this was Benshi, who had disappeared 30 years ago. The zombie rushed to attack him, driven by its hatred and rage. Leixin recalled that back then, Benshi had left the city to investigate the case of missing awakeners. Leixin had witnessed something mysterious, but he never imagined that Benshi would become a zombie, suffering such a fate. The zombie declared that only Leixin could stop him. Leixin wondered if it was truly the Benshi he knew or if Benshi was really gone. Meanwhile, other men were battling zombies using the Ape King style, which flowed freely and was unconstrained by any rigid form. One of the men said to the boy that even though the master never had high hopes for him, it's clear he was improving so quickly. Let's practice a bit more. Once he had taught him everything, they will wipe that smug look right off the old man's face. As Benshi threw a punch at Leixin, he stopped it, wondering since when Benshi had become so slow and weak. Leixin was even moved to tears by fighting against Benshi. He managed to push Benshi back and told him not to disgrace the Beast King fist or Benshi's name. Leixin swore that whoever did this to you would pay. He was consumed by rage, his anger burning like fire. He ordered his people to retreat, warning them that they might get caught in the crossfire. He rushed forward with incredible speed, delivering multiple punches. With the final blow, he sent Benshi crashing to the ground, declaring that Leixin had become stronger. Benshi died, and Leixin wished for his peace. Shang remarked that it was hard to believe his masterpiece had been defeated in such a state, but it didn't matter. Leixin would make a fine replacement. Leixin wondered who the person was who had done this to Benshi, and if they were the one who turned him into a zombie. Shang agreed, asking if Leixin had any objections and questioned whether insects like him truly believed they could stand against his army. The scene shifts to the Holy Ancestor village where a cult leader stood. When the men arrived, one of them bowed to the leader and reported that everyone was present. The cult leader instructed them to listen carefully. Their mission was to assist the low-level zombie horde in sowing chaos within the city. Along the way, they might plunder some supplies and spread their teachings, but once the Ziashi brothers successfully extracted the Saintess, they were to retreat immediately without delay. They all agreed and left except for the boy who knelt. He asked if it would be all right to inquire about the king-level mutated beast within the city. He wondered if that would interfere with their plan. He also questioned the point of retreating after they retrieved the Saintess, since they had already declared war. The cult leader pondered his question, wondering if he was referring to the old fox who had awakened recently and was simply biding his time waiting for Shobei to reveal himself. The boy worried that the army might be in great danger if they attacked now. The leader reassured him, explaining that although the Saintess had not fully awakened yet, she was still a force to be reckoned with. Even a king-level mutated beast couldn't easily undo her influence. The celestial foxes won't lift a finger until she was out of the picture and Tinzi's Pearl City. Aside from that, fox was the biggest threat to them, which was Shobei and his purge squad. That's why she arranged for an insider to open the city gates ahead of time to create enough chaos within the city. First, they would use the Saintess as a pretext for war and allow the zombies to enter the city. To deal with such a large-scale invasion, the Purge Squad would have no choice but to activate the Sun and Moon Pearl. Once Shobai uses the Sun and Moon Pearl to cleanse all the low-level mutated beasts and zombies in the city, Situ will expose himself, and so will the Purge Squad. As for why they retreat, without the Saintess to restrain the Foxes, and with the Purge Squad out in the open, they will wait for the Foxes and Purge Squad to exhaust each other. This would make it easier for them to attack Pearl City. The boy asked, based on their spies, it seemed the Zhu family was also after the power of the Saintess. What if they tried to interfere with the operation? She replied that she had already sensed their presence and the Saintess was still disoriented, lost in her own mind. The Zhu family didn't stand a chance of manipulating her in such a state. The reason she sent the Xiaoshi brothers to retrieve the Saintess was that their bodies carried the blood of the saint, allowing direct telepathy and communication with the Saintess. It also seemed that the Zhu family's higher-ups were keeping their distance from the whole situation, likely trying to cover their tracks. If those few Zhu family members in the city tried to forcefully take the Saintess, they wouldn't be a match for the Xiaoshi brothers. He agreed with her plan. She asked him to follow her, as they must depart as well. He did as instructed. The scene shifted to Siziv, who was battling zombies alongside Zhang. Zhang remarked that there were too many of them, and at this rate, it would never end. He saw a zombie cross in front of him and jumped to attack Sizzy. Zhang warned her to look out, and she barely managed to block the attack with her sword. The zombie's pressure was overwhelming, and it made her fall back. As the zombie rushed to attack her again, Zhang tried to help, but other zombies tried to capture him. His Nethermist was also running low. The zombie was about to strike, but a shield appeared to protect Sizzy, and a man in armor stepped in, saying that his grandma's shield wasn't just for show. She wondered if the man was Shozham. Multiple attacks then came from behind, hitting the zombies around Zhang. Zhang wondered if it was the Phantom Sword and if reinforcements had arrived. Chen Suji appeared, kicking zombies out of the way, and apologized for being late. She then attacked the zombie threatening Sizzy, forcing it to fall back. Chen Ming arrived next and asked Sizzy if her swordsmanship had gotten rusty. Sizzy replied sharply, telling him to shut up. Chen attacked, warning them not to let their guard down, but the attack didn't work on the zombie. Zhang stepped in and told them that physical attacks wouldn't be effective and that he might know how to defeat it. He asked Ming to keep the zombie busy for a while, and Chen agreed to babble the zombie. Zhang moved to the back of the monsters, thinking that the fallen guy he had analyzed earlier controlled those zombies through toxins, and that toxin could be ignited. He then created a hammer using Nethermist, telling the zombie to use Scarlet Serpent Scale. Zhang thought that if he ignited the toxin inside the zombie, he could completely break its control. He lodged the scale inside and prepared for the next step. Now it was time for the fun part. He used Flame Bind on the zombie, and the strike caused the zombie to fall. Sue stood nearby, commenting that finally they had dealt with those tough guys. Zhang disagreed, telling her that the real tough ones had already reached Pearl City. There were still a few wounded at safe house number 3, and Zhang was using an item to hide their presence, though he wasn't sure how long it would last. Ming reassured him, saying that Situ had briefed them on the situation, and that they would take care of the wounded. They had also seen what Zhang was capable of. He turned to Zhang, telling him to go as the city needed him, and to take care of the wounded. Zhang nodded, telling them he would leave the wounded in Ming's care. Zhang rushed toward the city, and as Ming saw Sizzy, he asked her to go back to the city as well, since they had enough people there. Sizzy agreed and then asked Zhang to wait. Together, they began heading toward the city. The scene shifted to the northern gate of Pearl City, where Leishan and others were battling zombies. Leishan was still in his enraged state, referring to the zombies as pathetic. Baidu was taking down zombies, noting that the Grandmaster was recovering, so he instructed the others to cover him with all their might. Suddenly, they heard someone mention a retreat. Just as Leishan attacked a zombie, he called out to Xian, asking if that was all he had, challenging him to come forward and show what other tricks he had up his sleeve. Shang responded, saying that originally the toxin's efficiency was the highest for making zombies, but he wondered why he kept encountering fire-type awakeners lately. It seemed that they had all underestimated him. Leishan charged at him, yelling that Shang would pay for what he had done to Benshi. Furious, he shouted that it wasn't over yet. With one powerful move, he made Xian fall from the giant zombie, using a huge blast. Leishan declared that if they took out the leader, the zombies would fall. However, as he looked at the remaining zombies, he was shocked to see them still moving. To his disbelief, Shang was still alive, attacking him with zombie toxin and mocking him, asking if Leishan really thought he could kill him. Shang jumped back, and Leishan wondered if he had come back to life. He wondered what Shang had done. Shang realized that Leishan had already noticed that he had injected some zombie toxin directly into Leishan's system. Once it spread, Leishan would become a zombie as well. Lei Xin became enraged upon hearing this and grew even angrier. Xiang asked if he was trying to burn the toxin away by igniting himself, but warned Lei Xin not to waste his energy as the type of toxin he could burn off was just the most basic one. The toxin Xiang used to control the zombies was not just one kind. The other men called out to Lei Xin, telling him that the powerful zombies around him had been blessed with multiple toxins, and as long as the toxin remained, it wouldn't die. Lei Xin told them not to worry about him. The scene shifted to near safe house number 3, where the green zombie got up again. Ming said, "Let's see how long that defiance lasts." Lei Xin was surrounded by zombies at the northern gate. He was being attacked and shouted that he would make them pay for this. Xiang commented that it seemed Lei Xin still didn't understand the situation. Since he missed his senior brothers so much, why didn't he join them? Zhang was battling and thinking that he had to end it quickly. He struck the giant zombie with a punch, causing it to fall. Then he saw that the toxin was spreading quickly in his hand, and soon 2 more zombies came to attack him. He thought to himself that it wasn't enough. The energy he needed to activate the final form of the Crimson Emperor's undying body wasn't enough, and if it kept spreading, he would turn into a zombie. If he lost here, the northern gate would fall, and he wondered if that would be the end of Pearl City. Just then, Zhang and Sissy arrived, attacking the zombies in unison. Sissy mentioned that based on the intelligence gathered, the Barrier Team and the Beast King School Grandmaster were in dire straits. She asked Zhang to go and rescue them first. Zhang agreed. Lei Xin wondered who these 2 were. Sissy told Lei Xin to hold on for a while, then turn to attack the zombies near him. With the opening she created, Lei Xin attacked with the Beast King fist and adamantine body, sending the zombies flying into the sky. Lei Xin approached Zhang, urging him to go back since it was dangerous there. Zhang reassured him, saying not to worry as he had come prepared. He told Lei Xin to let him heal him first. As Lei Xin was about to mention his wounds, Zhang used the pure blood body on him. Lei Xin winced in pain, and Zhang told him not to worry, as this was his healing method. Lei Xin remarked that the method was peculiar. Not only healed his external wounds, but also restored his stamina. He complimented Zhang, saying that Zhang truly had some special skills. Zhang was disappointed that he couldn't neutralize the toxin completely, but had managed to stop it from spreading. Lei Xin told him that it was enough for Zhang to suppress the toxin, and then asked Zhang to buy him some time. He was going to take care of that abomination once and for all. Zhang then analyzed Lei Xin and got his stats. He wondered how he could speak so casually when he was dealing with the Fallen One. It would be better to assess the Grandmaster's strength if that was the case. Xiang asked Lei Xin to submit to him and become one of his zombies. Lei Xin denied, and instead he overloaded his heat, raising his body temperature. He rushed toward Xiang so fast and landed a powerful punch. Zhang told Lei Xin that he had analyzed Xiang and found that his life force was linked to the bear zombies. If they were to kill Xiang, they would have to kill those zombies as well. Xiang smirked, saying that they wouldn't be able to kill him. Suddenly, all the zombies rushed to attack Lei Xin. Lei Xin increased the pressure in his head and began attacking the zombies. He realized that the pressure was big enough, then asked Xiang if there was a way to quickly raise his body temperature. Zhang replied that Xiang's flames wouldn't even reach Lei Xin, so he wasn't sure if it would work. Zhang made a hand gesture and got closer to Lei Xin, offering some pills. He said that the pills might be able to help. Lei Xin wondered why Zhang hadn't used those scarlet serpent pills earlier. Zhang replied that Lei Xin hadn't asked. Lei Xin took the pills, and Zhang thought to himself that this was what he called a real fire devourer. Suddenly, the temperature around Lei Xin, which had been 4,000 degrees Celsius, normalized, and blue rays began emanating from him. Sissy watched in awe and wondered what was happening. Baidu remarked that he never thought he would see the Grandmaster unleash that form again in his lifetime. Lei Xin said it seemed like the battle was about to end. His body temperature had reached 6,000 degrees Celsius, and he now had such a domineering form that Zhang was surprised. He thought even the fire devourer wouldn't be able to devour a piece of that flame. Lei Xin told Zhang that this was his final form, which put a lot of strain on his body, so he needed Zhang to keep healing him. Zhang agreed, and Lei Xin asked his people to retreat and avoid getting caught in the crossfire. The people started retreating back into the city. Xiang wondered how this was even possible. The toxin he had planted in Lei Xin's body was gone. He ordered his zombies to listen to him and take down Lei Xin. Lei Xin used the Beast King's secret technique, Primordial Chaos Unification, and blew all the zombies away, turning them to ash within moments. He remarked that all 20,000 zombies had been reduced to ashes. Sissy was shocked by such terrifying power and thought that of all the people she knew, Lei Xin should deserve to be in the top 3. A man arrived, telling them that it was bad news. The masters of the other 2 martial arts schools had betrayed them, and both the west and east gates had fallen. Lei Xin was shocked to hear this. Xiang laughed, saying that since Pearl City had already fallen, there was no point in wasting more time with Lei Xin. He added that even if he won now, he would leave a spot for Lei Xin and hope that when they met again, Lei Xin would still be as mighty and imposing as he was at that moment. Leixin responded, saying that next time he would surely kill Xiang. Xiang could handle it himself and told the others to return to the city and help the others. He told Zhang if the zombie toxin had been cleared, so Zhang should return as well. Inside the city, the mutated beasts caused widespread panic, making the humans flee in fear. Ziming watched as the city was destroyed and remarked that they could scream all they wanted. It was the sight Pearl City should have expected without the Trinizhu family. As two men approached him, he asked how the plan was progressing. One of the men reported that around 8,000 mutated beasts had entered the city and were now under their control. Ziming nodded in approval, telling them to attack the city lord's mansion as soon as possible. The man hesitated and asked if Ziming was serious, considering Junting was still in the city. He mentioned that the mutated beasts would be affected by the goddess blood in her body once they got close to her. The second man agreed, adding that even the celestial fox's head had become his servant, so how could they possibly defeat her? Ziming explained that they didn't understand. Junting hadn't fully awakened yet. Her mind was like that of a newborn, and she was unconsciously and passively controlling all the mutated beasts around her. If too many mutated beasts approached her, her ability would overload, spiraling out of control. At that point, the city lord's mansion would descend into chaos, and they would have their chance to take her. Junting was in Shu's hands, and she referred to him as witty, asking him to stop licking her because it tickled. She rubbed her eyes, and as she looked around, she wondered where everyone else had gone. She then noticed that she was able to see them as witties suddenly. She told Shu that he was starting to look weird as well and asked who the beast was. She called them all cute. Ziming and the two men were watching this, and Ziming commented that it was as expected, given their sheer number. Junting wondered why there were so many witties outside. She then grew frustrated, grabbing one of the beasts by the head and fell to the ground, shouting for them to stop coming. Her scream was loud and piercing. A girl was running away from a beast, wondering where her mother was. As the beast was about to attack, Zhang and Sizzy arrived. Zhang grabbed the beast, telling it that they were in time. He then attacked the beast with a fire attack, wondering why it couldn't hold still for even 2 seconds. The girl's mother arrived, asking if her daughter was all right, and she recognized Zhang and Sizzy. Sizzy urged them to hurry and leave the area. Zhang said that the densely populated areas were just ahead, and they couldn't let the beasts advance any further. Sizzy contacted someone, instructing the Purge Squad to establish a defensive perimeter immediately. She then asked others to ensure the safety of the civilians. More beasts appeared, surrounding Sizzy and Zhang. She remarked that it would be difficult to fight so many mutated beasts without damaging the buildings. Zhang suggested they hold them off as long as they could, just to buy enough time for the others to evacuate. She agreed with him. Suddenly, the beasts started howling, and Zhang wondered what had happened. A person contacted Sizzy, reporting that the mutated beasts on their side had stopped moving as well. Sizzy was confused and asked what was going on. Junting began to glow, rising into the sky. Ziming, watching from afar, wondered what had happened and then realized something. Junting had released a powerful force, causing the enemies to lose control of all the mutated beasts in the city. Ziming wondered if the goddess of blood inside Junting had awakened. He thought to himself, of all the rotten luck, a 1% chance, and she had hit the jackpot. Junting flew by, calling out that there were so many witties. Ziming, along with the two men, rushed toward her, saying they'd catch up later. Suddenly, he felt a pressure, one that only a king-level mutated beast could make him feel. He wondered if King Yu had truly awakened. He wonders if Junting could be the reason behind Yu's early awakening. Just then, a man asks Ziming why he was standing there. Another man asks what's wrong. Ziming asks to get in touch with the others in Pearl City to capture Junting, as he has other matters to attend to. The man agrees and leaves. Ziming thinks that the king's awakening means the celestial fox now has a king-level combatant. Revealing himself now would be suicide, so it's best to stay back and observe. The scene shifts to a gate, where a man tells the others to form groups of 3 and clear out the remaining zombies. Then he notices Leixin and asks how his body was holding up. Leixin replies that he's fine and Zhang healed most of his injuries. Only a little energy was drained, so he will be fine after some rest. The man punches the wall, angered by those traitorous dogs, calling them worse than animals. Leixin tells him that at this point, their priority was to immediately clear out the zombies at the southern gate, then head back to the city to provide support. He then asks the man for an update on the situation. They see a boy telling another that a group of awakeners was approaching from the north. The second one wonders if it could be reinforcements. A few men arrive, shouting not to let them pass, and that no one gets into the city. The boy wonders if those people are from the Blazing Sun Martial School. The second boy replies that it's trouble now. They are coming this way. Leixin calls out to Wu Ruio, angrily asking if he still has the nerve to show his face there. Then he orders his people to get ready for the fight. The man next to Leixin says that the Blazing Sun Martial School abandoned the western gate without a second thought, allowing Pearl City to fall. The two boys rush towards Leixin. Leixin asks Ruio why he betrayed Pearl City. Royo asks if Lakshin ever thought about living a different kind of life. Lakshin wonders what kind of life Royo was referring to. Royo asks him to look around the city. It's a city aglow with 1,000 points of light, dazzling and yet so delicate. Every year, 100 die from mutated beast attacks, and it's like they're stuck, depending on that tiny bit of land. He asks if Lakshin has ever wondered what it would be like if they could push humanity to produce a king. What kind of world would it be? He continues, saying if a king were born in the Holy Ancestor Village, not only would Pearl City be safe, but even the farthest corners of the world would be free from the threat of mutated beasts. Lakshin mentions that the student who promoted the human king supremacy theory in his school must have been Royo. Royo says it's a shame that Lakshin expelled that boy. He could have been one of them. Lakshin wonders if being one of them means sacrificing the whole city. Royo tells him to relax, explaining that they came just to take someone from the Holy Ancestor Village, the one responsible for producing a king. They don't intend to destroy the city. If Lakshin doesn't stand in their way, Royo promises that no harm will come to anyone. Lakshin wonders what would happen if he refuses. Royo rushes to attack, saying they'll have to settle this with their fists. The scene shifts to the northern part of the city, a wooded area, where Junting was fleeing in the sky, with other beasts howling around. Zhang and Sizzy are hiding, watching. Zhang wonders if that girl was Junting, and if the mutated beasts stopped because of her. He tries to analyze her, and she keeps talking about all the cute animals. Zhang manages to see her stats and wonders if she has become a fallen one. Sissy wonders how. They both hide as someone approaches. A man wonders if they should head back. The second one asks what nonsense he's talking about. Their mission was to bring the girl back to the Zhu family at any cost. The first one responds that they've seen the situation for themselves. The city was overrun with zombies. The mutated beasts are under Junting's control, and they've lost contact with the others. There's no way they can complete the mission alone. The second one tells him to be quiet. They've come too far to give up now, even if it costs their lives. Someone approaches and says to just look, the Zhu family has come. Those who always hide in the shadows, and he never thought they would find one of them with such guts. The man wonders who it is. Two other men arrive and comment that these two members of the Zhu family have more backbone than the others they've encountered. They consider turning them into zombies to serve them. These two new arrivals are accompanied by beasts. Zhang uses his analysis to learn more about them and tells Sizzy that they're from the Holy Ancestor Village, with powers similar to Junting's. Sissy suggests that they could be their leaders, so they should try to capture them alive to gather intel. The first boy from the Zhu family wonders how long and who planned to turn them into zombies. He questions what the zombies outside are doing, which faction they belong to, and why they're ruining the Zhu family's plan. He tells them not to waste any more time and urges them to get over it. The two of them rush to attack Long and Hu, but Ace senses something different. Hu comments that it's pathetic. These two only talk, not fight. He thought they would be stronger. The boys wonder if their bodies are paralyzed. Long tells them not to waste their energy because the more they struggle, the faster they'll die. He then releases his beasts to attack them, and poison gas was released as well. Each beast targets one boy, but they attempt to fight back. Long comments that the boy was good, but it's too bad he won't last long. He suggests they stop resisting and willingly become zombies. The boy captured by the snake uses his power to counterattack. Hu tells Long to look out. The attack was deadly, and both beasts are killed. Hu remarks that it was close and that it's a good thing the beasts were in the way. Junting arrives, fleeing, and wonders what happened to the two boys. She approaches surrounded by green light, and Hu refers to her as the Saintess, asking how she got there. She assures them not to worry, as she will heal the two boys. Long and Hu greet her by bowing, telling her that they came to escort her. She mentions that there's something dirty inside his body and offers to clean it for them. Hu wonders what's wrong as he's unable to use his power. Long recalls that they had been told the Saintess hadn't awakened yet, so how could she do this? They ask her to stop, explaining that extracting the saint's blood from the mutated beasts will cause a backlash. Then the beasts are healed, and she hugs the tiger, asking if it didn't like it there. She tells them to follow her, suggesting that they join the other Widdies elsewhere. As they begin to leave, Hu comments that the bloodline suppression could mean the Saintess has fully mastered the goddess blood. Long replies that if that's the case, they won't be able to guide her back to the Holy Ancestor Village using the bloodline connection. Her mind was too far gone now. They both get up, and Long continues, saying that there's no choice. They'll have to recruit their leader and team up with a new plan. Sissy wonders who the leader of the Holy Ancestor Village is, and Zhang asks if she's already in Pearl City. Sissy seems particularly concerned and explains that the leader of the Holy Ancestor Village was Lei Oxu. She was once the second city lord of Pearl City, and was the most wanted criminal on the Purge Squad's list. Sissy adds that Lei Oxu was the one who killed her master, and the scar on her face was also her doing. Oxu was dangerous and strong enough to go toe-to-toe with their captain. They needed to find out if the monster was really in Pearl City. They might not be able to control Junting right now, but they could take those two. John comments that Junting and the mutated beasts are far away, so now was their chance. Sissy suggests capturing them alive. She then uses her water powers to attack. Long senses the attack and pushes Hu to dodge, but it turns out there's someone else hiding. Sissy tells them not to move. Hu is worried as Long takes the attack on himself, and then Zhang captures Hu, wondering if they're trying to use the poisonous frog again. He promises that his brother will suffer for it. Sissy points her sword at Long, asking what his purpose was for coming to Pearl City, and if Aksu was there as well. Long refuses to answer, so Sissy slashes his chest. Zhang acts menacingly, telling him that he can stay silent all he wants, but she won't stop carving him up, and he'll take care of the healing part to make sure he doesn't die too easily. Long refers to them as monsters. As Long was being healed, Sissy continues to attack him, making sure he feels the pain. Sissy then contacts headquarters, telling them that she and Zhang have captured 2 members of the Holy Ancestor Village. According to their information, one of the Holy Ancestor Village's objectives was to take away Junting, who had awakened the goddess bloodline. She adds that Aksu was also in Pearl City. Manny was shocked to hear this, and Sigyu told him that he understood the situation. He then asked Sissy to keep an eye on those 2, and if anything worse happened, he would handle it himself. He then asked Manny to prepare the teleportation array. Manny asked if he was really going to activate the Sun and Moon Pearl. Sigyu explained that the pearl was hidden in the city square. Once it was activated, he would be exposed, and the Celestial Fox King had yet to show himself, so revealing his identity would be too dangerous. Sigyu continued, saying that the original plan had been to lure out the Celestial Fox King and have their squad hold him off. That way, he could have activated the Sun and Moon Pearl without interference. However, with Aksu now involved, things had become uncertain. He would have to take a gamble and activate the Sun and Moon Pearl before they could reach him, because it was the only way to save the city. They couldn't afford to wait any longer. With that, he stepped into the teleportation array. The scene shifts to the Memorial Monument Square where Situ, along with a few squad members, arrived. He told them that Pearl City was in utter turmoil, and the people's hearts had changed, forming a vast and overwhelming force. He could stop the Zhu family and hold back the mutated beasts, but he wondered how anyone could stand against the overwhelming force of the human heart. Aksu arrived and asked if they were going to stake everything on the Sun and Moon Pearl. Many wondered how Aksu had gotten there, and she was sure that she had sensed Aksu's presence. Segu said that no plant survives contact with the enemy. Many suggested staying on guard as they had company. Aksu asked them to give it up as a failure, and the moment they stepped foot in the square, driven by their desperation to end the zombie plague, victory was already hers. Segu wondered why she was so obsessed with winning and losing. Has she ever stopped to consider that the path of the human king differs from the natural order? She was rewriting the rules of the world by force, and it was only a matter of time before her interference attracted king-level mutated beasts from every corner of the globe. He wondered what would happen if she failed to reach king level and what would happen to humanity after. She was confident that she wouldn't fail. Sigur's eyes turned red with aggression as he mentioned that she already had it. The moment she first raised her blade against an innocent, the moment she allied herself with Shan, and when she decided that the ends justified the means. This was when she truly lost. She walked the path of lies, not the oath of a king. She replied that the ancients said, for a general to achieve greatness, countless bones must be piled high. She was walking the path of a king, and wondered if Sidhu expected anything less than bludged. The path of lies and the path of the king, she said, in the end, history only remembers who came out on top. Sidhu pointed out that she was only becoming more deluded, and that her actions would get more people killed, even dragging humanity to the point of no return. She had a horde of zombies behind her. Aksu mentioned that she never expected to talk about it with him, and that's why she had brought some friends along. She thought that once the Sun and Moon Pearl was activated, it would attract the Celestial Fox King's attention soon, and Aksu couldn't let that happen, at least not until she had the Sync test, and then they would use the king to deal with Shibai. She declared that no one would activate the Sun and Moon Pearl. Just as Shanghai arrived, said he was shocked to learn that he was now the current city lord of Pearl City. How could this be? Shanghai explained that the Celestial Foxes were incredibly powerful, and Aksu was correct in saying that humanity needed a king to unite them, rather than remain a scattered mess. Sita retorted that Aksu was no leader and would not succeed. Shanghai countered that Aksu had a better point, that something needed to be done, regardless of whether the outcome was good or bad. Sita was too conservative, and Shanghai knew he couldn't persuade him, so he told Setu that he must die. Just as the battle between the zombies and the Purge Squad began, Segu said that the battle would decide the future of Pearl City. The scene shifted to the residential park in the southern wooded area of the city, where Junting was walking with the beast. He wondered what it was that made the others so scared. Zhang and Sizzy felt the energy fluctuations. Junting, along with the beast, headed toward the source to investigate. Zhang mentioned that they had been attracted by it as well. Sizzy noted that it was Situ, and he was making his move. They rushed forward, and Sizzy remarked that they needed to reach Situ quickly. As Zhang wondered about the two boys, Sizzy replied that she had already notified the division to take them away. Meanwhile, the Purge squad was battling the zombies, and Oxy was with Situ. When Situ attacked her, she dodged and remarked that it was a failure, asking if that was all he could do. Situ responded that holding herself back was more than enough. Oxy was captured for a moment, realizing that Situ was trying to temporarily trap her to buy time for the charging of the Sun and Moon Pearl. She asked Changhai to go and destroy the Sun and Moon Pearl. Changhai agreed to the order, and as he was about to attack Setu, Manny and the other two stepped in between, with Manny saying that as long as they were alive, Changhai would not pass. Changhai threatened that they could all die there, but the three of them fell back. Zheng and Sizzy arrived, and Zheng told them not to celebrate just yet. Sissy checked to see if Manny was fine, and Manny agreed, asking her to help stop them from interfering with the captain. Sizzy then noticed Oxy and the Saintess had arrived as well. When Oxy saw Junting, she wondered if the Zhou brothers had failed, and noted that the energy was currently in an extremely unstable state. She also wondered if the goddess's blood had fully awakened, entering the metamorphosis stage. Junting approached the lightning sphere and wondered if it was what made them feel threatened, but he had a strange sense of familiarity with it. He touched the lightning sphere, and it started glowing brighter, causing trouble for everyone around. Oxy seemed worried and questioned how such a significant energy fluctuation could occur. Psyche grew concerned, realizing that Junting was absorbing the energy of the Sun and Moon Pearl. The beast watched as Junting absorbed the energy, while Zhang checked to see if Sizzy was fine. Junting mentioned that it felt as if her mother was calling her from far outside the city. Oxu thought it was a good thing that the energy from the Sun and Moon Pearl had triggered Junting's metamorphosis ahead of schedule. Junting headed outside the city, asking the beasts to follow her. Oxy speculated that Junting must be sensing the call of the Holy Ancestor village after completing her metamorphosis. It was perfect that she would return to the village on her own, and there was no need for them to intervene. Oxy reminded Changhai to keep their plan under wraps. She had kept the sentence hidden in the city for over a decade, and now was the time to inform their people to escort the Saintess back. Her power would help Ox become king. Oxy thought that the foxes must have caught wind of it by now, especially without Junting to control them. They must have noticed the commotion at the monument square. The mess was enough to keep Sita busy, and everything was going according to plan. Oxu knew she needed to leave before King Yu showed up. She told Setu that he went through all that trouble to charge the Sun and Moon Pearl, only to end up healing her. Originally, transforming the Saintess into a goddess required a complex ceremony in the Holy Ancestor village, but not anymore. It was now her destiny. Stizzy attacked, declaring that Oxu wasn't going anywhere and that she would kill her to avenge her master. Oxu wondered if Sizzy was serious and then warned her not to overestimate herself. She then attacked, forcing Sizzy to fall back. Zhang rushed to catch Sizzy as she fell. Oxu, preparing to leave, bid farewell to Situ, saying, "Until next time." Liu Wei wondered aloud why they weren't chasing after Oxu. Situ stated that they needed to resolve the crisis in the city first. Manny rushed over to check on Sizzy and Zhang. Zhang assured her that they only had a few scratches. Sissy mentioned that she was still so weak. As they heard a sound, Manny wondered why it was still happening when Junting and Oxui had already taken all the zombies and mutated beasts away. So where was the sound coming from? Seku stated, "It's the king of the celestial foxes," then asked Manny to open the teleportation array. As Manny saw some people approaching, she drew her city cards but quickly realized they were celestial foxes. Liu, one of the foxes, ordered them to drop their weapons or face death without mercy. Saichu and the others readied themselves for a fight. Stizzy noted that it was a good thing they had gone over the celestial fox intel back at headquarters. John wondered what was charging toward them now and if it was the celestial foxes. He told everyone to be cautious of the invisible attacks. Sitter replied that there was no need for concern and used brainwave resonance, telling them he would hold them off. The foxes were clearly in pain from the resonance, and Situ ordered the squad members to evacuate Pearl City. As Yu was about to speak, Situ cut him off, telling him it was an order. Zhang wondered why Junting hadn't taken the celestial foxes with her. Sizzy explained that the celestial fox king had probably activated some kind of protective barrier. She then urged everyone to leave. Situ appreciated their understanding, thinking that there was no match for the king and staying there would only lead to more casualties. The others left via the teleportation array, but despite Situ making the foxes feel pain, the king still hadn't shown himself. Saitu decided to see what kind of power the king of the fox den possessed. Just then, a fox appeared and said, "Thou art the mightiest of humans, and yet, if thou seek to challenge him, thou art not yet strong enough." Stitcher tried to analyze the fox a few times and understood the principle of inversion, but he wondered what it meant. He realized there was only one way to find out if he was strong enough and decided to hit the fox with his strongest attack. He used the Vasa meltdown on the fox, thinking he would superheat its insides until it was molten, then create a vacuum to blow it wide open. The fox mentioned that the attack was powerful, but it was useless against him. Seitu wondered if that was cognitive distortion, but he thought it wasn't. He had already blocked his senses before the fight even started, and it wasn't a clone either. The clones disappeared when attacked, just like his own. Now he wondered how the fox remained completely unharmed, especially when his attack could blow a hole through a mountain. The fox told him not to think he could fool him with his little clone tricks. Just as Seitu was caught by the fox, he realized it was the other ability of the principle of inversion at work. It wasn't distorting his senses like cognitive distortion, it was warping the laws of reality itself. Temperature, gravity, physics, none of the natural principles applied to it. The fox tightened its grip on Seitu. After a moment, when Seitu managed to free himself slightly, he remarked that it was too bad the fox's ability could only manipulate the principles affecting itself and didn't work on him. He hadn't used the lightning on the fox, and the fox wondered if that was the special barrier, but then he realized it was a temporal barrier. Seitu then told the fox to let him give a piece of frozen time. The fox wonders if Seitu thinks trapping him in the space means anything. Once Seitu is dead, that little spell will disappear right along with him. After capturing the fox, Seitu makes it small, and the situation surprises him, causing him to refer to Seitu as an interesting person. He thinks that the space was bounded by time, and Seitu could reset it infinitely, meaning the fox will be stuck there in an endless loop. However, since he possesses the power to invert principles like time, he will not be subject to temporal resetting, and Seitu won't remember anything that happens. On the other hand, the fox will retain every memory of killing him again and again. Repeatedly killing him would either exhaust the fox or annoy him to death. If he doesn't kill Seitu, Seitu will just keep recovering and slowly wear the fox down. The wounds of Seitu heal with every reset, and humans truly are a terrifying species. Perhaps those rumors the other species whisper are not so far-fetched after all. They used to say that if they kept devouring humans, one day even mutated beasts like them might gain human potential. All the troops immediately suppressed the chaos in Pearl City, minimizing human casualties as much as possible. After all, they still need humans to reproduce and provide them with more sustenance to enjoy. The scene shifts to the southern side of the city, where Lakeshin's team was battling Ruoyo's team. Lin Kedi steps in between the two, taking both of their attacks, and Lakeshin wonders what he was doing. Kedi thinks that fighting among themselves in the middle of all this was foolish, and feels humans are so short-sighted. Lakeshin points toward Ruoyo, calling him a traitor who betrayed Pearl City. He then orders everyone to stand down and stop the fighting. Ruoyo thinks that the city god has arrived. Since things have turned out this way, there was no turning back now, and he wonders what the end will be. He tries to attack, wondering why Kedi hasn't died. Kedi grabs his head, feeling something invisible gripping him. Just as Kedi takes Ruoyo's head to kill him, Lakeshin wonders when Kedi gains such power. Kedi tells them that the city guard was only assigned to protect the city lord for a few days, but now look at this mess. He orders everyone to drop their weapons, stating it was an order, and warns that disobedience will lead to consequences. He then tells Lakeshin that he will need him to come with him, as he needs a thorough explanation of what happened that day. Lakeshin agrees. The scene shifts to safe house number 8, where Manhwa and her team, along with a few other squad members, are resting. Zhang tells Sizzy to pull herself together. Manhwa was wondering how her power was fading. Ming felt that his stamina was draining so quickly, and he was more exhausted than ever before. Shu felt his body growing weaker. Sissy had a bad feeling, and Zhang asked what it was. She tried to contact Seitu, asking him to respond, but he didn't reply. Zhang asked what happened all of a sudden. Manhwa explained that Seitu had used the blessing on each of them in the Purge squad. The blessing was a rare national-level ability that allowed the bestowal of a specific attribute upon others, lasting semi-permanently. Unless the ability holder died, the power would accompany the recipient for life. King's blessing reduced stamina, Su's reduced fatigue, Shu's halved his body weight, and Sizzy's halved her mental energy consumption. Now that everyone's blessings had suddenly disappeared, it meant that the captain might be dead. Zhang wondered about the existence of Seitu being gone like that. The bracelet in Zhang's hand indicated it had been a while since he had existed in that form. They all became worried, and Sizzy asked if Seitu was okay. Seityu's projection appeared, denying the situation and telling them that in about a year, he might completely exhaust his energy and be killed by the Celestia Fox. Zhang asked if Seitu was communicating with them through the bracelet. Seitu clarified, explaining that it was a contingency plan he had prepared. Once he was physically dead but not completely gone, a part of his consciousness would form a virtual personality and transmit itself into the bracelet. So what they were seeing was just a virtual personality, not the real Seitu. Seitu asked what they could do to save him. Zhang thought that if he was saying the entity inside the bracelet was not the real Seitu, but rather an eye with some of his memories. Seitu reassured them, telling them not to worry as it was all part of the plan. He had sensed death approaching while still in Pearl City, but even in the face of death, he had found hope. Currently, the king of the Celestial Foxes was trapped in a time loop, and the only way he could escape was if Siju's energy completely depleted or if he was released by his own actions. The king of the Foxes was now stuck at Memorial Square, killing Siju over and over, trying to drain his energy. This meant that for the next year, the king of the Foxes couldn't make a move elsewhere, so it was their chance to take down the Celestial Fox. Whether they seized that opportunity or not depended on Zhang and his limitless potential. They all looked at Zhang, and Ming told Situ that he didn't know what the plan was. Zhang might be a bit mistaken. Manhwa said that Zhang's potential was undeniable, but he was still a low-rank awakener. Sissy said she trusted Situ's decision and asked what they needed to do next. Situ told them not to be so tense, as this was nothing compared to what they had faced so far. He reminded them that back when they fought against the beast-taming Zhu family's awakeners, that was real despair. The Zhu family had abundant resources, and their treasure vault contained at least 5 treasures of the same caliber as the Sun and Moon Pearl alone. Yet the Purge Squad had nothing. In reality, the gap between them and the current enemy wasn't so vast. They were just like a weapon capable of taking down a king-level mutated beast. Ming wondered if such a weapon capable of taking down a king-level beast really existed. Situ agreed, saying that only unlimited-level awakeners were allowed to enter the place where it was kept. Even then, they only got 1 shot and 1 entrance in their entire lifetime. That was where Situ had found the arrow that turned the tide of the war, and now it was Zhang's turn. She was shocked, asking what an unlimited-level awakener was. Zhang said it seemed like Situ had already planned everything out, and he realized he didn't have any other choice but to go along with it. Situ told them that it benefited him as well. That place held the secrets of humanity, and through that ruin, he could unlock the secrets of the world that were meant only for him. Manhwa said there was no time to lose and that they should set off immediately. Situ asked her to hold on, as there were still things they needed to prepare first. He took Zhang to the underground prison of Safe House Number 8. Zhang asked if there was really no way to free Situ. Situ replied that it was the choice he had made after careful consideration. If he wasn't keeping the Celestial Fox King occupied, they would be facing one of 2 scenarios, and neither of them was what he wanted to see. Zhang wondered what those scenarios were. Situ explained that the first was they all failed to repel the attack from Holy Ancestor Village, and Pearl City would fall into the hands of Aksu, with half the Awakeners dying in the ensuing chaos. The second scenario was that they successfully defended against Holy Ancestor Village's attack, but with him gone, the Celestial Fox King would personally eliminate any powerful Awakener who revealed their strength in the city, and at least 30% of their Awakens would be lost. However, with the Celestial Fox King currently trapped by him, the strongest among them was Princess Yu. In a one-on-one fight, those powerful Awakeners might not be a match for her, but facing multiple opponents at once, even the princess might not emerge victorious. Even if she wanted to eliminate every Awakener who had exposed their abilities, it would take her at least 1 or 2 years. They both stood in front of a prison, and Zhang thought that this was the best possible outcome, given their current strength. Sigu asked Zhang to get some blood from Wang. Zhang wondered what was so special about his blood. Sigu asked, wasn't Zhang stuck at level 9 for some time? Zhang agreed, telling Situ that during the last battle, he had signs that he was about to break through to level 10 and become a mid-level Awakener. But at the critical moment of the breakthrough, he was inexplicably blocked. Not only did he fail to level up, but it also felt like there was a lump in his throat. Something was holding him back. Situ asked Zhang to try drinking some of Long's blood and awaken a new ability first. Then Situ would tell him how to break through. Zhang did so, and Situ explained that there was no real bottleneck between low-level and mid-level. The reason Zhang couldn't break through was that he had too many abilities. Single-ability Awakeners didn't have many choices and often decided their path early on. Zhang was meditating at that time, and Situ continued, explaining that those Awakeners with multiple abilities like Zhang needed to choose one path from many. Otherwise, it would cause what was called level stagnation during advancement. Once Zhang figured out what he truly desired and the path he wanted to walk, breaking through to mid-level would be effortless. The Omnivore ability had been activated, and now Zhang was awakening a new ability. He felt as though he was in a different space. Sidru told him that it was now his choice to use that new ability to feel the changes in his other abilities, carefully sensing each of his abilities while holding them at the precipice of activation. Then he was to look inward, understand what path he really wished to take and what his heart desired most. His abilities would naturally align with that desire. Zhang had many choices to make, and he thought of the contract gem. Sigyu asked if Zhang had made his decision. Zhang responded that there were so many options and wondered if there was really no way to have it all. Sidhu replied that it depended on his heart and he couldn't give advice on that. Zhang thought his biggest hesitation was between the contract gem and Omnivore. The contract gem was the foundation of his powers, and most of his abilities stemmed from it. But Omnivore had granted him 4 powerful abilities as well, such as the Nethermist Body, Pure Water Body, Pure Blood Body, and the Old King's Blood his top-tier abilities. It could be said that while Omnivore originated from the contract gem, its potential was just as vast. Zhang wondered what he needed to do now, as he had to choose one of these two as the core for his advancement. When Seku saw the green aura around Zhang, he remarked that it seemed like Zhang had found his answer. The advancement was successful, and Zhang had reached level 10. He wonders if he leveled up, and as he checks his stats and reads through them, he finds that he only advanced by 1 level. However, the gap between a low-level and a mid-level awakener was huge. His stamina and mental energy have increased significantly, and now he can precisely control the frames of Fire Devourer. His control over his abilities has also become much more refined. Siju asks if he's successfully advanced. Zhang agrees, telling him that it's no wonder since he only became combat-ready after reaching the intermediate level. The control gain at that level was remarkable. Zhang makes a red stone by thinking of the martial pact, and with that new skill, even the otherwise useless transparent gems can come in handy. He grabs the stone and stabs it into the ground, saying that the hardness of this intermediate gem should be comparable to that of the pearl blade, and he could carry it without worrying about it getting damaged easily. Sedu says that, as expected, Zhang didn't choose Omnivore, but instead selected the contract gem as his core advancement. Zhang replies that he did want to choose Omnivore, but something told him it wasn't right for him. Seichu tells him it's a good thing he didn't choose Omnivore, as it might grant abilities easily, but it comes with high risks. There are countless cases of side effects, backlash, and even death when awakening new abilities with Omnivore. Zhang tells them that although the contract gem grants abilities a bit slower, every new ability he gains with it has been essential, almost like a lifetime achievement. He hears the voice of Princess, instructing to recruit awakeners under the guise of the city and gradually eliminate them, as well as those who pose potential threats within a year. Zhang and Siga return to the others, and Situ tells them that, according to Zhang, the princess was recruiting a large number of awakeners under the pretext of admission into the city guard, aiming to quickly eliminate skilled individuals in the city. Ming wonders if the princess was targeting those who participated in the previous battle. Situ agrees with this. Zhang says he has decided to return to the city to first inform Leixian and the others about the situation and then see if there's any way to get them out of the city. Ming warns him not to do it, as it's too dangerous. Zhang replies that if they don't do something, those people will end up just like the original city god members, silently devoured and replaced. Sissy tells him that it's too risky to go back alone, so she will accompany him. Manny says they will follow as well and suggests splitting up to contact the awakeners they know. It would be faster that way. Siddha points out that they can't be sure if the awakeners they know have already been replaced by celestial foxes, and they may have exposed themselves too easily. Zhang tells him that he was a mid-level awakener, and if he sneaks in alone, even if they spot him, he was confident that he can make it out safely. Ming objects, telling him that Pearl Sea was a death trap, and asks if Zhang has any idea how important he was to them. Zhang replies that he knows, but sitting by and watching their comrades get devoured by those foxes isn't good, and he can't just turn a blind eye to it. He thinks he hasn't avenged Jing yet. As Cizi seems worried, Zhang reassures her not to worry, as he has a backup plan, and even if he runs into the princess, he'll be fine. Ming uses his power, saying that if Zhang was really set on going, he will have to defeat Ming first. Zhang tells him to just have it his way, and then he uses his power to make Ming fall back. Ming was surprised by how fast it happened and wonders how Zhang did that without even moving. Zhang says that it seems like he won. Ming wonders if Zhang used the Nethermist power and then comments that Zhang was surely stronger now than before he advanced. Seku says that an unlimited level awakener was not comparable to any ordinary awakener. It took him reaching the intermediate level to gain enough strength to handle mutated beasts. But Zhang could kill a mid-level awakener when he was still at the low level, and he was more talented compared to Situ. The potential Zhang has was even greater, so Situ won't oppose Zhang's return to the city, but before that, he has a treasure for Zhang. Zhang asked to wait as he needed to ask Shu for a favor. Shu asked what kind of help he could offer. Zhang analyzed him and replied that he could be a big help, but it wasn't convenient to talk there, so they should move. Outside, Shu asked if he could at least leave some for him. Zhang replied, "Don't be stingy, it will grow back." Others wondered what was going on. Shu remarked that it was easy for Zhang to say when it wasn't his body. Then Zhang came inside, and Manny asked what he had been asking Shu to do. Zhang thanked Shu, and as they looked at him, they noticed he had become all thin with his fat gone, which shocked Manny. Seichu with Zhang entered the Purge Squad's secret room, and Zhang wondered what kind of equipment was there. Sidu told him that the scythe was called the Dress Reaper. It didn't just strike fear into the hearts of the living, but it also evolved by consuming blood. In his younger days, Sidu used to slay thousands of mutated beasts, and over the years, the scythe absorbed a sea of blood. Now, in terms of both hardness and sharpness, the scythe was unmatched, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a divine artifact. The Dress Reaper was currently the most suitable weapon for Zhang, so Situ advised him to take it with him to the city, as it would increase his chances of survival when encountering enemies. Zhang took it, thanking Situ. Situ looked back and mentioned that it seems someone else was still worried. His energy had already been depleted, and he was disappearing, so he would return to the bracelet to recharge. He told Zhang and Sissy to have a good chat. Zhang noticed the scar on Sissy's face had faded. She mentioned that they had agreed to talk as old friends, not as teammates. They both went out to sit under the moon, and she told him that she had overcome her demons and had the Purge Squad heal the scar on her face. That last incident made her realize how weak she was, so she wouldn't blindly pursue revenge anymore. She would rely on everyone's strength to defeat Aksu together. He was determined to return to Pearl City alone, which made her wonder if it was because he was also fixated on avenging his friend. He told her he would be lying if he said it hadn't crossed his mind, especially after he reached the mid-level awakening. He could literally feel himself getting stronger, no longer the weak person who could only pretend to sleep when the princess came to inspect and had no way to rest. He told Sissy not to worry, as he knew what important saving people was. That's why he was returning to the city. As for Jing's revenge, if the opportunity didn't present itself, he wouldn't do anything reckless. She told him that she's still worried about him going back alone. He mentioned that he had received a secret weapon from Shu, so he would be fine. The scene shifted to the city where the foxes were wandering. Zhang was walking by, covering his head and face, thinking that the celestial fox patrols had surely stepped things up. He get to listen to the conversation of a few foxes, who were talking about how the Purge Squad was temporarily closed and unauthorized personnel were not allowed entry. Said it was still with Zhang and told him not to worry about him. The old fox wouldn't be able to do anything to Situ for another year or two. On the other hand, Zhang had figured out what he was going to do. Zhang agreed as he understood the plan. The scene shifted to the study room of the Beast King Martial Arts School, where water droplets fell. Leishan was confused and Zhang appeared, saying it was him. Leishan was happy to see him and asked where he had gone in the last few days. Leishan had been wanting to thank him in person ever since that day, but he couldn't find Zhang. Zhang replied that it was a long story. After explaining everything to Leishan, Zhang asked if he would believe him. Leishan mentioned that, according to what Zhang had said, the city lord had long since betrayed Pearl City, and the celestial foxes were the ones really in charge. His claims sounded rather unbelievable. A boy from outside the room called out, saying that Captain Lin, the city guard, was there to meet him. Leishan asked the boy to show Lin to the reception hall and told him he would be there shortly. Zhang told Leishan that the city guard had been replaced by the celestial foxes, and that Leishan only needed one look to see that Zhang was telling the truth. At the reception hall, Leishan apologized to Lin for making him wait, saying he didn't expect Lin would have time for a visit. Lin told him that he was there to congratulate Leishan. Leishan wondered what he had done to deserve such an honor. As he looked around, he saw that the other 4 members with Lin were foxes. Lin told him that the city lord had decided to appoint Leishan as the vice city lord of Pearl City, and the announcement would be made citywide very soon. Leishan thought to himself, so those were the true forms of the celestial foxes. Leishan replied that the humble servant was eternally grateful for the city lord's generosity. Lin turned to leave, saying he had delivered the message and now he was leaving. Leishan thanked him, telling him to please extend his gratitude to the city lord. He thought about how those monsters dared to come there. Zhang was sharing his vision with Leishan, and Leishan told him not to worry as he wasn't going to pick a fight he couldn't win. He knew he was outmatched. Zhang relaxed, and Leishan told him he assumed Zhang came to him with a plan and asked what they needed to do. Zhang hoped that Leishan could use this opportunity, given the promotion to Vice City Lord, to host a banquet and invite the Awakeners, who defended Pearl City. Then they would tell everyone who hadn't been replaced by the Celestial Foxes what was going on. Those who wanted to leave would be escorted out of the city through the teleportation array. Those who chose to stay would at least know about the Celestial Foxes' plan, which would allow them to be on guard and avoid being easily controlled, at the very least. Leishan told him that some people might have family ties and might not choose to leave. Zhang replied that given the current situation, it was all they could do. They looked outside the window and saw many foxes taking human form in the school. Zhang told Leishan that even the school hadn't been spared and several students had already been replaced. Leishan remarked that he never thought such a small school would be harboring so many of those creatures. He told Zhang that Zhang had done enough, and in a situation where the enemy was hard to distinguish, no one could save everyone. He then placed a hand on Zhang's shoulder and said to let's proceed as he suggested, and he was with him all the way. Zhang greeted him, thanking him. But Leishan replied that it should be them who should thank Zhang, as he had at least given them the hope of defeating those monsters. Zhang looked outside and saw Jing walking there. Kitty approached her and asked if anything unusual had been happening in the city lately. Kitty informed her that Leishan was preparing to host a grand banquet. Xiu remarked that Leishan had only recently become the Voice City Lord, yet he was already flaunting it. She added that Leixin was nothing special. Jing told Xiu that they had someone keeping an eye on things over there. Xiu dismissed this, stating that Leixin was merely using the event as an excuse to collect gifts and line his pockets. Such a person posed no real threat to them, so it would be better to focus on locating the purged squad rats and uncovering their plans, especially Zhang's. The scene then shifted to Leixin's banquet, where guests were congratulating him. One person referred to him as the mayor, while another expressed hope that Leixin would show them favor in the future and offered his support. Leixin smiled graciously, thanking them all for their kindness. At that moment, a boy approached and whispered something in Leixin's ear. Leixin excused himself from the crowd, mentioning that he had urgent business to attend to. As he walked away, he mentally noted that if he truly had business, he shouldn't let anyone hold him up. He apologized for not being a better host. While he was busy with others, Kitty and Jing were present, with Kitty suggesting that it was time to leave. Leixin was exactly as Xiu had predicted, using the banquet to fill his pockets. Then Jing mentioned a lady whose appearance was so exquisite that it drew everyone's attention. Kitty wondered why she was receiving so much attention and asked Jing to stay behind and enjoy herself, but reminded her that there were many eyes on them. It would be best to wait until the banquet ended before making any moves. Jing agreed with this advice. Inside the mansion, Leixin was sitting with Bai Di and a few other individuals. Zhang, using the pure blood skill, stood behind Leixin. Bai Di told Leixin that they awaited his instructions and asked if they should know the reason for the summons. Leixin explained that he had gathered them for a matter of great importance, and Zhang would explain the details. Zhang deactivated the skill and appeared in front of them. Bai Di was shocked to see him there. Zhang greeted instructor Bai Di, and the others, shocked by his presence, looked on in surprise. As Zhang spoke, explaining the situation, a man questioned if what Zhang was saying was true, wondering if it meant something significant. Bai Di responded that he had interacted with Kitty and other city guards, but hadn't noticed any odd behavior from them recently. A lady added that the city lord hadn't been seen for ages. Leixin urged them to simply listen, assuring them that everything Zhang had said was true. He had personally confirmed the existence of the celestial foxes, revealing that these monsters were masters of disguise, nearly impossible to distinguish from humans. There were already a number of those celestial foxes at the banquet, disguising themselves as others. Leixin had known the 4 people in front of him for years, and if they trusted him, he would need their help. The lady assured him that whatever Leixin she needed would provide. Bai Di agreed, stating that Zhang was his student, and they had fought side by side. He trusted both of them. Zhang explained that to deal with the celestial foxes, they needed to play it smart. For now, they should lie low and conserve their strength. He revealed a list of people who hadn't been replaced and suggested they split up to warn them about the current situation. The Purge squad would soon open a portal using the teleportation array. Anyone who wished to escape with them should exit through the main gate, circle back discreetly, and then go through the portal. A boy asked about the families. Leixin replied that this was their only option. At the moment, Zhang was the only one who could see through the celestial foxes' disguises. They hadn't had time to verify if everyone on the list and their families were safe, or if any of them had been replaced. If the foxes caught wind of what Leixin and the others were doing, they might speed up their plans to wipe out all the Awakeners. Therefore, anyone who decided to stay must remain extremely cautious around anyone acting suspiciously. Alternatively, they could take their families and temporarily leave the city guard's jurisdiction. Bai Di agreed, noting that with so many people, keeping this under wraps would be nearly impossible. Zhang mentioned that he would be observing from the shadows, and if any of the celestial foxes at the banquet acted strangely, he would use fire as a signal. Leixin said he would leave the rest to them. After the banquet, as the guests were leaving, one man remarked that he should get going now, but suggested they share a drink when they had the chance. Leixin replied, mentioning that he would host a banquet in his honor soon, and they could continue their conversation afterward. As the man was leaving, Leixin and Bai Di bowed to greet him, with Leixin apologizing for the lack of hospitality. Zhang observed the guests, thinking that they had informed almost everyone at the banquet, and it seemed that the celestial foxes hadn't noticed anything unusual yet. Jing's positive form appeared behind Zhang, warning him to be careful. Zhang wondered what she was trying to convey. Just then, he noticed a monster behind Jing's face, and he realized that the creature was after Miss Weihua. He needed to find a way to draw the monster away before it sensed anything unusual, or the entire plan would fail. Jing called out to Weihua, asking if she was already heading back. Weihua turned and asked if Jing needed anything. Jing mentioned that she had just happened to be heading in the same direction, and seeing Weihua alone, thought she might join her for a walk, if that was all right. Weihua agreed, and Zhang thought to himself that Jing had decided to come out into the open herself. She had just given him the perfect opportunity to strike. Zhang stepped forward, speaking confidentially. He greeted Jing, saying it had been a while since they had last met. Zhang told Weihua to go find Leixin and inform him that Zhang had run into trouble. He asked her to tell Lei Xin to meet him on the west side of the city. Jing, confused, wondered what Zhang was doing in the city. She initially thought he was just looking for a snack, but now she guessed she had caught something much bigger instead. Xiu would be over the moon if Jing managed to bring Zhang to her. As Wei Hua left, Zhang started running and Jing called out to him asking where he was going. He activated the Nethermist Nightwalker skill, boosting his agility and speed. Jing followed, marveling at how quickly he was moving. He turned a corner, and when she reached it, he was nowhere to be found. She wondered where he had gone. Suddenly, he appeared in front of her, scythe raised to attack. Jing leaped back to dodge, and Zhang wondered if she was still trying to put on an act. Didn't she worry that he wouldn't let her get away so easily? Jing remarked that it seemed Xiu had been right. She wasn't sure how he did it, but he could indeed see through her disguise. She had thought his ability wasn't that powerful. As she processed this, Zhang's attack unleashed a burst of nethermist, and she was shocked as he swung his scythe toward her. He then captured her with a chain and said that he hadn't known her for long, but she was the reason he accepted who he was, and she gave him peace and kept him from living in fear. The celestial fox, stunned, wondered what he was talking about and when he had become so strong. Zhang explained that to him, Jing was like a childhood friend and the most important person in his life. She had always just wanted to make her dream a reality. Without hesitation, he stabbed his sword into the fox, demanding to know why it had done this to her. The fox screamed in pain, but in the end, it coldly remarked that Zhang would never know the despair on her face when she died. Zhang continued to attack the fox mercilessly. The fox, in a desperate state, begged him to kill her, but her form, appearing as Jing, cried and denied it. Zhang, undeterred, removed the mask of Jing and intensified his nethermist power, causing the fox to cower in fear. He took his sword and declared that it was the fox he wanted to kill. With a swift motion, he slashed at the fox, ending its life. As the fox fell, Xiu appeared, witnessing the scene and questioning why Zhang had taken down Jing himself. She commented on how strong Zhang had become, never expecting him to return in such a way. She wondered if he truly wanted to die so badly. Zhang, still calm, wondered how she knew. Despite several attempts to analyze her, he had failed every time. Xiu observed that even at the brink of death, he was still struggling, but it was fine. She would allow him to die knowing he couldn't defeat her. Finally, Zhang succeeded in analyzing her stats, receiving a complete description of her abilities and characteristics. Xiu then attacked him, and Zhang used his nethermist to create a barrier in an attempt to counter it. However, the barrier was shattered instantly. In response, he released his scythe to strike back, but he was still too weak and was forced to fall back. He realized that Xiu had shredded through his nethermist like it was nothing. He had previously analyzed her and knew her main weapon lay in her tail. His pure water body negated all physical damage, rendering her attacks ineffective. He transformed his body into water, attempting to dodge the next blow. Xiu remarked that it seemed Zhang had more than one ability at his disposal, but she doubted it would be enough to save him. She then launched a different kind of attack to stop his water body, stating that no matter how many abilities he possessed, they couldn't make up for the immense power gap between them. Zhang realized that she had manipulated her tail to freeze his pure water body solid. She expressed curiosity, wondering how he managed to use his abilities, especially when Yun Shibad couldn't see through the king's illusion. She questioned how he was able to do what he did. Zhang thought to himself that he couldn't use two abilities simultaneously, but he had to figure out a way to survive. As the battle continued, Xiu landed on the ground and noticed a red gem nearby. Zhang realized that the martial pact could take care of the situation, so he used that ability to launch an attack on her. Once the fog began to clear, Xiu smiled, acknowledging that it was a cute trick, but one that ultimately freed him. She wondered why he wasn't running away, but instead stood there, seemingly ready to face whatever came next. Zhang replied that he was on his own and wasn't afraid. It would be impossible to escape, which was exactly why he had called for backup. Just then, Lei Xin and Baidi arrived, calling out to him. Lei Xin asked what had happened as Wei Hua had informed him that Zhang had run into trouble. Baidi added that everyone else had already evacuated, leaving only him behind. Xiu, observing the scene, wondered if the explosion had drawn Lei Xin there and questioned whether he was working with Zhang. Realizing she could no longer use Lei Xin to her advantage, she decided he should die. She attacked Lei Xin, but Zhang intervened, pushing him out of the way and taking the full force of the blow. Zhang took the hit on his back, and as Lei Xin turned to check on him, Zhang told him not to worry. He then revealed that Xiu was the fox they had been looking for. Lei Xin understood the situation now and acknowledged that she was the source of the trouble. He quickly instructed Baidi to take care of Zhang. Baidi noticed Xiu's unusual behavior and remarked that she must also be a celestial fox, though her appearance seemed different. Just as he was about to speak further, Zhang interrupted, stepping in between them and sticking close to Baidi. Baidi was puzzled by Zhang's actions, but Zhang reassured him, saying he wasn't going to hurt him. Zhang activated his vision, and suddenly Baidi could see Xiu's true form as a celestial fox. Xiu was about to launch another attack at Lei Xin, and Zhang warned Leixin that it was aimed at his stomach. Leixin dodged the attack, surprised by the strength behind it. Zhang then instructed Baidi to hold out his left hand palm up. Baidi complied, and Zhang conjured a red liquid into his hand, asking Baidi to find a way to make Leixin swallow it. Baidi understood Zhang's plan and, with a determined expression, threw the red liquid toward Leixin, signaling with a gesture akin to the wind carrying tidings, urging him to receive them with grace. Leixin immediately understood the signal. He consumed the liquid and with a sharp gaze told Xiu that now he could see her true fox form. Enraged, Xiu continued to attack, but Leixin skillfully dodged each strike. Baidi, sensing the rising tension, activated his power, declaring that they would assist as well. In response, Leixin entered his rage form, his voice filled with fury as he addressed the celestial fox. They will pay for what they had done to his students, he vowed. Baidi, equally enraged, readied himself for the fight. Zhang, noticing the escalating conflict, explained to Leixin that the blood he had just consumed was his own. It would allow Leixin to see the fox's true form, but only for a short time. Leixin nodded, a grim smile appearing on his face. He replied that it was long enough, his resolve hardening as he prepared to confront Xiu. They rushed to attack her, and she wondered how they could even see through her illusion. Was all of this the work of Zhang? The thought infuriated her. She cared not for his methods, she would simply kill them all. She ordered the Xiu shadow to begin its work. In response, another fox emerged, following her command. Leixin warned Baidi to be cautious, sensing the immense power of the fox emerging from Xiu's shadow. Zhang realized this was not an illusion and was baffled. How could the celestial fox hide within her shadow? It was something they had never noticed before. Even in his pure blood form, he hadn't been able to analyze it. He wondered what kind of power it possessed. Zhang then called out to Leixin, telling him that this was the last servant scale he had on him. Leixin replied that even in his unfettered form, defeating both of them would be a tough challenge. Zhang handed him a pill and assured him not to worry. He promised they would escape from the city, but for now, Leixin just needed to buy some time, nothing more. Leixin took the pill, trusting Zhang's confidence. He said they would place their lives in his hands. Meanwhile, Xiu killed the first attacker, and the fox engaged Baidi. Baidi tried to defend himself while attempting to counterattack the fox. But the fox managed to land a slash on Baidi before retreating a short distance. Zhang healed Baidi's wounds, telling him not to worry about the pain. He added that it seemed the fox could attack through its own shadow. Leixin, engaged in battle with Xiu, realized they could no longer afford to remain on the defensive. He then called out to Baidi, instructing him to execute Tactic 3+1. Baidi agreed without hesitation. As the fox attacked, Baidi wondered if they thought it was enough to kill him. To his surprise, he felt more as though the fox's strikes were simply tickling him. The speed wasn't bad, but the hits felt as soft as a kitten's paw. The fox growled and told him to stop underestimating its trap before stabbing Baidi in the chest, causing him to cough up blood. In response, Baidi grabbed the fox's head and lifted it, hurling it towards Xiu while calling out to Leixin. Leixin, however, was struck in the chest as well. The fox, now standing beside Xiu, prepared for another attack. Baidi, undeterred, activated the Beast King's secret technique, the primordial chaos unification. Zhang, now calm, maintained that this was their chance. He handed a gem to both Leixin and Baidi, instructing them to hold onto it tightly and not let go. He then contacted Xiu, informing him that everything was ready and that he could now reclaim the fat. Xiu agreed, and with that, the three of them began to fly, the gems clutched tightly in their hands. Baidi was furious with Zhang, feeling that he should have informed him beforehand about such a stunt. He wasn't prepared for something like that. However, Leixin, on the other hand, was visibly excited by the turn of events. Baidi glanced at the city, thinking that this counted as their escape. Zhang, injured and drained from expending so much energy while healing with his pure blood, began to feel the weight of his exhaustion. He then released the gem, telling them it would lead them to the base. With that, he let himself fall, releasing his gem as he did. The scene shifts to the Lost Woods outside Pearl City at night, where Zhang was lying unconscious. After a while, he woke up, wondering if he was still alive. Sechu, aided by a bracelet, mentioned that Zhang was finally awake and then explained the severity of his condition. He had been gravely injured and unconscious ever since. Zhang winced in pain, feeling the intensity of his injuries. Sechu noted that he had done everything he could to stop the bleeding but had been pushing his limits. He apologized, mentioning that he needed to sleep now. Zhang wondered why Sechu was apologizing. He realized that without Sechu's help, he would probably be dead by now. So he reassured him, saying to rest assured, "Don't worry." Zhang decided to contact the headquarters, asking if they had completed the copy. However, he received no reply and figured he was on his own for the time being. He sought shelter in a nearby cave, starting a fire. Although his pure blood body could heal others, it couldn't heal him, he thought. It seemed that doctors couldn't heal themselves. He treated his wounds as best as he could, tapping them lightly. He felt his energy reserves dwindling, and he knew that if a mutated beast showed up now, he would be in trouble. At least the cave seemed safe enough, so he decided to patch himself up there for the time being. The forest felt like a maze, and even in broad daylight, finding his way out in his current condition would be a challenge. All he could do was hope that his teammates would find him soon. He then saw the hair clip and immediately recognized it as Jing's. He grabbed it, thinking that he had finally avenged her after all that had happened. But even so, he couldn't understand why he wasn't happy. He kept telling himself that it was all for her, but deep down he knew it was just his obsession. He had spoken of noble ideals, but in truth, his heart had sought nothing but worldly fame and glory. He wondered what good all that revenge had really done. After all, the dead could never return, and not even a miracle worker could change that. He questioned if he could somehow bring her back. He recalled using his pure-blood body to heal Kwang before, watching as her severed arm regrew perfectly, with no signs of rejection. According to Ming, the new arm functioned just as well as the old one. Then there was the time when he had linked his body to Leixin's and discovered that he could replace organs, keeping him alive. If his theory was correct, maybe, just maybe, he could resurrect Jing. He hesitated before taking Jing's face mask, contemplating the limitations of the pure-blood body, which could only heal specific targets. With only Jing's face left, he wasn't even sure if it was possible. But he tried anyway, feeling drained yet hopeful as the process seemed to work. He continued, pushing himself further, reminding himself that he usually needed to channel all of his energy and push the regeneration to its limits. As her body began regenerating, he noticed that her hands weren't growing properly. He wondered if his own injuries were affecting the healing process, preventing her body from fully restoring. But he refused to give up. He couldn't lose her again, even if it took every last drop of his energy. Bai Di and Leixin were still fleeing, and Leixin mentioned that something wasn't right about the situation. Bai Di agreed, sensing that something was off as well. They both descended, and Bai Di remarked that Zhang was about as reliable as a screen door on a submarine. They then met Chen, Shu, and Sizi. Ming greeted them, and they had been expecting their arrival. Shu, looking at them, thought about giving back his fat and, being honest, mentioned that he had retrieved the fat as soon as he received Zhang's message. However, he hadn't properly considered the landing. Denai apologized for the shock they had caused. Leixin reassured them, saying that a small hiccup like that wasn't enough to frighten them. However, it might not be the same for someone else, so Shu should work on it. Shu nodded in agreement. Sizi then asked about Zhang, wondering why he had returned with them. Bai De grew solemn, saying that it was exactly what they had wanted to talk about. After explaining everything to the three of them, Bai De continued, saying the place was called the Last Woods because of its complex terrain. Once someone entered, it was nearly impossible to find their way back out. They lacked the means to navigate, and if they blindly searched for Zhang in there, they would likely end up lost or worse, lose their lives. Ming pointed out that the Purge squad badges had a tracking function, and they could always use them to find their way back once they were outside. Sissy mentioned that she would go. Leixin agreed to join as well, feeling responsible since he hadn't noticed Zhang's injuries. He then asked Baidi to tend to his wounds. Even Baidi hesitated, but Leixin reassured him, telling him not to worry. Leixin's injuries had already started healing on their own, albeit at a slower rate than during the day. The mutated beasts in the woods were no match for him. Ming declared that it was settled. He, Sizi, and Leixin would go after Zhang, while Shu and Baidi would return to the base. At first, Shu was happy to stay behind, but he saluted Ming in agreement with the order. Meanwhile, Zhang was still regenerating Jing's body. Despite his exhaustion, he pushed forward, muttering that it was getting a bit closer. Suddenly, he noticed something had changed in his stats. He thought about the perfect timing and knew it had to work now. After some time, he wondered if he had succeeded. To his relief, Jing was alive. She was covering her body with a cloth and called out to him, saying it had been a long time since they had met. He felt a wave of joy and nearly fainted. Jing supported him, asking if he was all right. He smiled and agreed, mentioning that he was just a bit tired. She gently laid him down in her lap. As he'd explained everything to her, she smiled and commented that he was always so reckless. He replied that if he hadn't been reckless, it wouldn't have ended up like this. He was glad he had eaten the gemstone that day. She nodded, agreeing with him. She remarked that he had always been a hard worker, no matter what. Even when the school and everyone else doubted him, when they mocked his dream of becoming a farmer, and even when he faced unbeatable foes, he had never stopped moving forward. As she looked at him now, having grown so much and made so many incredible friends, it filled her heart with happiness. She wished for him to cherish them even more. He finally fell asleep, and she wondered if he was simply exhausted. He had already done more than enough, so she hoped he would get some good rest. Tears welled in her eyes as she wished she could continue walking down that path with him. But unfortunately, it was too late. Her soul's energy had run out. Still, she held on to the belief that if anyone could find her again, it would be him. And when the time came, she hoped she would still be able to remember. With a final whisper of farewell, she disappeared. Zhang awoke from the dream at the sound of Jing calling his name. When he saw her lying there, he relaxed for a moment, but then shook her gently, telling her she would catch a cold if she slept like that. However, as he turned away, he noticed her eyes wide open, and he froze in shock. He quickly turned back to her, realizing her body was cold to the touch. Upon checking, he found that she wasn't even breathing. His heart raced as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, she had been speaking to him. After a few moments of disbelief, Zhang sat beside her lifeless body. He murmured to himself that he had heard her voice several times already, and it couldn't have been his imagination. She had even mentioned something about soul energy. Could the resurrection have failed because her soul was missing? He wondered if it were truly that easy to bring someone back to life, it would defy all logic. Even if he could somehow force her resurrection, would she be the same? According to what she had said, as long as he could find her soul, there was still a chance. His thoughts were interrupted when he spotted an insect nearby. It was the mutated beast he had seen before. The beast seemed to be sleeping, but after a while, it stirred and woke up. Zhang noted that it had regained consciousness. He then offered it some food, noticing how weak it seemed. He observed that the beast had not attacked him while he had been unconscious. Whatever the reason, he couldn't just leave it there in its vulnerable state. Jing's body suddenly disappeared, leaving Zhang staring in disbelief. The mutated beast, startled, looked around, seemingly confused by her absence. Zhang wondered if the beast was trying to comprehend where she had gone. He reassured it, saying she was still peacefully sleeping in a better place. However, given its appearance, it seemed as though the beast might not yet understand the concept of death. The beast then offered Zhang something to eat, which made him pause. He wondered why it was offering him food. It was his first time encountering such a friendly mutated beast. Perhaps it was trying to tell him to cherish the present. And it was right. No amount of moping would change what had already happened. Zhang then spoke to the beast, admitting that he still didn't know what kind of creature it was. To find out more, he used his analysis ability. The results showed that the beast possessed a majestic tier ability. Zhang realized that the beast had the potential to become a king-level mutated creature. He had just escaped from one princess and now had stumbled upon another. Was this fate or just a coincidence? Suddenly, he noticed something approaching. Upon further analysis, he discovered that it was a large group of mutated ants. Zhang turned to the beast and told it that it seemed like its friends had come for it. The beast, however, appeared frightened. Zhang wondered what was wrong. He quickly lifted the beast, using his pure water body technique to escape from the area. As they fled, he observed that the ants didn't seem too pleased to see the beast. He wondered if the wounds on the beast had been caused by them. The ants, having spotted them, immediately began chasing after them, and Zhang knew they had to run. Zhang realized that the queen's majestic ability was meant to intimidate the colony and maintain order and stability. However, because her level was so low, the ants interpreted it as a challenge instead. It seemed that the beast's majestic ability needed more refinement, and Zhang would have to find another way to hold off the colony. As he continued to think, he spotted a sleeping bear nearby. Without hesitation, he jumped onto the bear, startling it awake. Zhang quickly dashed ahead, hoping the bear would follow. Behind him, the bear, now enraged, turned its fury on the ants. Zhang muttered to himself that this should keep them safe, at least for a while. But his hope was short-lived. In the blink of an eye, the ants swarmed the bear, turning it into nothing more than a skeleton. Zhang was stunned by the speed at which the ants had destroyed the powerful creature. He kept jumping from tree to tree, thinking it was a good thing that the ants couldn't fly and that moving to higher ground gave him an advantage. However, they were relentless. Suddenly, he heard a sound and the ground began to shake. He wondered if it was an earthquake. As he looked ahead, he saw a giant plant monster, which shocked Zhang and made him wonder what it was. The plant monster wondered where those bugs had come from and decided to crush them all, thinking about how they dared to interrupt its slumber. The ants attempted to climb the plant, but it used its power to kill a few, causing the others to retreat in fear. Zhang was shocked that a plant knew the human language. He wondered if the plants had mutated as well. At least it had scared off the Black Mountain ants, and he realized he should escape while he could. He activated his Nightwalker skill to make himself invisible. As he was about to flee, the plant captured him with a vine, telling him to wait and not rush off just yet. Zhang thought the plant had seen right through him and assumed it must be very high level if it could see through his Nethermist Nightwalker. He tried to analyze it but failed a few times. The plant told him not to be nervous, saying it had seen him right after he was awakened. Zhang was then able to see its stats. The tree said it had been so long since he had seen a living person, and he felt a little excited. Zhang thought about the fallen ones he had encountered before. Most were either psychos or just plain crazy. But this tree seemed friendly. He figured he couldn't leave just yet, and might as well chat with it for a while. The tree sat with him and asked where he was from. Zhang replied that he was from Pearl City. The tree mentioned that it was a coincidence, since he was from Pearl City as well, but that was all he remembered. Maybe he was really getting old. Zhang asked if the tree remembered anything else, wondering if he might be so bold. Zhang then referred to the tree as Senior Changchun and asked if it realized he was a fallen one. Chang seemed to understand, and then he wondered about it. But suddenly, he realized Zhang had called him by name and asked how Zhang knew it. Zhang told the truth. He knew a bit of analysis art, and it revealed the tree's name. Just then, the bracelet glowed and Situ called out to Chang, asking if it was really him. Zhang called Situ, asking if he had finally awoken. Situ replied that he had been awake ever since they started chatting. Chang remarked that it was remarkable that their friend could actually reside within the bracelet. From the way they were talking, it seemed that Zhang knew Chang well. He then asked Zhang to tell him about his past. Zhang held the bracelet out, and Situ explained that back then, to overthrow the tyranny of the Zhu family, they had joined forces and formed the resistance army. Chang had been one of their most valued members. He wasn't only incredibly strong, but also the highest skill in the art of disguise, which allowed him to infiltrate the Zhu family and become their spy. During one of his missions, however, he was discovered and met an untimely end. Situ never expected to meet him again. Chang remarked that the resistance army sounded impressive, but he didn't remember any of it. Situ called Zhang's attention, telling him there was something he wanted Zhang to do. A few birds landed on Chang, and Situ continued, explaining that the whole fallen state was actually a form of losing one's mind. Chang's current condition, living in tree form for so long, had caused his mind to slowly accept that form as his new reality, while his human memories gradually faded away. This condition made him unconsciously forget his former self. Moreover, fallen ones were no longer ordinary humans, and their mental presence barely resembled that of a normal person. Ordinary mind control methods had no effect on them. There had never been a recorded case of a fallen one being cured, but Zhang was different. Zhang asked if Situ wanted him to feed a contract gem to Chang. Chang, puzzled, asked if Zhang was suggesting he could cure his fallen state. Zhang replied that in theory it was one way to do it, but fallen ones possessed powerful mental energy. For them to regain their former selves, external guidance was a must. This also meant that Chang would need to completely relinquish control of his body to Zhang, and Zhang thought that was a serious matter. Zhang created a green gem, and Chang, curious about the significance of it, took it and ate it. After consuming the gem, Zhang realized that his contract had been successful. Zhang couldn't believe Chang had actually eaten the gem, and that the contract had worked. He decided to give it a try and issued the command. Using his power, he ordered Chang to immediately stop being a fallen one. Suddenly, Chang began to feel pain, and Zhang wondered if his command had really worked or if it was just a test. Then Chang reverted back to his human form, and Zhang was surprised at how easily he had cured him. Chang mentioned Pearl City, the beast-taming Zhu family, and recalled everything else as well. Zhang was shocked, thinking that forging the contract had also consumed bonus effects, much like awakening new abilities. This was all completely new to him. But didn't that mean he couldn't use a level 7 contract gem to awaken new abilities anymore? He decided to view it as doing a good deed and patiently waited for the gem to reach level 8. Meanwhile, he observed Chang's joyful expression. Chang then asked Zhang for his name, and Zhang introduced himself. Chang chuckled and remarked that it was surprising the one who could lift the curse of the fallen had such an unassuming name. He said he had lived in the wild for so long and didn't have much to repay Zhang with. However, if Zhang didn't mind, he would give him something. Chang gathered dark energy in his hand and asked Zhang to accept it. Chang had kept that item because he found it peculiar. It seemed to straddle the line between the living and the dead. Zhang wondered if that was Nethermist's essence. He analyzed it, thinking it must be, since he had tried it before, and the analysis was surprisingly easy. He took it in his hand and couldn't help but think of the bare gallbladder. At least it wasn't sheep testicles. Chang apologized to Zhang, wishing he had something else to offer. Zhang reassured him not to worry about it, saying it would be incredibly helpful to him. Besides, he had helped Chang out of his own free will. Zhang recalled what Sizzy had mentioned before. Nethermist creatures were similar to parasites. As long as he didn't let it take over his mind, he should be fine. With his previous experience, he was confident he could handle it. Moreover, the basic Nethermist couldn't even scratch Shu. If he wanted to defeat that thing, he needed to get stronger. He ate the substance and immediately felt something strange. But he thought to himself that he could do this for sure. Power surged through him as he absorbed the essence. To his surprise, it boosted him by 3 levels at once. Not only that, but the contract gems had leveled up as well. Chang commented that Pearl City really was a hotbed for talent. He wondered who would have thought that thing was edible. Zhang mused that he might be the only one who would eat it and live to tell the tale. Chang then called out to Situ, saying he had been watching them for so long. Wasn't he planning to come out? Zhang was standing on a rock when the rock suddenly spoke, telling Zhang that he was far too trusting. Surprised, Zhang stepped back, wondering if this was another fallen one. Chang clarified that he was just a weary old man, so there was no need to be afraid. He then got to the point and addressed the rock, asking if it truly wanted to remain in its fallen state. The rock responded, questioning what it mattered, since their current life was free and easy. Chang mentioned the date, pointing out that the rock had seemingly forgotten some important things. He then asked if it really didn't want to see his family again. The rock hesitated, wondering about his family. Zhang was taken aback by how large the rock was as it stood up. He tried to analyze it but failed several times. Finally, he succeeded and saw the rock's name was Su King Bo. Chang asked Sing Bo to see for himself if he still resembled a human. Zhang thought the name sounded familiar. Sechu then told Zhang that he shouldn't be surprised that Zhang had heard of King Bo, as he was one of the founders of the investigation team and a legend in Pearl City. However, he had disappeared many years ago, and Sechu never thought you would find him out in the wild. Zhang noted that the two were fallen, adrift in the wasteland. Could it really just be a coincidence? Chang explained that Xingbo had been gravely injured by the Zhu family and cast out of the city. He had to turn into a tree to heal, and over time, Zhang saw the result of what he had become. Back then, King Bo was still just a young lad, and Chang doubted that those two events were connected. He never expected that young lad to eventually have a family of his own. When he first ran into him, King Bo couldn't stop talking about his adorable granddaughter. Zhang thought about the granddaughter and wondered if this was what he now understood. Chang noticed his contemplation and asked what was wrong. Zhang then conjured an image of Jing, asking if they recognized the girl. King Bo was reflecting on a few things when he recalled a man referring to him as father. As he entered, he saw his son's wife holding a baby girl. King Bo wondered who these people were and who he himself was. His frustration grew, and then Chang realized that the girl was King Bo's granddaughter. King Bo knelt bewildered, questioning who she was. His thoughts wandered to the beast-taming Zhu family, Pearl City, and the investigation team, a group he suspected might have been traitors. King Bo's confusion deepened. Zhang told Chang that things were bad. King Bo was on the verge of losing himself completely. Chang replied that they needed to snap King Bo out of it and urged Zhang to come up with something. Zhang thought briefly about the contract gem. It had only been leveled up a bit, but once the contract was formed, Xing Bo wouldn't be able to awaken any new abilities. Zhang wondered why Xing Bo was still waiting. Saving him was his top priority. Zhang created another contract gem, throwing it toward King Bo, asking him to swallow it so he could break free from his confusion. King Bo hit the gem away, falling back in anger, calling Zhang a liar and accusing him of trying to deceive him. He then demanded Zhang stay out of his way and leave Pearl City. As King Bo's anger flared, Chang stepped in and told him that it was enough. He urged King Bo to open his eyes and see that Mei Bin was no longer there, and that the girl before him was his granddaughter. Zhang quickly told Chang to snap out of it. Xing Bo, still in confusion, looked at his granddaughter, his mind racing. Chang stepped closer and urged Xing Bo to eat the gem, assuring him that it would help him remember everything. King Bo swallowed the gem, and the contract formed successfully. Zhang commanded him to stop being lost in his confusion. King Bo's appearance shifted back to his human form, and he called out to Jing, referring to her as Yahello. He wondered aloud who could have done this to her. Kneeling, he apologized to his granddaughter, deeply regretful that he hadn't been there for her. He cried, wondering if Mei Bin was responsible for her suffering. Sichu then explained that after King Bo's disappearance, Mei Bin had become the leader of the investigation team, and he asked if they had some sort of falling out. King Bo rose, his expression grim, and replied that it was more than that. Mei Bin was a member of the Zhu family. He couldn't understand how they had allowed him to rise to the leadership position. Mei Bin really got away with this, he muttered bitterly, slamming his fist into the ground. Now, not only has he taken Pearl City, but he couldn't even protect the one he cherished most. Zhang, reflecting on the situation, commented that no wonder the investigation team had remained silent amidst the chaos in the city. He had a bad feeling about it, but to think the Zhu family was behind it all. They had failed to capture Junting last time. Could they have something else planned? Chang called out, asking what Xingbo was talking about as it was all going over his head. Zhang addressed both of them, acknowledging that they had just regained their memories, but he needed to deliver some bad news. The current state of Pearl City was on the brink of disaster. He then explained everything, mentioning that he had been badly injured during a rescue mission and had to take refuge in the forest to recover. If it hadn't been for Chan and the little beast with him, they would have been goners. Chan, processing the information, remarked that so much had happened. King Bo then told Zhang that he had repeatedly heard Jing's voice and even seen her illusion. Zhang responded that sometimes it felt as though she was guiding him, but he was certain he had seen her with his own eyes. King Bo suggested that what he had seen might not have been illusions after all. He explained further. Jing was incredibly gifted, having awakened her abilities at an early age. Her power was similar to astral projection, but what was truly astonishing was her ability to enter the dreams of others. King Bo suspected that before she was killed, Jing had managed to separate her soul from her body. What he had seen as an illusion was likely a manifestation of her powers. If his theory was correct, she was more likely still alive. However, since her body had been destroyed, she was forced to remain in her soul form. A soul wandering without an anchor for too long was likely to perish. Zhang, considering this, asked if Jing had also become a fallen one. He then understood what Jing had meant when she told him, as he tried to bring her back to life, that she didn't want to be a burden to him. He started laughing, calling himself a fool. She had helped him from the shadows all this time, and in the end she wanted him to forget about her. But he could never forget her. Once the dust settled, he promised he would find her. He turned to both Xingbo and Chang, asking what their plans were now. Chang replied that they had devoted most of their lives to Pearl City, and now that the city was in danger, how could they stand it idly by? He believed that Xingbo felt the same way. Xingbo thought about it for a moment, yearning to see his granddaughter again. He then told them that they would lend their strength to Zhang, fighting alongside him to save Pearl City. They would follow his command as he saw fit. On the other hand, Lei Xin, along with Sizzy and Ming, were running through the forest. After reaching a certain spot, their communicator linked them in, with the quarter informing them that Zhang's communicator signal had disappeared near the area where Sizzy was standing. They asked if they had found anything. Ming looked around the area, scanning the surroundings. Lei Xin wondered where Zhang could have gone with those injuries. Sizzy noticed blood traces, and as she looked further in that direction, she was shocked, along with the others, because everything there had been destroyed. They all wondered what had happened. Ming mentioned that the traces resembled the path of the Black Mountain Baobak, likely from a recent march, meaning Zhang must have run into some trouble. Sizzy immediately started running, urging them to move quickly so they could catch up with Zhang. Lei Xin called out for her to wait. Suddenly, a portal appeared right in front of Sizzy, and a fist came rushing toward her. She quickly raised a water shield to protect herself, but the force behind the punch was so strong that her barrier shattered, and she was knocked back. A figure emerged from the portal, greeting Lei Xin and saying it had been a long time since they had last met. He then asked if Lei Xin had seen the present he had prepared for him, zombies which were now surrounding them. Lei Xin remarked that he had been wondering where the foul stench was coming from. He muttered that so it's Xiang, recognizing the old zombie. Xiang taunted Lei Xin, remarking that he was still as defiant as ever. He then declared that none of them would escape from there. Ordering his zombies to attack, Ming reacted, saying to don't tell me the holy ancestor village left a spy to watch us when they left the city. He immediately continued to fight off the zombies. Sizzy, unfazed, said it didn't matter. She was determined to kill them all. Lei Xin, however, recognized that Xiang's true target was him. He quickly instructed Sizzy and Ming to find a way to escape while he dealt with the threat. As a zombie lunged toward Lei Xin, he used his power to ignite flares and told Xiang that he already said the next time they meet, he will kill him. Lei Xin struck the zombie, causing it to fall, but before he could react, the zombie was teleported behind him. Just as Lei Xin wondered how this happened, the zombie attacked from behind. Lei Xin spun around to face it, only for the zombie to create a portal and deliver a powerful punch to his back. Sizzy, watching from a distance, was shocked to see Lei Xin take the hit. Lei Xin endured several more punches, thinking to himself that this was becoming troublesome. The strikes felt as hard as dark iron, and the way they warped space didn't seem to align with the same abilities he had encountered before. Looking over at the two women, Lei Xin realized they hadn't moved an inch. Could they be the ones manipulating the teleportation? Using a burst of flame, Lei Xin struck the zombie, sending it flying away. He then rushed for the two women, preparing to attack, and muttered, "Rookies." Both women were shocked, and the older lady quickly created a portal to defend herself, thinking she was right in her actions. She then called out to Xiang, asking what he was doing as Lei Xin was right above them. Xiang told her to relax and take a closer look. He explained that after their first battle with Lei Xin, he had used a zombie to remotely monitor his movements. Lei Xin responded by delivering several powerful punches to the zombie. Xiang smirked, mentioning that without sunlight, Lei Xin's body temperature would continue to drop, and he would never be able to enter his white form again. This, Xiang said, was why he had waited until nightfall to strike, shortly after Lei Xin had left the city. Meanwhile, Jiang used his flares to rise into the sky and order the zombies to surrender obediently. From a distance, he saw the flares and immediately recognized that it was Lei Xin's attack. Sissy mentioned that they were almost there, and Ming agreed. The zombies that had been killed were releasing toxins, and Sissy told Ming to hold his breath. Lei Xin was battling zombies attacking from all sides. Xiang told Lei Xin to surrender and become one of his puppets. Lei Xin punched him, forcing him to fall back, and declared that he wouldn't fall for the same tricks twice. Zombies emerged from Xiang's side, and Xiang remarked that he hadn't expected Lei Xin to be so resilient, but his friends might not be as lucky. Then Lei Xin noticed a portal behind Sissy, and a zombie was about to attack her. He warned her, but the zombie struck before disappearing again. Ming asked if Sissy was all right. She confirmed she was fine and urged him to watch his back. Ming used two swords to defend himself, employing a sword technique known as the X stance to counter the zombie's attack. However, the zombie struck, breaking one of his swords and forcing him to fall back. Lei Xin realized he needed to help them. Xiang wondered if Lei Xin was still concerned about others. As more zombies approached, Leixin fought them off, trying to clear a path. Shang declared that it was time to finish this. As he prepared to use his power, Chang appeared in the form of a giant tree and lunged to attack Shang. Shang barely managed to dodge, confused about what it was. Leixin turned to Sizzy and Ming, asking if they were all right. Zhang then appeared, stating that he had finally found them. Zhang was currently atop Chang. Stissy was overjoyed to see that he was fine. Shang wondered if that was the backup he had been expecting. King Bo appeared behind Shang and attacked, thrusting his hand through Shang's chest. Shang was shocked, wondering when things had escalated like this. Just as a zombie was about to attack King Bo, he vanished unaffected by the attack due to his immortality. King Bo, displeased by the liquid, remarked that Shang was tougher than he had anticipated. Leixin realized that until that day, they couldn't afford to let their guard down, as their enemy was the fallen one. As the sun finally rose, Leixin commented that it was a good sign, but they still needed to see what else the zombies had in store. Suddenly, his body temperature began to rise. They were all now ready, but the lady on the zombie side was puzzled. She wondered if the reinforcements were truly that formidable, and if they had missed the perfect opportunity to capture Leixin. Something felt off to her, so she decided they should retreat. Shang, however, disagreed, urging them to wait a bit longer as he was on the verge of capturing Leixin. Just as Shang prepared to attack, the lady pulled him into a portal, telling the others to consider it their luck. Leixin rushed toward them, shouting for them not to run. Zhang warned Leixin not to act recklessly. They were still unsure of the enemy's full strength, and rushing in could lead them into a trap. He suggested they return to the base to regroup, where everyone from his martial school was waiting for him. Leixin agreed with him. Stizzy, along with Zhang, Chang, and Qingbo, approached a tree, and Sizzy mentioned that they had finally arrived. Zhang replied that it seemed different from before. She agreed, explaining that they had moved their base of operations. The old location had become cramped, and the new one could accommodate more people. It was also closer to the training grounds, which made developments much smoother. She opened a portal, allowing them to leave and reach the secret base number 8, located 1,800 meters underground. It had enough space for 2,000 people, with 164 rooms. Sissy suggested they feel free to look around. Zhang noted that the base was useful and combined with the other bases and safe houses. He wondered how many of these locations they had set up over the past centuries. Siga replied it's always good to be extra prepared. Sissy then mentioned that when he was with the investigation team, he knew they had several outposts beyond the city walls. One of them was located very close to the training ground, though he wasn't sure if it was still in use. Qingbo asked if the investigation team was being run by Mabin. Sissy recognized Mabin as King Bo's star disciple. Sidhu told King Bo that when he was barely conscious earlier, he had mentioned that Mabin seemed to be part of the Zhu family. He asked about that all. Qingbo replied that it was a long story that goes back 10 years. He remembered it as if it were yesterday, the last day when Deputy City Lord Zemming suddenly summoned all of them to the City Lord's mansion. Zewin claimed that an informant had pinpointed the Zhu remnant's main hideout. However, as the investigation team captain, Qingbo knew nothing about this informant, and suspicion began to creep in. When he inquired about the informant's identity, Zemming dismissed the question, stating that they were a member of the Purge Squad, someone who kept a low profile. Given the urgency of eliminating the Zhu remnants, Qingbo didn't press further. He led his team, following the clues to track a vehicle, until they located the hideout. As they were planning their assault, the Zhu family ambushed them. Qingbo was puzzled by how they had found them, but now it was all clear. It had been a trap from the beginning. Caught off guard and exhausted from their long journey, they suffered heavy casualties during the attack. Just as Qingbo realized something was wrong and decided to retreat, Medbin attacked him out of nowhere, catching him completely off guard. Using an eerie dagger, Medbin rendered Qingbo's abilities useless the moment it pierced his body. Those bastards put him through absolute hell, torturing him for who knew how long. He even overheard them call him Medbin as their lord. Luckily, the effect of the dagger was not permanent. Once Qingbo realized this, he feigned death to fool them, and they bought it, throwing him into the river. Using his water flow concealment technique, he merged with the current and escaped. However, the severity of his injuries soon caused him to lose consciousness. He wasn't sure how long he remained unconscious, drifting in the darkness, but gradually he began to forget those painful memories. Chang remarked that no wonder Qingbo had been so wary when they first met. Now he understood the hidden pain behind it all. Every time he had asked Qingbo about his past, he couldn't bring himself to talk about it. Chang guessed that it was when his heart had started to fall into darkness. Stidger commented that Zemming and his faction must have taken control of the investigation team 10 years ago, and it seemed the Shu family's schemes ran deeper than they had originally thought. Sissy reflected that if it hadn't been for Sidhu promoting her back then, she probably wouldn't have made it out of the investigation team alive. Just then, Manny, along with 2 other girls, arrived and asked how they had been doing. She looked at Qingbo and Chang. recognizing them as the seniors Zhang had encountered. She mentioned that it was a pleasure to finally meet them and then wondered about that little beast with Zhang. Zhang replied that he had found it in the wild. It was small now, but had the potential to become a king-level beast. He added that it was also incredibly friendly, with no hostility whatsoever, and might even become a valuable ally someday. Manny touched the creature, wondering if that was for real, before shifting the conversation. They all got settled in, focusing on recovery and getting some much-needed rest. Stitcher mentioned that the investigation team was now their enemy, and they could no longer rely on their outposts. They needed to be wary of their schemes, and before making any moves, they had to be fully prepared for whatever came next. As they moved ahead, many wondered when the investigation team had become the enemy. John replied that it was a long story, and they would cover everything together later. The scene shifted to the Holy Ancestor Village, where many guards were on duty, accompanied by beasts. Shanghai stood before a large group of men, telling them that given the special circumstances, the sect master had decreed that no outsiders were allowed within a 10-mile radius. He instructed them to stay vigilant while on patrol. Suddenly, a portal appeared, and Shan fell through, furious. He angrily demanded to know why she had ruined his plans, lamenting that he should have dealt with her first. Akshu arrived, wondering who was causing all the commotion, and asked him to calm down. The people around them bowed in respect to her. Shang snapped that it wasn't what they had agreed upon. He had allowed her to mobilize his horde of zombies, and in return, she had promised to provide material for his corpse refining. He demanded to know why she was going back on her word. Akshu responded that she always kept her promises and assured him he wouldn't lose out. She added that she was well aware of the current situation. The two newcomers were no less powerful than Lei Xin, and she doubted Xiang would be able to capture him on his own without going through them. Besides, with the sunrise, Lei Xin could transform into his white form at any time. In that form, his zombie toxin would have no effect on him. However, they didn't need to worry. Capturing Lei Xin was only a matter of time. Now that the Saintess had returned to the village, Aksu was confident that, with her help, she would break through to the king level soon enough. Until then, they were free to use the high-level awakeners for their refining process. She made a few of them disappear, then informed everyone that she would be in seclusion for a while and that they needed to behave in her absence. Zhang agreed to all of this. The scene shifts to a well where Ji and Zhang were training with Baide. As they exchanged punches and kicks, Baide commented that their attacks were weak, asking if they had even eaten yet. Zhang was knocked back and was about to use his power to perform the Beast King fist-style adamantine body attack on Baide. However, Baide stopped him, remarking, "All bark, no bite." Ji then grabbed Baide from behind, using the Beast King fist style with the Taoti's Cauldron lift. Zhang followed up by creating a tornado and striking Baide into the floor. Baide, now injured, told them both that their hits were powerful. He admitted that his old techniques had held up, but now he was getting a taste of their new strength. Zhang mumbled to himself that Baide was the one who had said they were weak. Ji, feeling guilty, apologized for getting carried away. Baide, now irritated, asked that how did them both suddenly have so much guts. Weiyue, who was tending to Baide's wounds, told him not to move too much or his injuries would reopen, cautioning him not to make her workload worse. Zhang, turning to Ji, suggested they head out for lunch, urging her to keep moving. As they left, Baide reflected on how, despite only a few days passing, their techniques had improved significantly. Zhang's strength was undeniable, but it was Ji's fist techniques that were really catching up. Baide realized he had underestimated her potential. Zhang and Ji arrived at Lei Xin's classroom, where Lei Xin asked if Zhang had completed his training. Zhang noticed Jinbo and asked if he was out for some rehab as well. Jinbo agreed, mentioning that it had been stuffy in the hospital room and that he needed some fresh air. Many students were engaged in bicep training. Lei Xin then called for a quick break before announcing the next set of exercises. Ming, exhausted, groaned, clearly tired of the training. Afterward, Zhang and Ji made their way to the blacksmith shop of the Purge Squad, where Uncle Liu and Chang were busy working. Zhang called out to Shu, telling him that they would have to trouble him again that day. Shu, somewhat amused, asked if they had wrecked the training room again. She quickly apologized, to which Shu responded that he couldn't really do much about the two of them. As Zhang turned to leave, Ji called out to him, asking where he was going and why he wasn't joining her for lunch. He told her to go ahead because he had something to take care of. She agreed with that and went ahead. Zhang then proceeded to the meeting room where Situ, Suzi, Manny, Luoi, Suji, and Su were already sitting. As Zhang entered, Seju spoke up, expressing that he wanted to go over some important matters regarding the trial grounds. Zhang nodded, agreeing to the discussion. The scene shifted to the headquarters of the Zhu family, where many people sat around a table, their faces concealed beneath cloaks. Ziming lay slumped nearby. Someone spoke up, commenting on the Sanctus capture and questioning how Ziming still had the nerve to show his face. The Grand Elder intervened, asking them to forget about it. He explained that Ziming had accidentally triggered the Sanctus awakening, which led to the clash between Xiu and Situ. Given the circumstances, they would spare him this time. He even expressed his gratitude to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder then asked about the status of Yambing. Yambing, the alias of Mabin, assured them not to worry, stating that the investigation team had eyes everywhere. Even if Zhang really could wield infinite abilities, Yambing believed his level was still too low, and he was nowhere near their league. He vowed that if Zhang dared to set foot in the trial grounds, he would ensure he wouldn't make it out alive. The Grandmaster, however, cautioned Yambing, calling him young and naive. Underestimating their opponent was a fatal mistake. He reminded them that the real terror of the unlimited class espers lay in their potential to dominate across levels. Seju had made them suffer for years because of this, and they should not take such an enemy lightly. Their most pressing issue at the moment was the Holy Ancestor Village, the one that had taken the Saintess. The danger was that they might lose many people from Pearl City just trying to bring her back. And if that village managed to acquire king-class power before they did, the situation could become disastrous. One of the members rose and addressed the group, calling esteemed elders, before asking if they had truly forgotten about the Zhu family's trump card, Yuan Long. The second elder slammed his hand on the table, anger flaring. "Do not speak of that ungrateful wretch," he spat. "Our family poured all its resources into nurturing him, and what did he do? He clung to that ridiculous sense of justice. If only he had followed the family's plan, they wouldn't be stuck hiding in this cave." Another elder spoke up, attempting to calm the situation that there's no need to get angry, and he mentioned Yuan Long because he have a clever plan in mind, one that will force him to serve the family and greatly increase our strength. But for this to work, it will need the cooperation of Zhuang and the key to the Forbidden Zone. The others were taken aback. One of them questioned of the Forbidden Zone and what they were suggesting. The conversation grew tense as they deliberated. The Grand Elder, after a long pause, spoke thoughtfully. Even he did not like the idea, but it was the only option they have left. He sighed, casting a long, weary look at the assembly. "Proceed with the plan." The elder who had proposed the idea nodded, her face resolute, and he won't let him down. The scene shifts deep beneath the Pearl City, where Yuan Long and Hong Feng were walking with a fire stick. Yuan Long remarked that she couldn't even keep an eye on a child, yet she spoke of reviving the Zhu family, showing how careless she was. Hong Feng responded, saying that Yuan Long still didn't understand Zhu's nature. Yuan Long noticed the shadow of a bird flying nearby, and Hong Feng said, aside from Yuan, Zhu's uncle, who else could even try to keep him in line? She then reminded him of the time when Zhu snuck into the armory, triggering the heavenly thunder trap and destroyed a lot of gear. If it weren't for him covering for Zhu, he'd have been kicked out of the family ages ago, she continued. Maybe that's why Zhu feels closer to him than anyone else. They finally reached the forbidden grounds of the Zhu family. As Yuan Long looked at the door, he commented, "It doesn't look like much." Hong Feng wondered if this was his first time there and recalled that he had never truly been involved in family affairs before. Yuan Long told her not to lump him in with the likes of her, who treated the lives of others as if they were dirt. As the gate finally opened, he wondered aloud if you really think everything will be fine like this. It's because of their lot that the Zhu family has fallen from grace. Evil cannot suppress righteousness. That was an unchanging truth. He had just seen the giant skeleton of the bird and the patriarch's divine sunbird. Those two old geezers had hidden the sunbird's remains there. So what exactly were they planning? Hong Feng replied that they could worry about that later. The important thing was to find Zhu first. She called out for him, asking him to stop hiding and come out because his uncle Yuan was there to play with him. Yuan noticed a small crystal and picked it up. Hong Feng remarked that it belonged to Zhu and wondered where he had run off to. Yuan suggested they cut to the chase, as he had sensed the moment he entered that Zhu wasn't there. He then asked her to reveal what she was really up to. Hong Feng responded that as expected of one of the top awakeners of the Zhu family, and he will stop beating around the bush. She then revealed that she wanted to become the sunbird. Yuan was taken aback. He asked what nonsense was he talking about, and it's nothing but a skeleton. And were they abandoning the Zhu family's beast-taming traditions and turning to necromancy? She replied that while their methods of beast-taming might have been different, their core principles had never wavered. After years of painstaking research, she had finally discovered a way to transfer the power of the sunbird into another living being. Unfortunately, no one in the Zhu family could withstand its divine power, except for Yuan. Yuan already possessed the unique ability to channel summon beast spirits, along with the immense power of his own. Simply put, he was the perfect vessel for such power. He remarked that it sounded tempting but wondered what the catch was. As more of Hong Feng's people appeared, Yuan began to suspect they were planning to sacrifice him. It seemed he had hit the mark. Those assassins were all hers. Yuan's anger flared, and he demanded that she just come at him. One assassin rushed at him with a weapon, and Yuan used his hand to block it before grabbing the weapon, pulling the attacker closer and delivering a punch that sent them falling back. He dismissed them as amateurs. Two other assassins used bone-eroding chains to capture Yuan, pulling in opposite directions to tighten the grip. Two more attacked from behind with daggers. Yoon quickly assessed the situation. There was a severing blade, 2 bone-eroding chains, and 2 demon-sealing daggers. They had truly pulled out all the stops. Enraged, Yoon unleashed enough force to break the chains, sending the 2 dagger wielders stumbling back as well. He then asked Hongfeng if that was all she had. She let out an odd laugh, and Yoon sensed Yu's puppetry at work. Suddenly, he collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest in pain. He realized it was the spot where he had placed the coin he found. Hongfeng declared that it was their chance to begin the ritual. Yuan was near the skeleton of the bird, and as he used his powers, he wondered why she would stab him in the back. He called out to Ju, releasing an immense amount of power. The ground trembled under the force of his release. The effect even reached the Purge Squad's training room, where Zhang wondered aloud, "Is that an earthquake or another beast tide?" Some of the people were injured, and Manning suggested taking them first. However, she urged everyone to stay calm. She created a portal through which they would travel and thought to herself that a normal earthquake couldn't shake the base, so she wondered what was really going on. Jinbo arrived, saying he had done a sweep and believed they had accounted for everyone, so it was time to move. Stikya mentioned the Zhao brothers, noting that they knew a lot about the Holy Ancestor Village and were therefore extremely valuable. Jinbo agreed and said he would go. However, Zhang believed the Zhou brothers were enemies and rescuing them came with significant risk. He volunteered to go instead, thinking that while Jinbo lacked life-saving abilities, Zhang's pure water body would make the situation less dangerous for him. Sissy hesitated, but Zhang reassured her by demonstrating his water abilities. He told her not to worry, as he would be careful. If things went wrong, he would use his pure water body to escape. Sissy pointed out that the Zhou brothers were high-level awakeners. Even if Zhang's pure water body protected him, what if they decided to take him down with them? Had he thought about the consequences? They were 1,800 meters underground, and if the building collapsed, he would be trapped there. Senior Chang said that the situation could be easily solved. He and Xingbo would go as well to ensure the Zhou brothers stayed in line. Additionally, since they had already formed a contract with Zhang, he could pull them back into the contract gem storage pact if anything went wrong. Sissy guessed that it was the only way. Zhang, along with the 2 seniors, set off, and Qingbo urged them to hurry, saying they didn't have time to lose. Zhang told Sissy to go ahead, assuring her he would catch up later. Jinbo wondered if Sidhu had another motive for saving the Zhou brothers. Sissy muttered for them to be extra cautious. The scene shifted to a room where Ju was holding a book, wondering why Yuan never came to play with him. It seemed Yuan was having so much fun outside, and Ju felt jealous. However, it didn't feel right to keep staying away from home. He then turned to his parents, who were standing behind him, and asked, "Is that right?" After all, the Zhu family was the best family. Ju looked at Yuan's condition in the book, laughing at him. Meanwhile, Yuan, enraged, was confronted by Hongfang, who told him to stop struggling. The ritual was already complete. No matter how strong Yuan was, he was still just a mortal. Now he could become part of the divine Sunbird itself, so what was so bad about that? A man spoke up, questioning why they were going through all this trouble to revive the Sunbird. If Hongfang could do that, why had they teamed up with the Celestial Foxes in the first place? And why had they kidnapped the Saintess from the Saint Ancestor Village? Hongfang referred to him as a fool, replying that they had allied with the Celestial Foxes because only King Yu could hold back Situ. According to the elders, over the centuries, the Zhu family battled Situ, demonstrating more than 10,000 distinct abilities. Although Situ never broke through to king level, his strength rivaled that of a true king. Due to their long-standing conflict, the Zhu family eventually discovered his few weaknesses. In the early days, the Zhu family lacked skilled mind controllers, and as a result, Situ failed to realize that his resistance to mental abilities was quite feeble. Determined, the Zhu family spared no expense in finally locating the Celestial Foxes, creatures that endangered their species. They then formed a pact with King Yu, a strategic move that allowed them to inflict serious injury on Situ. Had it not been for the current urgency, she would not have chosen this method to revive the divine Sunbird. The man wondered what she meant. In response, she produced a drop of blood that had taken her 40 years to refine. During that time, she had been unable to use her beast control art, enduring constant humiliation and mockery. Yet even after all that, the blood's control capabilities remained inferior to those of the Saintess's blood. Now, with the Saintess having returned to Holy Ancestor Village and Zhang potentially entering the trial ground to attain king-level power, the Zhu family faced imminent peril. If either of them reached king level first, the Zhu family's downfall would be inevitable. Although she knew her blood pact might not fully control the divine Sunbird, she had no choice but to risk everything. The Sunbird finally awakened and soared into the sky. Manny and the others stood on the surface of base number 8. As the intense light bathed the surroundings, she wondered why the sun seemed so bright. Leixian noticed something unusual and pointed it out, identifying it as a mutated beast. He speculated that the earlier earthquake might have been caused by it. Meanwhile, Ming was beginning to grasp the situation, just as Manny wondered if it was the Zhu family's divine Sunbird. Hong and her comrades emerged from the ground elated at their success. With King Yu restraining the creature, it was no longer a threat. From that day forward, the Zhu family would rule over everything. Or so they thought. Suddenly, the Sunbird attacked. With a devastating strike meant to crush them, it unleashed its fury before flying away. In the dungeon of base number 8, where the Purge squad held the Zhou brothers captive, Long pondered if brute force alone would ever be enough to break free. It seemed they were still stuck, and he wondered if they were going to die there. Hu responded, saying they should have known it was coming the moment they were captured, but there was no reason to fear it as long as they were together. Just as they saw a rock poised to fall on them, they closed their eyes, preparing for their inevitable end. However, Zhang appeared, using his Nethermist body technique to stop the rock from falling on them. King Bo and Chang quickly moved to take the Zhou brothers with them, questioning why they had stayed there. Together, they managed to escape. King Bo then called for Zhang to come out of the room. Zhang agreed, and with a swift motion, he threw the rock aside and rushed outside. Hu wondered if they were finally saved, but Zhang shook his head. They still needed to get to the portal room. Suddenly, a giant rock threatened to fall on them. Zhang felt a chilling sense of familiarity, as if he were about to be buried under rubble again. He wondered if he was truly going to die this time. Just then, he awoke to his seniors calling out to him. They had taken the form of trees and rocks, saving the others. Chang, his voice grave, stated that they wouldn't last much longer and a plan needed to be made. Long and Hu, both injured, exchanged words. Long muttered that they deserved it for getting involved in this mess. Hu, however, silenced him, saying there was no need for more talk. Zhang then observed the state of the base and mentioned that with things as they were, the portal was out of the question. Hu urged them to leave and not worry about him and Long. Long, agreeing, warned that if Zhang stayed, he would be the third person to die by his hand. Zhang guessed that the other two must be from the Zhu family, but Dinesh interrupted, telling them to shut up. They were hostages, and they hadn't been given the choice of when they would die, so they needed to get a grip. Chang mentioned that he could tunnel their way out slowly, but it would take days. King Bo, skilled at merging with rocks, could escape, but he couldn't carry the others with him. Zhang, analyzing the situation, said they might get half a day of airlift. He could escape using his pure water body technique. But what about the others? Setu then spoke up, revealing that there was still a way out. He had taken small blood samples from both Long and Hu earlier and discovered that their saints' blood compositions were completely different. When combined, they generated a unique energy wave. Zhang realized that by using the king's blood, which he had vacated earlier, and absorbing theirs, it might trigger a new power and create a way out of their predicament. Zhang, however, began to wonder if Sidhu had ulterior motives all along. Hu, sensing Zhang's hesitation, asked if he wasn't afraid of being controlled. Zhang replied that if he were afraid of that, you wouldn't have made it this far. He cut to the chase and asked if they wanted to die there or strike a deal. Long, after a moment of consideration, agreed. He took a knife and made a cut on his hand, telling Zhang that despite their differences, they were not ungrateful. He then told Zhang to take as much blood as he needed. As Zhang absorbed the blood, he initially felt no significant change and wondered if he needed more. But then, all of a sudden, something felt different. Sting Bo, watching in disbelief, asked how this could happen just from drinking some blood, questioning what kind of blood it was. Long, concerned, asked if Zhang was all right. In response, Zhang activated the king's gem ability. The scene shifted to the ground, where the Sunbird was creating a massive fire near Sizzy. Sizzy used ice to try and calm it, but many warned that as long as the Sunbird remained, the fire wouldn't go out. They needed to leave. Sizzy refused, mentioning that Zhang hadn't yet come out. Manny, frustrated, grabbed Sizzy by the collar and shouted that it was enough. The portal was already shut down. Zhang had the pure water ability, and Shiva pointed out that the two seniors had their own ways of escaping. They wouldn't be trapped so easily. Sissy, always the most rational one in the group, was now losing her composure. The Sunbird had just killed Zhu family members, and it appeared completely berserk. If they didn't leave now, they would all be trapped in a sea of fire. Reluctantly, Sizzy agreed to leave. Just then, Lakexian and the others arrived, urging them to retreat while they handled the situation. The Sunbird, however, was preparing to attack, and everyone rushed to escape. But the Sunbird's attack was so powerful that only Lakexian could hold his ground. If not for him, they would all have been forced to retreat, and even Lakexian wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Then the roots of Chang arrived, and soon Chang and the others appeared, lending their support. Both King Bo and Chang joined forces with Lakexian to stop the Sunbird, hoping their combined efforts would be enough to restrain the creature. Zhang agreed to keep the two Zhu brothers imprisoned and stated that they had finally made it out. Sizzy, still in shock, asked how he had managed to pull it off. Zhang replied that it was a long story, but in short, he had drunk the blood of the Zhu brothers. He held up a stone explaining that the old king's blood had evolved into the king's gem, an ability that worked alongside the contract gem. Using this power, he had temporarily boosted the 5 seniors by 5 levels, allowing both of them to reach level 40, just enough to break through to king level at the last moment. Even 10 minutes had been enough to get them out of that situation. However, Zhang was still unsettled by the vision he had seen after drinking the blood, hundreds of people trapped inside red capsules. He wondered what that meant and realized that the Holy Ancestor village might have far more secrets than they had previously believed. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Chang was about to collapse as his body caught fire. Zhang saw that Qingbo and Leixin had been pushed back by the Sunbird's powerful attacks. Leixin gritted his teeth and warned that things weren't looking good. While he also had flame-based abilities, the Sunbird's flames were infused with solar energy, making them far stronger than regular fire. They were powerless against it. Zhang noted that Chang, in his tree form, was especially weak to these flames, and even Qingbo was struggling to hold his ground. Then Manny had an idea. She quickly called out to the barrier team, ordering them to assemble. "Anyone who can fight, just distract the Sunbird and buy me 30 minutes. The rest of Tem, get to Zhang and retrieve the beacon transmitters. We need to move now." The battle against the Sunbird was far from over, but with this new plan, they had one last chance to turn the tide. Manny turned to Sizzy, asking for her help in order to give everyone a fighting chance. Seichu, observing Manny's leadership, remarked that she had truly grown up and eased his worries. Zhang guessed that Manny might have developed a king's gem as well. Seichu, always the strategist, told Zhang to follow him as they, too, would help distract the Sunbird. Zhang activated the king's gem, temporarily boosting his strength by 5 levels, and summoned Seichu's scythe. A Sunbird responded by launching fireballs at them, but the fighting team dodged them with swift movements. Chang, taking the brunt of the attacks, defended them all with his strength. Meanwhile, Shu, exhausted from the battle, noted that his weight had been reduced by 60 kilograms. He sat down, muttering to himself, unsure of how much more he'd have to eat to replenish himself. Manny, ever focused, marked a spot on the map and explained her plan to the others. "Sissy's power isn't enough to directly counter the Divine Sunbird," she said, "but she can suppress its solar energy for a short time. While she does that, the barrier team will help us set up the attractors to restrain the Sunbird. The beacon transmitters will boost our effective range. Once they retrieve them, we'll bury them at the designated spots on the blueprints." Just as the Sunbird prepared to launch a massive fireball, it suddenly vanished into thin air. The Sunbird understood immediately. Zhang had used his power to seal off the air around it, creating a temporary vacuum that prevented it from using its fire abilities. Zhang seized the opportunity, shouting now, "Chang, hit it while they have the chance." Chang extended his hand, using his immense strength to capture the Sunbird, slamming it into the ground. Zhang, noting the change, announced the vacuum effect has been deactivated. "Now let's attack." The final push was about to begin. The team, now united and fueled by determination, launched a coordinated attack on the Sunbird. Lei Jin, Bai Dai, and Jinbo unleashed a powerful combined blast, shaking the very air around them. Meanwhile, Ming, standing strong with his Dragon Abyss sword, chanted, "Swift as the wind, silent as the forest, standing before them by day, behind them by night." His words resonated with an ancient power, enhancing the potency of the attack as he unleashed a devastating strike. Zhang, fully aware of the merging of the Zhou brothers' bloodline within him, felt an overwhelming surge of power. His new abilities, bolstered by the King's Gem and the Nethermist, pushed him to an unprecedented level. His attack reached its apex, and fusing it with Ming's, they struck the Sunbird in unison. The blow hit with incredible force, causing the Sunbird to scream in agony as it was hit with a powerful joint assault. For a brief moment, the group dared to hope that it was finally over. Lei Jin, still on edge, asked, "Is it over?" Zhang, equally cautious, replied that the battle had been so intense, and without time to fully analyze the Sunbird, he couldn't be sure. He hoped, though, that the Sunbird was truly defeated. But then, just as quickly as they thought they had won, the Sunbird soared back into the sky. Stidhu's voice broke through the tension. "It's far from over. After the Zhu family's first patriarch died, the divine Sunbird vanished. Legend says it turned into a guardian spirit, staying by its master's tomb and never leaving. For years, they thought it had truly died, but now it's back, proving another long-standing legend true. The divine Sunbird was an immortal spirit. The revelation stunned them all. The battle wasn't just against a powerful creature. It was against an ancient, immortal force bound to a legacy far older than they had realized. The Sunbird attacked again with a fireball, and Qingbo activated ultra-mimicry and the gasification vacuum, getting closer to the Sunbird. Chang extended his hand to strike the Sunbird, but his hand was burned to ashes. He wondered why the fire, which seemed to have gone out, was still so scorching, but it eventually evaporated. Zhang used the Nethermist to transform into a dragon and attack the Sunbird, telling the others that it was pinned down and urging them to attack quickly. Adarsh jumped in to strike the bird, but no one could land a hit. The attack was more intense, and even Leixin's Sunfire form couldn't break through. Jinbo explained that it wasn't just the flames burning them. It was the heat radiation emanating from the Sunbird's body. Zhang noted that the Sunbird's ability wasn't limited to fire blasts, it likely had control over the surrounding temperature as well. The Sunbird broke free and attacked Bai Day, but Leixin intervened, taking the blow himself. As he was about to fall, Chang caught him and gently set him down on the ground. King Bo, perched on Chang's shoulder, commented that it seemed their amplification had worn off. Zhang lowered the others to the ground so they could rest and check on Leixin. Leixin spat out blood, muttering that he had nearly lost his life. Zhang, worried, realized that neither the level 9 Bonsu effect nor the level 10 one had been triggered. He thought the gem had leveled up twice, but he hadn't felt any boost after absorbing it. He wondered if there was truly nothing they could do. Stizzy called him, asking if he could hear her, and told him that the trap was set. She urged him to hurry and lure the Sunbird over. He agreed and then acted as bait, leading the Sunbird to follow Zhang. Zhang instructed Chang to hurry, and just as Chang stepped into the Sunbird's path, the bird passed right through Chang's body. Manny urged the others to act quickly, and they launched the glacier storm at the Sunbird, completely freezing it. Once the bird was frozen, Chang returned to normal, and Manny explained that the trap wasn't going to hold for long, so they needed to leave immediately. Zhang turned to Chang, who had returned to his normal state, and reassured everyone that he was fine. King Bo stepped in to help, and Chang revealed that there hadn't been any vital damage. Zhang urged them to escape quickly, mentioning that they still had a long way to go. He told Chang and King Bo to rest inside the gem. King Bo agreed that they were indeed worn out and helped them both into the gem. Suji appeared, asking where they would go now, since the base had been destroyed and everything nearby was in ruins. There was nowhere to hide, and once the Sunbird broke free, it would find them quickly. Suji spoke up, suggesting they head toward the trial grounds, where there was a backup base for non-combatants. He urged them to move out quickly. As they were traveling, they suddenly heard the Sunbird's voice. They stopped, and Zhang wondered what was wrong. Manny pointed out that it had only been half an hour, and the trap was already falling apart. They needed to find cover fast. Zhang then revealed he had a plan. He took out the Nethermist lantern, explaining that it could mask their presence within a certain radius. He suggested that everyone stay close to him. They all took shelter in a cave and bided his side, saying that they had finally lost the annoying Sunbird. Ming suggested they take a break to restore their energy. Sissy glanced at Zhang, asking if he was okay. Zhang nodded and replied that he was just a bit drained from overusing the Nethermist, but would be fine after a quick breather. Ming pointed out that once they reached the deep ruins in the trial grounds, they might end up luring the Sunbird there as well. Zhang reassured her that it was impossible. The ancient ruins were part of humanity's history, and they couldn't let the Sunbird destroy them. Since you're added to don't worry. The trial grounds are shrouded in a mysterious energy that blocks all external detection. The Sunbird won't be able to sense us. However, he also mentioned the problem. The trial grounds were a base for the investigation team. According to Xing Bo, the team had long been infiltrated by unknown forces. In addition to watching out for an ambush from the investigation team, they had to be prepared for a possible attack by the Mountain Ancestor. Leijin, confused, asked, "The Mountain Ancestor? The king-level mutated beast?" He explained that he had only heard stories about it from an old friend, never imagining it would actually be living in the trial grounds. Sego explained that, to be precise, the Mountain Ancestor resided outside the trial grounds. To enter, they would have no choice but to cross its back. For safety, it was best to carry some morning glories, as the Mountain Ancestor had a strong aversion to their scent. Zhang thought about how the king-level mutated beasts hated morning glories, but the flowers mentioned seemed different from the ones he knew. He called over Lei Xin, telling him he would leave perimeter security to him for now. Zhang was going to scout for game and try to find some of those flowers. Lei Xin suggested that Zhang had already used up a lot of energy and should rest while he handled it with Bai De. Bai De agreed, but Zhang replied that there's no moon or sun at the moment, so don't argue with me. My abilities are best suited for the night. He was the best person for this job. Sissy chimed in, saying she would go with him. Zhang considered it a good idea, as she knew the wilderness better than he did, so he agreed to take her along but asked her to stay safe. He then called Shu, asking for some gear like the best traps they had. Shu responded with a playful tone, saying that Zhang had been turning him from chubby to skinny far too quickly recently. At night, while the beasts were drinking water from the lake, Zhang approached in the form of a panther and attacked one, killing it to gain 50 Nethermist. He returned to his normal state, commenting that hunting with Nethermist was so efficient. A few more kills like that would restore his energy to full. Sissy appeared and asked him to come with her. He wondered what she had seen. She pointed toward a tree branch where morning glory flowers were growing. They both went closer to take a look. Zhang was about to touch one, thinking that these might be the morning glories from that world. They didn't look that different. As soon as he picked it, something released onto his face, and he immediately understood why the Mountain Ancestor hated them so much. The smell reminded him of a microwave durian. Sissy laughed at his reaction, telling him there was a torture method in Pearl City where they locked people in a room full of those flowers for an entire day. Zhang grimaced, saying they would be marinated in that stench. As they examined the area, Zhang noticed many bright spots and remarked on how beautiful they were. Sissy explained that those were grass seeds. Every season, they floated with the wind, seeking new places to take root and sprout. She continued, saying that if it weren't for all the fighting and struggles, life could be so peaceful. It was a shame that happy endings were so rare. The morning glories sacrificed their fragrance for a brief moment peace, she said, and the firefly grass was beautiful but always drifting, never finding a home. Zhang carefully collected the flower in a jar, telling her that endings weren't always set in stone. Just like the sealed glass jar, it isolated the morning glory's smell, while offering the firefly grass a peaceful sanctuary. Sissy took the jar and suggested they head back as the others must be waiting for them. Meanwhile, the sunbird had already broken free and was destroying the area. Zhang and Sissy returned with the boar carcass, and as they cooked it, Shu remarked that he never imagined he'd be enjoying such an amazing barbecue in a place like this. It was a pleasant surprise. He asked Zhang to give him more meat, joking that if he didn't fuel up soon, he might actually become really skinny. Baidi teased that he was already so thin, he practically oozed grease. Zhang, laughing, handed him more food and reminded him that they'd need to rely on Xiao's abilities for a few more days. Xiao smiled, happily pushing Baidi back and assured him he wouldn't hold back. As Shu dug in, he realized how hot the meat was, to which Baidi quit what he expected, stuffing his face with barbecue straight off the fire. The Zhu brothers exchanged glances, and Hu wondered aloud if their village had ever had this kind of vibe. Long added that they shouldn't be naive. To others, they were nothing but tools, and no one cared whether they lived or died. So why would anyone treat them like human beings? Zhang gave both of them more food, and as they stared at their portions, he wondered what they were waiting for. Just eat up, he urged. The brothers, grateful, thanked Zhang. Just as they were about to continue, Zhang heard a strange sound and turned toward the cave entrance. Sissy asked if he could look ahead, as something seemed to be happening. Zhang wondered if it was a beast tide triggered by the wildfire. He saw a bird in the distance, adding to the mystery. They stepped outside, and Zhang explained that the wildfire and the beast tide had struck so suddenly because the monster seemed to be trying to flush them out with that method. Afterward, they returned to the cave, and Zhang noted that based on the wind direction and how the fire was spreading, the wildfire shouldn't reach them there. They would stay put for now, waiting for the beast tide to pass before making any plans. The scene shifted to Yambing, sitting in the forest with two members of his group. One of the boys asked, "It's been almost 2 days. Who are they waiting for?" Yambing replied that they were waiting for Zhang, who was apparently an unlimited level awakener. The second boy was shocked to hear this. Yambing went on to explain that Zhang's recorded ability was called the Contract Gem. It had initially been dismissed as useless, but somehow Zhang had single-handedly wiped out Huang and his entire crew using a mist technique. The strange part was that Zhang's body could transform into blood and water, making him unpredictable. Additionally, he seemed to possess an escape technique that made him nearly impossible to track. One of the boys pointed out that if Yambing included the Contract Gem, Zhang had 5 abilities in total. Yambing nodded, stating that this might just be the tip of the iceberg, and who knew what other tricks Zhang had up his sleeve, considering he was an unlimited level awakener. Yambing had warned that's why, if he shows his face outside the trial grounds, don't dare to underestimate him. Stay sharp and don't treat him lightly, no matter what. Our lives depend on it. Meanwhile, Zhang realized that the Wind Whisperer's effect had worn off. He turned to Sissy and confirmed that, as expected, the Zhu family had set an ambush outside the trial grounds. Sissy asked how many people they were dealing with. Zhang explained that the Wind Whisperer's perception wasn't completely precise, but he estimated there were at least 2 Apex-level Awakeners. Lejian, confident, stated that if the weather was clear, he could take down 2 Apex-level Awakeners on his own. Zhang felt he could handle one by himself. Baidi asked Zhang if he was sure he could manage it. Zhang replied that he might only be a mid-level Awakener, but my analytical ability gives me an edge in intel. Unless it's someone as strong as Lejian, he shouldn't have too much trouble. He then added, once the Beast Tide passes, he will scout how many Apex-level Awakeners they have. For now, they should take turns keeping watch while others rest to conserve their energy. The others agreed with his plan. The next day, Zhang and Sissy were sitting at the entrance of the cave, resting. Suddenly, Shu rushed over, terrified, and told them they were in trouble. As they hurried to check what was happening, they discovered that the Sunbird had scorched the entire forest the previous night. To reach the trial grounds now, they would have to cross the vast, scorched wasteland. Zhang noted that the Sunbird was smarter than they thought. Seva explained that the only path to the trial grounds was ahead, and they couldn't go around it. He estimated it would take them half a day to reach it if they moved at full speed. He then asked Zhang if the lantern would hold up. Zhang wasn't sure, as its durability was nearly depleted, and it probably wouldn't last much longer. As he checked it, he reflected that with great power comes great responsibility, and it seemed that, in the end, it all came down to him. Baide commented that he liked those words, "With great power comes great responsibility." Leishin remarked that he was so philosophical and joked that he'd have to write it down and carve it into the signboard of the Feng Pavilion one day. Zhang thought to himself that he had probably picked that lineup from a movie in his past life. The Zhou brothers also wondered about the meaning of those words, who said that back in the village they were seen as nothing more than tools, whereas Zhang had risked his life to save them both. Even when they were enemies, Zhang had defeated them with respect. Long added that at first he thought Zhang was just strange, but now he realized that Zhang wasn't an idiot. He understood that with great power comes great responsibility. Zhang overheard them talking and wondered what they thought about him, who emerged from the prison announcing that he had a great idea and knew how to help. Long knelt in front of him, begging for forgiveness and asking for a chance. He swore on his life to serve him, promising that if he broke the oath, heaven would strike him down, who made the same vow. Meanwhile, Sizzy wondered what was going on. They mentioned they were willing to eat his gem to prove their sincerity. Zhang, curious about their sudden devotion, asked what had prompted this change, who replied that Zhang had risked his life to save them. If they didn't follow him now, it would be as if they were betraying Zhang's kindness. Long added that Zhang had earned their trust and deserved their loyalty. Rather than being treated like tools back at the Holy Ancestor Village, they would rather follow him, and even if it cost them their lives, they wouldn't complain. Zhang told them to get up, reminding them not to be so quick to swear their loyalty. There was something he needed to know. How many people had they killed so far, and were any of them innocent bystanders? Long answered that the people he had killed were enemies from outside the Holy Ancestor Village who had threatened their home. As for whether they were innocent or not, he couldn't say for certain, but he believed they had all died because of their own choices. Who said he had only killed 2 people, both from the Zhu family, who were guilty of countless crimes and they got what they deserved. Zhang pondered the situation, wondering about the other villages. He remarked that they were basically savages, and in the conflict between the Holy Ancestor Village and the other villages, it was hard to say who was innocent. The grudges and enmities were like mist in such a situation, impossible to discern clearly. He then showed them the gems, telling them to think carefully as the contract gems had an absolute binding effect. Once they swallowed them, there would be no turning back, so they had to be sure. They agreed and swallowed the gems. Zhang thought to himself that the level 9 and level 10 gems hadn't granted him any abilities before, but this was a good way to finally make use of them by forming a contract with the 2 of them. The contract was finalized, and they pledged that from that day forward, they would go through fire and water for him, devoting their lives to his service. Zhang told them there was no need for such grand gestures. They should simply treat themselves as his comrades. They were all part of the same group, so there was no need to distinguish between them. He then reminded them that they had said earlier they wanted to help, so he asked how they intended to do so. Long asked them to wait, saying they would be right back. The 2 brothers then rushed toward the wasteland, and Baide wondered aloud if they were really in their right minds. They seemed far too simple, and he questioned whether they could truly rely on them. Leishin commented that some savages worship mutated beasts, and those 2 acted a lot like them. He wondered if they actually thought Zhang was some kind of god. Suji, puzzled, asked why they would think such a thing. Shou asked Zhang if he had used some kind of mind control ability on them, and they seemed to be completely worshipping him. Zhang teased Suji and Sizzy, saying that if he had mind control powers, he would use them on them to keep the males from getting distracted. Suji guessed that Zhang had been eyeing her all along. Shu quickly told Zhang not to say such things, reminding him that Long and Hu were also men, and at least they were twins. Seeing the reactions of the others, he quickly clarified, telling them not to get the wrong idea. It wasn't what he meant. Suddenly, they noticed something emerging from the ground. As Zhang wondered what it was, Long and Hu appeared riding a giant lizard. Sigu identified it as a burrowing lizard, which they could use to tunnel their way through the open area. Shu, excited, asked if this meant they could avoid the Ember Shop, the Zhu family, and sneak right into the trial grounds. Sigu shook his head, explaining that the ancestor was a king-level mutated beast, and the burrowing lizard wouldn't be able to approach its territory. Zhang suggested they go ahead and not worry about the rest until they shook off the Sunbird. They climbed onto the lizard, continuing their journey through the underground tunnel. After some time, they all emerged, but none of them were feeling well. They were dizzy and vomiting from the experience. Him explained that they had reached the limits of the burrowing lizard's endurance and refused to go any further. Zhang told them to send the lizard back and, if necessary, send it again to bring the others over. Zhang looked ahead with Situ, who explained that once they crossed the canyon, they would reach the training grounds. However, Situ warned that the canyon was also the perfect spot for an ambush, and since they were almost at the trial grounds, it was time to distribute the morning glory flowers to everyone. As Tizzy handed them out, Zhang asked for 2 additional flowers for Chang and Qing Bo. Sissy wondered if he was concerned about stronger Zhu family elites waiting for them. Zhang replied that it wasn't just that. He was also worried about the Sunbird showing up. If it did, they would probably need both flowers to deal with it. Bai Day, curious, asked if they hadn't already shaken off that annoying bird. Zhang explained that while the Zhu family couldn't fully control the sunbird yet, they couldn't rule out the possibility of it appearing again. Who knew if they would try to release it, so it was better to be safe than sorry. Shu, sensing the tension, said he had a bad feeling about what Zhang was saying. Lei Xin agreed with Zhang, and Bai added that even at their best, Qingbo and Chang would struggle against the sunbird, especially since they were still recovering. Zhang told them not to worry, as he had a plan. While they hadn't been able to handle the sunbird before, that didn't mean they couldn't deal with it at the trial grounds. The road ahead was unpredictable, so he asked Sizzy and Suji to take everyone who was injured or unfit for combat to the nearest safe location. An eagle flew overhead, and with its help, a lady from the Zhu family was observing them. She informed Yambing that Zhang and his group were resting just ahead of them. Yambing remarked that he never expected they would be lucky enough to escape the pursuit of the sunbird, but their luck was about to run out. He then told everyone to prepare themselves, as the slaughter was about to begin. The scene shifted to the outer perimeter of the trial grounds, where Zhang and the others were moving forward. He mentioned that the Zhu family's forces were probably nearby, so he instructed everyone to stay on guard. Suddenly, a beast attacked them. Zhang warned Bai Day, and Bai Day leaped to intercept the attack, quickly pinning the beast down. He then turned it into a rat and sent it flying away. Zhang was surprised and wondered whether it had been a bear or a rat, as the power displayed was bizarre. Bai Day explained that it was likely some kind of mutated hamster beast, and its strength was comparable to that of an ordinary strengthening type awakener. He advised that unless their physical endurance was on par, it was better not to engage it directly, or they would regret it. Shu, looking ahead, wondered if that was the mountain ancestor, as it was absurdly massive. He had expected to face some fearsome beast, but it only resembled a giant toad. Zhang then noticed a figure perched on a branch behind them. He called out to Lei Xin, who confirmed he had spotted the person as well. Lei Xin suggested giving him a little welcome present. Zhang agreed, thinking the same. As Lei Xin launched an attack, the person was caught off guard, realizing he had been spotted. Zhang stepped forward, wielding his scythe, and asked if the person had been trying to warn his comrades, but he wouldn't be able to do so. With that, Zhang struck, killing the person and gaining 30 Nethermist. Zhang thought to himself that using the scythe to attack also charged his Nethermist, and it seemed like he needed to figure out exactly what that weapon could do. He checked his stats and found that 1,000 Nethermist equaled a 10,000% power boost over 10,000 times his normal strength. The attack, defense, and transformation abilities all received massive upgrades. It was absolutely crazy. The girl informed Yambing that Liu was down. Yambing understood that Zhang and his team had noticed their ambush, and now they were trying to provoke the Zhu family. He then ordered Zhu Sangchi to cut them no slack and let them experience a taste of their own medicine. Sangchi rushed forward to attack, declaring that since they were so eager to die, he would be happy to oblige. He threw a sword at them, and Zhang wondered if this was just more cannon fodder for the Nethermist Reaver. Zhang used his barrier to defend himself, but Sangchi, enraged, appeared in front of him. He couldn't believe that a mere intermediate awakener had managed to block his full power attack. It seemed real that Zhang was incredibly skilled. Sangchi began to wonder if Zhang was an unlimited level awakener, a true freak of nature. Yambing stepped forward and remarked that this was why they had to kill him before he became even stronger. Zhang used his analysis skill and learned that the person's name was Mabin, but it had been changed to Yambing. King Bo, furious, wondered if he should step in. Zhang told him to remain hidden for the time being as he had a plan. Zhang mentioned that there were 3 Apex-level enemies and he would handle one of them. Lei Xin would take on the other 2, while the remaining 6 high-level awakeners would be dealt with by the others. He turned to Sizzy and asked if they thought they could handle it. Sissy replied that if 7 of them couldn't take down 6 enemies, their purge squad had serious problems, and they would all need to go back and retrain. Yambing then spoke up, saying that Situ alone had already caused the Zhu family enough trouble. If they let another unlimited-level awakener rise, things would get even more out of hand. There was no time to hold back, so he ordered the Sunbird to be summoned immediately. The lady agreed, and Yambing, with his team, rushed into battle. He instructed his group to eliminate Zhang at any cost. Zhang engaged in battle with Yambing. Meanwhile, the girl at the back, chained to the spirit of raging flames, heeded the call of destiny, and soon the divine Sunbird appeared before them. As Yambing battled Zhang, he suddenly fell back, signaling for everyone to retreat. Sizzy, watching, wondered if the Sunbird had arrived. Zhang, perplexed, questioned why the Sunbird was not berserk and how they had managed to summon it. He then warned everyone to be careful. The Sunbird launched fireballs at them, and everyone scrambled to dodge the attacks. Zhang thought to himself that those lunatics really went ahead and summoned the divine Sunbird, but it was in a berserk state now. To his surprise, the Sunbird wasn't attacking the enemies of Zhang. Zhang rushed toward them, and Yambing prepared to attack, telling Zhang that he was asking for it. Zhang activated the pure water body, turning into water to avoid the fireballs. As the fireballs shot toward Yambing, he fell back, realizing Zhang was being clever. Zhang, now in water form, skillfully dodged the fireballs and wondered if they weren't worried about killing themselves by summoning the Divine Sunbird so recklessly. Yambing replied that the Divine Sunbird was the sacred beast of the Zhu family, and if anyone was going to die, it would be them. Zhang returned to his normal state and told everyone to get into position. Plan B was about to begin. He took out the gems and called on King Bo and Chang to proceed with their part of the plan. The two of them emerged as a giant rock and a giant tree. As the king's gem activated, they rushed into battle with the Sunbird. Yambing was shocked to see King Bo, wondering if he hadn't already died. King Bo, however, responded that they would settle their matters later before attacking the Sunbird. As the girl with Yambing looked at Zhang, they realized that Zhang and his team had already disappeared from their sight. Yambing cursed, recognizing the tactic: lure the tiger away from the mountain. He then ordered his forces to pursue Zhang and his team, confident that they wouldn't get far. Zhang was running with a Nethermist lantern in hand, and the others followed closely behind. He mentioned that they had 6 miles ahead of them. Sissy commented that even with all of them combined, they couldn't scratch the Divine Sunbird. She then wondered how long Zhang thought those two seniors could hold it back. Zhang reassured her, saying not to worry as he had already anticipated everything. The mountain ancestor was a territorial mutated beast, and as soon as it sensed a powerful presence like the Divine Sunbird, it was bound to react. He had already equipped both of them with Morning Glory sunflowers. All they needed to do was stay in place until the ancestors showed up, and then the Morning Glories would do their job. If they could trigger a clash between the mountain ancestor and the Sunbird, they would be able to escape safely. Sissy then wondered about the investigation team. If they interfered, would the plan still work? Zhang replied that he had purposely led the Divine Sunbird toward them minutes ago, but it hadn't stopped attacking. The investigation team was too busy dodging, which meant they didn't have control over the Sunbird. They must have used some method to block its perception, which was why the Sunbird hadn't targeted them. Zhang continued, saying that the investigation team was staying out of it because they knew direct intervention would only make things worse. Regardless, they would be coming after them soon, so they needed to hurry. A boy informed Yambing that they couldn't sense Zhang or his group. Yambing replied that the only way to completely conceal themselves from an apex-level awakener was with the nightingale lanterns of the Zhu family, but Huang's group was missing just one lantern. He wondered how Zhang was masking the presence of so many people, but then he dismissed it, saying it didn't matter. He knew how to handle them. The girl cautioned that the object Zhang had taken out would put a huge strain on his body and asked if he was sure about using it. Another boy pointed out that Zhang only had one apex-level awakener with him, Leixin, so there was no need to go that far. Yambing wondered, since when did he need them to worry about him? He also questioned if they could bear the consequences. Zhang successfully escaped into the trial grounds. He opened the box, took out the dark gem, and swallowed it. Immediately, pain surged through his chest, and an eye-like mark appeared on his chest. The voice from within demanded that he release all the stored souls. Then countless dark souls were released, swirling in the air. Zhang noticed the approaching souls and remarked that they were similar to Nethermist. The vengeful souls were getting closer, and Zhang wondered what kind of dark force they were dealing with. Suddenly, one of the souls attacked him, but Zhang swiftly dodged it. Leixin launched a punch, remarking on how they had already encountered zombies and now vengeful spirits. He couldn't believe how dirty the Zhu family's tactics were. Then the enemies appeared. The girl suggested they see if they could run from the spirits. She used fire, and the boy used lightning to attack. Leixin took the blows, noticing that the strength of these attacks shouldn't be underestimated. The girl released a fireball at both Zhang and Leixin, creating a massive explosion. Leixin commented that her fire had some real power behind it, which helped him activate the Crimson Emperor's undying body. She understood that her flames were not effective against Leixin, and she wondered how many abilities Zhang actually had. At that moment, Yambing arrived in a deadly form, commanding that they handle the other distractions while he took care of Zhang. Leixin responded with the Beast King Fist technique, summoning a powerful tornado. The girl noted that Leixin was suppressing his powers and was leaving the battle to the boy. The boy agreed and launched an attack, charging toward the fire tornado that Leixin had created, forcing Leixin to fall back. The boy thought that they might actually be able to hurt Leixin. He rushed forward again to attack, but Leixin caught his hands effortlessly, praising the boy's strength. Leixin commented that the boy had some real power and guessed he would have some fun with him for a while. On the other hand, the other Awakeners were dealing with the vengeful souls. As Sizzy and Jin both struck the souls with their slashes, the lady attacked them with a flare, creating a massive blast. Zhang, concerned for Sizzy, dodged an attack from Yambing just in time. Yambing, sneering, asked if Zhang thought he was in a position to worry about others. As Zhang hit the ground, Yambing prepared to strike again. However, Zhang activated his pure water body ability, transforming into water to evade the attack. He He wondered why Yambing had suddenly gone berserk and if the frenzy was the result of some hidden power within the armor that was taking control. Zhang noticed the strange eye-like mark on Yambing's chest, thinking that it must have its own consequences. He realized that escaping seemed increasingly impossible, so he decided to act quickly. He used Nethermist to create a dark circle around Yambing. Zhang then activated the red gems and used Sissy's water element along with the martial pact to launch an attack on Yambing. The impact was significant, but Zhang couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Despite the powerful blow, Yambing didn't even try to fight back. Zhang wondered if Yambing's body was under some sort of curse, and if so, the curse was now backfiring. Suddenly, Zhang heard the voice of Jing. Zhang used Nethermist on Yambing, thinking about whether Jin Yi had been trapped inside and what that strange eyeball was. Why was it constantly radiating pure fear? Zhang then analyzed Yambing, and a playback was initiated. In the playback, Zhang saw many people standing around a large hole. A small child, visibly scared, clung to her mother. The mother reassured her, saying to don't be afraid and she will protect her and everything will be fine. There were a few Zhu family members present and a boy spoke to them, saying that the three main factions of Pearl City won't let him get away from this. One of the Zhu family men, furious, kicked the boy in the chest. Another man, turning to Yambing, told him that everything was in position. Yambing ordered to start the process and they began placing people into the hole. Someone recognized Yambing as being from the investigation team. Yambing and the others used their powers and soon, hands emerged from the hole. The normal bystanders, terrified, began to wonder what was happening. They were being pulled inside and their screams echoed, asking for help. The boy, panicked, asked, what exactly are they trying to do? Why won't they stop? Let us out. But as more souls emerged, the bystanders were overtaken, becoming like the souls themselves, screaming as they were pulled into the darkness. Zhang wondered if this was a level of parasitic force, similar to the Nethermist essence. He apologized to the captain, telling him that he had to deviate from the original plan. Then he summoned the king's gem. Sidio asked what Zhang was planning to do as everyone was fighting to buy him time. There was no need to waste time on him. Zhang swallowed the gem, replying that he knew, but the sins of Yambing were too great to forgive. With the king's gem activated, Zhang enhanced his contract beast and declared that he was going to execute Yambing right there. He drew his scythe, preparing for the strike, but Yambing quickly attacked and forced Zhang to fall back. In retaliation, Yambing unleashed a beam attack, but Zhang dodged it just in time. Before he could react, Yambing rushed in to strike again with his sword. Zhang activated the pure water body, dodging the attack once more, wondering if transforming like this had granted him an all-around power boost. He used 500 Nethermist to increase his attack power by 5,000%, thinking that it would be more than enough to deal with what was coming. Zhang struck, cutting off Yambing's tail. Thanks to the enhancement from the king's gem, he could now control two abilities at once, and some abilities could even be combined. As Yambing collapsed to the ground, Zhang realized this was the result of fusing the Nethermist body and the Fire Devourer ability. He decided to call it the Nether Flame. Zhang turned his attention to the strange eyeball embedded in Yambing's body. It had to be his weak point. With that thought, Zhang used his Nethermist to extract the eye from Yambing's body and crushed it mercilessly. Zhang realized that after removing the eye, his strength surged, pushing him into the high-level Awakener tier. The uprated ability was automatically assigned to the gem. It dawned on him that his choices during the mid-level breakthrough had been crucial. No wonder he hadn't gained any new abilities from the gem lately. It might have been leading him down a path of further evolution. Though he would still acquire new abilities through the Omnivore, it wasn't a big issue for him. Yambing, now regaining some composure, slowly rose with the support of his sword. He admitted that he never imagined it would grow this powerful. However, with that, he noted that Zhang wouldn't be walking away unscathed either. The Eye of Malevolent Grudge was now entirely removed from his contract. Zhang wondered where Jing's soul was. His thoughts interrupted as he noticed countless souls gathering around the giant eye in the sky. Yambing smugly declared that they can't even begin to comprehend the hell that's about to unfold. Just wait and suffer the consequences of their own actions. Suddenly, Zhang saw an image of Jing materialize before him. Shu, upon observing the souls, could tell that they had just finished dealing with the last wave, but now another wave approached them. Sissy remarked that something felt off about the aura of the new souls, as they were different from the previous ones. One soul passed through Zhang, but nothing happened to him. Suddenly, he found himself in a dark, unfamiliar area where he heard a voice, a soul, calling out for help. It was being chased by a beast and continuously begged for aid, yet it couldn't see Zhang. The man and the beast passed through, with the beast capturing and killing the man. His screams echoed as he died, and suddenly, Zhang felt a sharp pain in his chest. He wondered if he was experiencing the soul's emotions. As the man fell, Zhang felt the pain radiating from his back, leading him to believe that he had been pulled into this place by the soul's power. Could these be the soul's memories, his final moments before death, and the unresolved burdens of pain? The pain intensified as Zhang continued to experience the suffering of others, realizing the true power of the Eye of a Malevolent Grudge. He lay there, overwhelmed by the agony, when he suddenly saw the soul of a beast, which was about to attack Jing while she slept. The beast grabbed her hand, and Zhang felt an intense surge of pain. He thought to himself that he could easily kill such a celestial fox. Was this his punishment for making him relive her pain? Was this the consequence of his karma? He stood up, recalling Chang's words that Jing had truly used her ability to separate her soul from her body before she died, watching helplessly as her own body was devoured. It must have been a powerless moment for her. He found her soul, but he couldn't save her. As he touched the image of Jing's face, he apologized, regretting that he couldn't keep his promise to her. But then he realized that he was able to touch her. He pondered that her soul hadn't faded. Rather, she had become a fallen one from overusing her power. If this was the world of the dead, then like him, she was still a living soul. This revelation seemed to be the final piece of the puzzle. He wondered if Yambing had been attempting to use the power of the wandering souls and the living ones to fuel the Eye of Malevolent Grudge, making it even stronger. Once the souls got sucked in, there would be no chance of fighting back. Zhang then formed a gem, determined that he had to give everything he had in that moment without failing. No matter what, he had to form a contract with Jing and free her from her fallen state. Zhang, along with the other souls, was about to fall. He urged Jing to listen to him, insisting that she wasn't one of those lost souls and that she wasn't dead, so she had to wake up quickly. He asked her if she had forgotten her dream, the dream where she longed to protect their home and join the city garden. How could she forget something like that? Jing, puzzled, wondered about her dreams. He continued, telling her that she had wished for a future where they would fight for the same cause, and that every time he faced impossible odds, she was there to protect him. The chains that had been binding him began to break down as he grabbed her hand. Pulling her closer, he urged her to swallow the gem and not to lose herself any longer. She was reminded of the time when he first swallowed a gem. She took the stone ready to swallow it, and as the contract was made, he ordered her to break free. She hesitated for a moment, then hugged him tightly, asking to free Zhang. As she looked around, confusion filled her, and she wondered what was happening. Zhang, now in position, smiled and told her he was happy to see her wake up. He explained that the formation they were in seemed capable of refining souls, and once devoured by it, no one could escape. He was glad she had woken up. Now at least they could say goodbye without any regrets. She pulled on his cheek and told him not to give up so easily. He thought to himself that Jing was still optimistic, even in such a dire situation. She really was something different. Then he wondered how she had managed to stay outside of the formation. She pulled him out with her, and he found himself falling. Afterward, as he got up, he grumbled, saying that he was already hurt enough, so couldn't she have found a gentler way to do that? To his surprise, he realized that all his injuries had healed. Jing explained that no matter how strong an awakener might be, without soul-related abilities, the growth of their soul and spirit would always be limited. But she was different. Her soul had been trained since she was a child, and now she could even influence the souls of others. In a different world, as long as his consciousness hadn't completely faded, no matter how damaged the soul was, she could restore it. The formation's grip on souls might be too much for an average awakener, but it was nothing for her. The formation had imprisoned countless souls, feeding off their resentment to sustain itself. As long as they could free those souls, the entire formation should collapse. However, pulling them out one by one would take forever. When she healed his soul, she had tightly linked their souls together, allowing him to borrow her soul power to reach out to other souls. She asked him to try using the Nethermist to see if he could pull them out. He agreed, nodding that it's time they free them from their prison. With that, he began to use his Nethermist. Zhang returned to the normal world and wondered where everyone else was. Jing was there in her soul form and remarked that he really didn't know how to hold back. He had drained much of her soul all at once, and she was amazed by how strong he had become. He responded that she was the one who had told him to pull them all out at once. In the end, though, Jing was finally free, and she had made him wait for so long. She mentioned that she had always known he could do it. Then Zhang made Jing's physical body appear, surprising her. He explained that it was the body he had reconstructed for her earlier, and now it was finally time for her to use it. Jing wondered if he had been carrying it all along, and she was touched that he hadn't forgotten. However, it felt a bit strange she had been with him all this time, but he had only just now been able to sense her soul form. Even when he had reconstructed the body for her, she had tried to merge with it, but he already knew the outcome. Although her ability allowed her to separate her soul and spirit, she couldn't take over another body. If she forced it, she would be consumed by its power, and her soul would become trapped forever with no way out. Perhaps on a subconscious level, she still saw that body as belonging to someone else, which was probably why her soul had rejected it. Zhang then told her, if that's the case, the solution was simple. He commanded her to acknowledge the body as her own and return to it. She truly returned and woke up, wondering if it was really that easy. Perhaps she had overthought everything. She was relieved, but also a bit cautious. hoping he wouldn't command her to do anything strange later. Zhang, however, denied it, asking that what kind of person they thought he was. Meanwhile, the others continued battling the souls. As the souls were returned, Leixin commented on how frustrating it was to be trapped in such a situation, unable to do anything. Zhang expressed his gratitude for the soul energy surge, which had disrupted the formation, ensuring everyone's safety. Jing, ever confident, remarked that it was nothing. That kind of formation was no match for her. Zhang then wondered aloud, now that everyone's back from the soul realm, does that mean Yambing and the others are too? Jing reassured him, telling him not to worry. Such a formation usually required a group of awakeners working together to activate it, but Yambing had used himself as a sacrifice to force it open, trapping them all. She added with a hint of satisfaction that it was unfortunate for Yambing. He hadn't anticipated her breaking free, nor had he expected Zhang to pull her out of her fallen state. Zhang remarked that Qi and Yun had a blood feud with Jing's grandfather, and in a way he was fated to die by her hand that day. Leixin checked on the other boy and confirmed he had been taken care of. Now it seemed there was no one left to stand in their way. Sizzy, observing Jing, wondered aloud if she was really Jing and how she had suddenly awakened from her slumber. Zhang was about to explain when, suddenly, they all felt an earthquake. Sizzy exclaimed that something didn't feel right. It felt as though something was stirring underground. Zhang wondered if the battle involved the mountain ancestor. He could see the Sunbird launching fireballs toward the mountain ancestor, while the toad spat out a tree and a few other things. The Sunbird attacked the toad again with another volley of fireballs. Chang and Xing Bo were watching from a distance, and King Bo remarked that those morning glory flowers were actually quite useful. Chang, however, urged them to hurry, saying that Zhang and the others should be waiting for them, so they needed to move quickly. Meanwhile, a giant hook appeared in front of Zhang and the others. Segu explained that it was the entrance to the trial grounds. Shu, looking around, wondered where exactly the entrance was. Siju clarified that the entrance could only be opened by Zhang. However, they still needed a bit more time to prepare. Zhang decided it was best to take a breather for now, especially with the mountain ancestor making his move. He was confident that Chang and Xing Bo would join them soon. Jing, curious, asked about King Bo, and Zhang confirmed that Xing Bo was her grandfather. He explained that Xing Bo had been the one to inform him about Jing's abilities, which was also why Zhang had been able to assess the situation so quickly and help her break free. In the distance, a few members of the Zhu family were positioned near a lantern. One of them cautioned the others to stay sharp, as they couldn't afford to let the captain's death be in vain.